two beautiful Margaret Arena. If you've just arrived, obviously we're running some scheduled tests on the roof just to see if those open and close. You can see how quickly it does that, which is absolutely brilliant. Colour roof designed because there's a lot of colour pictures along this part of the Yarra 100 years ago. And I want to make it a bit different with a lot of Hisense. Now behind me you can see the ANZ Hot Shot Kids. And they are out here playing their trade. Lena Teacher from Elstonwick Park Tennis Club. Who's here from Elstonwick Park? They're the ones who managed from Elstonwick Park over here as well. The kids from Elstonwick Park, great to have a look. And Max Tennis in Sydney. Where are the kids from Max Tennis in Sydney? Stick your hands in the air. Here we go, Adrian Sundry's the teacher there, so the coach. Who's Max Tennis from Sydney in the crowd? Hang on, let's make our way down from the heart of Sydney. Love to have you along. This is a sports channel, you know that, don't about Sydney, got most harbour, but we'll have all the sports down here. So great to have Max Tennis from Sydney and Elstonwick Park. Now ANZ Tennis Hot Shots, specifically designed for kids aged 10 and under, smaller courts, lighter rackets, low compression balls, they don't bounce as wide, makes it easy for the kids and they get involved. And as you can see, kids of all ages, who knows, 15, 20 years time, maybe one of these is the next Nick Kyrgios or Sam Souza out here trying to win the Australian Open. Hotshots.tennis.com.au if you want to get your kids involved. Hotshots.tennis.com.au, and if you take a photo of your kids or indeed yourself, then hashtag it with Rally for Good, because every time you use that hashtag, $2 is donated to Tennis Cares. That's Tennis Australia's charity, thanks to the good people at ANZ. So great to have ANZ on board, obviously helping out the future of Australian tennis as a part of the Hot Shots. 1,200 qualified coaches, 800 schools, 450 clubs delivering ANZ Tennis Hot Shots. So great to have the crew from Max Tennis in Sydney and Elstonwick Park Tennis Club as well. And one of these people will be lucky enough to get out and toss the coin ahead of this morning's opening match. It's a women's singles third round match, the opening match, and someone will be lucky to come out and toss the coin. We've got some big games for you obviously today, and it is going to be hot, it's going to be sunny, so slip, slop, slap, keep the hat on. But Jerzy from Italy is taking on Venus Williams, the 18th seed. That's our first game. Feliciano Lopez from Spain, the 12th seed, against Jerzy Janowicz from Poland, so that could be a big serving on that one. And then we've got Margaret Strycova against Victoria Azarenka. And Vika, of course, coming back from injury, has been stemming away through the Aussie Open. And then tonight, we have got Gil Simon and David Ferret. Now, the other thing is, too, this is the government pancakes, all right? If he gets around and gets in your face, yell and scream pancakes and put you on the big screen, all right? And he does get paid per wave, so he wants to go put the kids through school. So there you go, you see pancakes, get on the big screen, this way. Were you from Elstonwick Park, or where are you from? Sydney? In Sydney. Thanks for having Sydney, nice to have you along, fantastic. So if you see pancakes around, make sure you do put it there. Looks like the ANZ Hot Shot Kids have done enough warm-up. We might leave it to the big times. Please give a big round of applause. So the kids from Elstonwick Park Tennis Club and also Max Tennis in Sydney. Great to have them along as part of the Australian Open. So a big welcome to you. If you just arrived, we're looking forward to a cracking game here at Margaret Arena, and look forward to your involvement. We'll have plenty of fun. We'll have lots of things to do. We'll have all sorts of Twitter and Instagram going as well. Mainly, we'll have some third round action in the tennis. Thank you. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway for this women's singles third round encounter. Please welcome from Italy, Camilla Giorgi. And from the USA, our 18th seed, welcome Venus Williams.
To Margaret Court Arena. It is the middle Saturday of the Australian Open, and the third round matches continue with Camilla Giorgi taking on Venus Williams. Crowd slowly filing into Margaret Court Arena. It's going to be a good day for tennis again. It hasn't been too hot. The humidity's been up, but at the moment comfortable for the players. 21 Celsius, looking for 29. The sun will be out. We're waiting for this wonderful roof to close at some stage during the tournament to see how fast it actually is, but it's going to have to wait a little while. As we move our way through the third round matches on Margaret Court Arena, later on today, Feliciano Lopez and Jerzy, Janowicz, Strycova, the 25th seed, taking on Victoria Azarenka, with David Ferrer and Gilles Simon leading off the evening session. Big crowds again at Melbourne Park. It's always a popular day, the middle Saturday. It sells out very, very quickly, and the crowds are getting in early and getting the best vantage points, and really looking forward to this one. The 18th seed, Venus Williams, who's had a good run through this tournament thus far. A couple of straight sets wins, taking on Camilla Giorgi, who's 23, and is making good strides in her career. Had a very good 2014, really emerged on the scene. Had a win over the number 12 seed, Flavia Pennetta, in the opening rounds. The first meeting between the pair, and a spot in the fourth round up for grabs. Players slowly taking their time in their chairs. I'm Peter Mercado, very excited to be alongside Jan-Michael Gamble for this one, and it's going to be an interesting match. Venus Williams has been in excellent form, and it's nice to see her having such fun out on the court.
Absolutely, Peter. It's so great to see Venus anytime out on the court. She's such an accomplished champion player, and in form this year, winning in Auckland, coming up with a win over Wozniacki there in 3 sets. So she's match tough. Love to see her have a great tournament here at the Aussie Open. But with that being said, Camilla Giorgi is a contender. 33 in the world, and definitely one of the rising stars in the WTA Tour. She is a powerful player.
Okay, welcome ladies. So we have Tom here, he's going to help us with the toss. About the match, conditions same as in the previous rounds. We have Hawkeye on this court, so just as a reminder, do it in a prompt way. You can even say it out loud, that's going to help. And we have a net device. Any questions or anything? So Tom, would you help us? Heads. Heads for you. Tails it is. You serve? Yeah. You go for a picture, 1 second. Look at that, Tom, other way.
You're going to have to lead down the players here, try and get that young man into the picture. Part of the Tennis Australia Hot Shots program, modified balls and courts designed to get junior players into the game and hitting more tennis balls. They were out there having a hit before this match.
That's fantastic. Possibly one of the future stars of Australian tennis. You never know.
When he grows just a little bit,
maybe another foot or two.
Well, Venus Williams was out here a couple of days ago, doing a great performance against Lauren Davis. But as we've been talking about, Camilla Giorgi lives in a beautiful part of the world, beats her easily. Ranked now 33, around her highest ranking of 31. And as I mentioned, had a breakthrough 2014, where runner-up in a couple of WTA events, semi-finals. You can see some quarterfinals there as well. The fourth round at Indian Wells, a big tournament on the WTA calendar, and it's really risen up the rankings. Quarter-finalist in Hobart earlier this year, one of the lead-up events to the Australian Open, in the second round from last year, and looking to reach the fourth round of the slam again. Did it at Wimbledon as a qualifier in 2012. Had a couple of third rounds along the way too. Very, very good player, and holds the second fastest serve in the tournament at 203 kilometres an hour, just behind Serena Williams on 204. so he's got plenty of power. The player at 5'6", and Venus Williams, we could be here all day talking about her achievements in the game, but we only have a 5-minute warm-up. Amazing across her career that she is now able to maintain her ranking at 18. That's probably the most impressive thing about her career, has been #1 in the world. Got plenty of highlights from 2014. Has already won a title, as we mentioned, in 2015 in Auckland. 7-time Grand Slam champion and in great form at the moment.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Venus Williams. She's done so much for the sport, so much for tennis, so much for youth tennis, and continues to play great tennis herself. In fact, seems to be playing better end of last year into this year. 18 in the world. I think she's got even better tennis than that in her. I think she's a top 10 player. And one of those players that you definitely don't want to see in the draw, as she's a threat at any Grand Slam. But her opponent today is also a player you don't want to see in the draw. Jerzy is deadly on the baseline. As you said, Peter, the second fastest serve in the tournament. You wouldn't expect that when you look at Camila Giorgi. I think a lot of players, when she first burst on the tour, underestimated her a little bit. She's very explosive strokes, able to generate power because of her quick swing. She's very strong, very athletic girl.
So the first meeting between these two players. I think Venus and the longevity of her career obviously had that problem with Sjogren's syndrome, which kept her off the tour for quite a while. Now has got that under control. It's almost in a way extended her career because she has had that time off the court. See players who often have long injury layoffs and come back, and they can come back fresher and really being careful with how many tournaments she plays throughout the year, but has managed to keep that consistency going. We saw the consistency of her year last year to keep her at number 18 in the world, and thankfully for the top seeds, she actually is seeded. She's not unseeded, a dangerous floater in the draw first up.
That's a good point. She's adopted a very strict diet in order to get that syndrome under control. It has helped her longevity in the sport, in my opinion. Not being sidelined because of an injury. Once she got that all under control and got herself feeling well again, easy for her to return to the game. Easy being a key word. It wasn't easy, but she did do it. It's fantastic seeing her out here.
And also having fun. She's talked about how much fun she's having out there on the court. Still the fierce competitor, but really enjoying her tennis too.
Definitely. Such a great smile. Great ambassador for the game. And behind that great smile, though, is one of the fiercest competitors on the tour. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's slightly misleading. If she's smiling on court, you know you're in trouble. For a long time was on the WTA Player Council. Serena still on there as well. We talk about what the Williams sisters have done for tennis. We don't talk so much about what they've done in terms of behind the scenes, particularly on the WTA Tour, representing the players and really they've got strong opinions on the game and the sport and where it should be heading. They've been figureheads for the game, and it's not just what we see on court or the endorsement deals or the celebrity things that they do. They're also involved behind the scenes on the WTA as well.
Absolutely. A huge amount of respect for both these girls. From early, when I was on tour myself, and they were always very kind to everybody that I saw them around. They remember people's names. They're just very genuine individuals and willing to help out. WTA, which for two stars like those, it's huge, huge for the tour.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match
give back
will be
to
the
the
best
sport
of
that's
3
given
sets.
them so much.
First 2 tiebreak sets, final set advantage sets. It is Williams who won the toss, chose to serve.
And understandably so in this first set. One of the impressive things about her match the other day against Lauren Davis, also know about the all-court game. We don't talk so much about the titles, the doubles titles that the Williams sisters have won. They just racked up 13 Grand Slam doubles titles. I think they're 20 out of 21 in terms of finals played on the WTA overall. But her work getting into the net and finishing off the points quickly. Was super impressive against Lauren Davis. Obviously a different style of match today, but that'll be one of the tactics that I'm sure Venus Williams will look for as she disappears from the court.
Exactly. Venus, I think, wanting to take control of these points. You can't let Camila Giorgi dictate today too often. Might see Venus Williams changing it up a bit. If you can get the ball out of Giorgi's strike zone, it's going to be in her favor. I think that serving out wide in that deuce court has been a big key this tournament so far. The courts are playing a lot faster than they have in the past. So it's aiding somebody who has a good slice serve. It's aiding somebody who has a good slice backhand. And it's definitely lent itself to having players come to the net again. More diversity in the game than we've seen in years past. I love these new courts they have at the Australian Open. I like seeing different types of games style. Yesterday, watching Groth versus Tomic was a genuine joy for me, seeing Groth coming to the net and Tomic with these underspin shots, and it's just, I just love seeing differences in the game, and something that's what makes our sport so special.
Well, stand by. We're going to be seeing a lot of shots of Camila Giorgi's team, a lot of Italian representation in there, but Camilla's dad, Sergio, he doesn't just sit there quietly, just observing the play. Sort of, he doesn't do your Ivan Lendl style when he was coaching Andy Murray, of just expressionless. You'll get an idea as the match goes along, I'm sure.
He's quite the character. We need characters in this sport, though. It's fantastic. Makes it interesting.
So Venus has returned to the court. We can get this third round women's singles match underway.
Ready? Play. Oh! 15 love.
Venus definitely wanting to establish early that she's willing to stay in these points, these rallies. Serve 178 kms up the tee. Doesn't need to be 200 if you hit your spots.
Wonderful. Venus Williams, what a great start. 4 first serves in a row, holding to love, opening game of the match.
First game.
You always look for the starts of these players. Obviously had a couple of matches here now, and how quickly they can get into it. Well, that's just a perfect start for Venus Williams.
It's very well said, Peter. Exactly. Venus Williams sometimes can start matches a bit shaky. I've seen her make some errors, get a little bit nervous in matches. She looks focused. That backhand out of the corner showing she's moving really well early in this match.
Giorgi serve can ramp up.
15 love.
An important point you make. It's not necessarily about the speed of the serve today, but we've seen, particularly with Venus Williams in that opening game, hitting the right spots on the court.
Doesn't hurt to hit 4 first serves in as well.
Yeah. Venus again stepping into the court. You can see when she took that serve, it was well inside the baseline. She's just got the timing right. That was straight into the hitting zone.
30-15.
Good contact on that backhand return for Venus. Just a little bit long. Good miss.
There's that power game from Camilla Georgi. And both players really inside the baseline. It's going to be an interesting contest
40,
today
15.
when both players are in full flight.
Nets. First service.
Again, you see the Venus Williams backhand. It's definitely on today. Good depth there. She can continue driving that ball deep like that. She'll be a definite threat. She's got some unforced errors from Camilla Georgi.
One game all, first set.
Both players sitting so heavy from the back of the court. You see there, if Venus can force Georgi back to a defensive position, a metre or two behind the baseline, then that's where those unforced errors are going to come from.
Venus testing the sun on that side of the court. It's been difficult for players throughout the first week here at the Australian Open.
Love 15.
Seeing Georgi be successful into the forehand corner of Venus Williams. Definitely the weaker of the two sides in the corner. She defends very well off that backhand.
Love 13. $15-30.
I think we'll see Camilla Georgi continuing to take big cuts at those returns. She won't hold back.
That's a better serve from Venus. Well, the thing is, it's where the court she's taking them, Georgi. So a bit of pace from Williams off the serve, but Georgi, again, stepping into the court. She's a super aggressive player.
Little equipment adjustment from Venus. I agree, Peter. Those slice serves up the tee and out wide in the deuce. Good options.
Hey! Out!
40-30.
Georgi's standing well inside the baseline on those returns in the second serve. I love the idea of Venus going into the body with some second serves, forcing Georgi to make an adjustment.
We're going to be seeing a lot of those type of rallies.
Get the towel, get the towel, get the towel.
Deuce.
Throughout the match, and gives you an idea. We're talking about the pace from the back of the court from Camila Giorgi.
It was a good rally from both players, in my opinion. Venus just not quite getting under that last ball enough.
Advantage, Jerzy.
Fantastic ball out of the corner from Camila Giorgi. See her again being successful into the Williams forehand corner.
Now the break point.
Deuce.
She's getting that ball nice and deep, Georgie. Serve back of the court when she's playing defensive, but her first move after she strikes the ball is to get back into an attacking position. It's because she's got so much speed on her ground strokes that more often than not, she's going to get a short reply.
Advantage, Jerzy.
Giorgi's solid on that backhand return. Venus didn't quite get it out of her swing zone. Serve drifting over a bit.
Jerzy leads 2-1 first set.
Quite like seeing Venus come to the net here. Just not quite getting enough underspin in that drop volley. I think a bit surprised that Giorgi went at her with that pass. Sometimes that's the only option. Players are looking to move left or right at the net.
And even then, it's going to be a tough pickup for Venus if she's able to stick the volley. I think the crowd's going to appreciate the pure hitting from both of these players today. We've seen a couple of rallies just straight up the middle of the court.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very good option.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Giorgi.
take your seats quickly.
Taking
Thank
the ball
you.
right at her up the middle, taking away some of the angle. Giorgi able to generate so much pace. If you give her those angles, she can be devastating. I'd like to see Venus take some of these balls higher. Saw in the last game she did it a couple times, putting some extra spin on it.
Thank you.
Out of the swing zone
Any seats
again.
for now, please? Thank
Giorgi
you.
not as tall as Venus, by any means.
Love 15.
If you've been broken as a player, you always want to try and break back the very next game, signal to your opponent that you're ready to go. Double fault, letting Venus in this game a bit. Peter, that's a better forehand out of the corner from Venus Williams.
Love 13.
Great shot.
Saw that a lot in her previous match against Lauren Davis. Gets that angle going.
That angle is going to be key today, too. Ball off the court, force Giorgi to move extra steps.
Love 14.
Well,
Double fault.
yep, that's 2 in this game, and 3 break points now for Venus. That deserved to be crushed. 148 kilometres an hour. The break back. It's 2 games all. Opening set.
2 games all, first set.
More the pressure that was built up. Jerzy with 2 double faults in that game. Just had to get 1 into the service box.
And Venus, great return there in that backhand. I think that a lot of pressure on Jerzy while she has a big first serve. Her second serve is something that Venus is going to be able to do a lot with.
Love.
Sometimes for such a great player as Venus Williams, an early break in the match can just be a wake-up call.
Love.
6 points in a row for Venus Williams.
Nets. First service. Love.
That's number 2.
That's a spot she hits well. Perfect placement.
Game Williams.
Do it out wide as well. So Venus Williams holds
Williams
serve
leads
3-2.
3 games
opening
to
set.
2, first set.
Much better service game from Venus Williams. That's where the top players can really put the pressure on. Jerzy throws in those double faults. She has a bad service game. Venus Williams gets things back on track immediately, holding to love.
Absolutely, and that's when you see such a pure server as Venus Williams. She knows she can do it. She's done it for years. She's got one of the best serves this game's ever seen, the WTA Tour. She can dig down and she can hit it. I feel like Camila Jerzy sometimes on her first serve can press. Yeah, she can hit it big. Second biggest serve in the tournament, second fastest. But can she do that game in, game out? That's yet to be seen. Can't have a game on a double fault twice, and then give another second serve to your opponent after you've had a break.
It's the same thing with where she's standing in the court too. If Venus is serving 180, 190, she's standing inside the baseline. How many of those returns is she going to be able to make?
It's going to be tough, and she's going to take big cuts, but she is confident, Camila Jerzy. Again, 33 in the world and one of the up-and-comers in the tour. She's not going to change her game style. I don't think she has the ability to change her game style, really. She can catch fire.
Nice on the 1-2 play.
15 love.
That extra bit of pressure you're talking about on that second serve, just pressing too much again.
She's trying to go for a little bit more there. That second serve, 167. Good pace. She's keen of the Venus Williams return. So far, Venus putting a lot of good returns in play.
Thirty 15.
Good second ball there from Jerzy. You see her taking the ball up the middle, surprising Venus a bit. Venus unable to get anything on that ball.
Faults.
Rapido.
Good call from the chair, I think. Yep. We might get a challenge on this ball.
Miss Williams charging the call on the left baseline. Ball was called
I'm
out.
a fan of asking the umpire for advice, particularly when they give that response.
You see a few of the players who've been on the tour for a while doing that.
Call stands.
Might be out, is out.
Just out.
40 15.
Monfils in his match. It's Dimitrov. Not Dimitrov.
Game Jerzy.
Jerzy holds, 3 games all.
3 games all, first set. Miss Williams has 2 challenges remaining.
Janowicz. Monfils in his match against Janowicz. Definitely not Dimitrov.
We've seen a lot of matches over the past couple of days.
He was asking the umpire on most of the calls that he was questioning instead of just using the Hawkeye. He's a veteran player on the tour, so trusting the umpire.
A little unlucky there for Venus. Good attacking play, but just undone by the net.
Love 15.
Very unlucky, but a very good effort on the return from Camila Jerzy, that time covering the T serve. Venus has been hitting well throughout this match, especially that last game.
Well done.
Love 13.
See just how devastating Jerzy can be when she's able to come forward. Big power.
Correction.
Miss Jerzy charging the call on the left near set line. Ball was called in.
Sort of a half call from the lines person.
Why not, Peter? It's a bit of a challenge.
Oh,
Just enough.
15 13.
I can understand why that would be a half call.
Just kissing the line.
Miss
with that
Jerzy
ball
has
there.
2 challenges remaining.
Good change of pace on that serve.
Oh, that's just pure power. Camila Jerzy. Again going up the middle of the court.
15,
Venus Williams.
14.
That's not a problem for the Italian. Just sets herself early. It's amazing that she's moving back and gets that power.
Game
So
Jerzy.
another break of serve.
Jerzy
Jerzy leads 4
leads.
games to 3 in the opening sets.
Jerzy leads 4 games to 3, first set.
See the the size difference of these two players as they cross sides. Jerzy able to generate just as much pace as Venus Williams.
Well, she's 5'6", or 1.68 meters. Venus 6'1", or 1.85.
Jerzy, to me, Peter, almost like looks like she could be a gymnast as well.
Starting to warm up here in Melbourne. Margaret Court Arena filling up. I think it's going to be a total sellout today. Always is on the middle Saturday of this event.
We have some beautiful weather, Peter. It's not too hot. Great day for tennis. See this beautiful new roof on this stadium. I hear, like you said, it's able to close in 5 or 6 minutes.
5 minutes. I timed it today. They closed it before the start of play and opened it again.
Wow.
Turned around to make a cup of tea, and it was open again. Didn't take long at all. The weather expected to be good throughout next week as well. Cooler conditions for the players.
Good stuff from Jerzy.
15 love.
Good attacking tennis, that 1-2 punch. Big serve, big first ball. Good footwork and just executing on that short forehand.
It's the only thing that Camila Giorgi needs to really work on at this stage is getting a few more first serves into play. Only at 41%. When she does get them in, she's won 6 out of 7, but it's that second serve that's the problem. But rolling along now, 9 points to 1. And another one to that list.
Here, it's interesting how that changes. You had Venus winning 8 points in a row at one point.
$40-15.
Venus Williams would like to see a few more of those errors. Giorgi can definitely miss the ball by a huge margin, but today she's been solid. Obviously part of her enjoying a higher ranking on the WTA Tour.
Hey!
That's great serving. Giorgi consolidates the break. And it's 5 games to 3 now.
Giorgi leads 5 games to 3, first set.
Another thing I'd like to see too, as this set goes on into the second set, Venus is going to have more variety in her game. Just try a few different things along the way, just to unsettle the rhythm of Giorgi from the back of the court.
Love 15.
Venus with her first double fault. Amazing stat is first serve percentage for Venus Williams, 87%. That lends credit to the Camila Giorgi return because Venus has been broken twice.
Getting back to more of what she wants. A couple of free points off the first serve.
15-30.
Good movement around the court too from Venus Williams.
30.
Great shot there, extending that arm. Good footwork. Not going for too much, hitting your spot well.
(40-30).
Better depth from Venus Williams that time. She's able to win those exchanges when she gets the ball deep. So far in this first set, Jerzy been solid for the most part.
Just too much from Venus Williams there. How cleanly both players are hitting the ball right now.
Well placed serve.
Advantage Williams.
Serve, but see where Jerzy takes his return. Standing inside the court, ball sits up, and she just takes that ball so early.
Advantage Jerzy.
And set point for Camila Jerzy.
I think regardless of what happens in this set here, Peter, Venus Williams needs to send a message early in the second set that she's willing to stay in the points and longer. She needs to win a few of those longer exchanges. Just like that.
Well, the thing there at that point was there was a little bit more variety from Venus. Sort of slowing the pace of the ball down, looping a few.
Exactly.
Changing it up.
Getting that ball into the forehand corner of Camila Jerzy. Venus doesn't have to hit winners. If she can hit the ball deep, move the ball around, Jerzy will start making some unforced errors. I've seen her do it before.
Advantage Williams.
Great way to finish. Saving his set points. Venus Williams holds serve, but Jerzy to serve for the opening
Jerzy leads spot game 6-4, first set.
That's where I think Venus will have the edge, because she can change things up quickly as she needs to. See Jerzy being a really attacking player, but at the moment moment just has the one speed, which is fast. And I guess if she needs something else, she'll just go a little bit faster.
That was a message well sent by Venus Williams in that game. Getting through that game is, I think, huge for Venus later in this match. Maybe even in the next game, give her an opportunity to break back and level the set at 5-all. But as a player, getting through a game like that where you're struggling, where you're in trouble, break points down, can mean so much later in the match. Get you out of your funk and think you have a shot. Focus that mind.
Talking about those two break of serves though, but that's coming off Venus Williams serving at 80%.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats, please.
So she's not playing badly in that sense.
Absolutely not, Peter. We need to give credit again to Camila Giorgi. Fantastic returns. Putting the pressure on Venus Williams.
Serving for the set now at 5-4.
$15.
Good focus on the face of Camila Giorgi. Knows what the task at hand is.
$15.
It's a fourth double fault.
Maybe some nerves showing up for Giorgi here. She tries to serve this game out.
Just continuing to put that pressure on. Like that move,
13,
something a little bit different.
Well played, just pouncing on that drop shot. I've seen Venus Williams make that shot so many times in the past. Thought she'd have that one, not quite.
And 2 set points now for the Italian.
40-15.
What a time for Giorgi to hit her first ace.
$40-30. Deuce.
So 2 saves, 2 unforced errors from Camila Giorgi.
Advantage, Giorgi.
He's definitely seeing the ball well. 3 very solid backhand returns in a row. Putting pressure on Giorgi, but Giorgi rising to the occasion. Another set point. That's outstanding. That's the point of the match, in my opinion, Peter. High stakes resting on that point there.
Advantage,
Get that
Georgie.
points. I'm way back in the court on that backhand side.
Jerzy doing a good job of staying focused.
Due.
I might have jinxed her.
Yeah,
Peter.
well, it's called the commentator's curse, J. Michael. You got to stop that.
My bad. Double faults, as we've seen, have crept into the Jerzy game. Getting it done in that deuce court.
Advantage, Georgie.
Again, just 1 point away from taking this first set. Camila Jerzy against Venus Williams.
That's better serve. It's the body serve. Camila Jerzy, the opening set, 6 games to 4.
The 6 games to 4.
See her father, Sergio. Some exuberance after that set.
We know it must have been good because he's up out of the chair. Let's take a look at the numbers for the opening set.
80% on Williams' first serve, still losing the set. 5 aces and only 2 double faults. Looks really good from the Williams side. 53% first serve from Jerzy. Down to the winners and unforced errors. Still 16 unforced errors from Jerzy and only 9 winners. But the big key there is the break points won. 2 for Jerzy and only 1 for Venus Williams.
It's the difference in the set. Also impressive, Jerzy getting into the net, but she does get that short ball. 5 of 5. So we look at the highlights now from the opening set, and there were plenty of them. Heavy hitting both players from the back of the court, hitting the ball so hard at the moment. Jerzy getting a bit of luck there. Says in her bio, and was reading through all my notes here, Camila Jerzy, had said right at the very start, views herself as an attacking, risk-taking player. I think that first set we got a fair indication.
I would agree. And it's interesting too, Peter, sometimes the stats don't really tell you what's going on in a match. You look at those stats and you think, how in the world did Venus Williams lose that set? Because they really favor her.
Yep.
But a player like a Jerzy can kind of go beyond the stats. She takes risks. She continues to take risks. When the ball's landing in, it's devastating. It's a difficult player to play against.
And at the moment, she's got the opening sets, so we get ready for the second set. Venus to serve.
Love 15.
That highlights your point perfectly. That was a good serve from Venus. Right, the service line. And Jersey's able to pick it up. Just feel this game, this match starting to open up for Camila
Love
Jerzy.
13.
Really impeccable footwork from Jerzy. Look at her taking Little short steps, adjusting to the ball. So key, having that good footwork if you want to be a top player.
La 40.
That's just too good for Camilla Giorgi. Venus is going to have to either have to hit the ball harder or deeper. Definitely needs to change what she's doing.
Ms. Giorgi challenging the call on the left center service line. Ball was called in.
Both players moving to the juice court. That gives you a good idea. My job been wrong all week, so
Second service.
I'm not even going to try next week and guess those.
Fifteen 40.
There we go. Venus Williams winning one of those key forehand exchanges there.
Giorgi does get the break of serve in the opening game of the
First game, second set.
I mean, look at how hard Venus Williams has to work and where she is in the court with some of those baseline rallies where she's getting on that forehand side, but she's a metre or so behind the baseline. Saw in a match against Lauren Davis that the speed of the ball was a little bit slower, so she was really able to step into the court and dominate from there.
Definitely a different set of circumstances here in today's match. Giorgi unrelenting with those ground strokes. I've seen Giorgi play quite a few times over the last few years. I really think that her return is her most improved shot. She's putting a lot of balls back in play with good depth and pace. Her ground strokes have always been big, but she's even more consistent there as well. She's playing a good match today.
I
15 left. I think the key word there is consistency. To be able to produce this sort of game week in, week out.
I think that if Giorgi can continue to play at this level, we'll see her in the top 20 very soon.
Fifteen all.
Venus able to rush her there.
Thirty 15.
Giorgi, a hard worker on and off the court. Seen quite a few of her practices. When I first saw her, again, her strokes looked a bit mechanical, sometimes jerky. She's gotten a lot more flowing, a lot better. Good explosive power.
Forty 15.
Couple that with the speed that she's got around the court and the way she's so balanced as she hits through the ball when she's in that attacking mode, and she's got a game that can trouble the big names.
40-13.
I feel, Peter, that with just a few good shots, well-played points, Venus can get herself right back in this match.
Set that up beautifully, Venus Williams. Just
Jerzy
pushing for the
leads
line.
2 games to love,
Jerzy,
second
2 games
set.
to love in the second set. I think you're right, though. It's just the momentum in this could change pretty quickly.
Venus just missing on that ball. Good defense, getting her in a position to have a shot at that forehand. It's Camila Giorgi who's playing outstanding tennis today. Shot at the 4th round.
Too good. There's been some signs in that previous game.
15 love.
Find a way back in here. That first set was pretty tight, as we've talked about. Still very much in this contest, Venus Williams.
Peter, those are the kinds of errors that I've seen often in the past from Giorgi. The ball can really fly on her. I've been seeing it very much today.
$30-15.
See there, a good example of the court opening up for Venus Williams. Just pressing a little bit too much, but getting herself into a good position.
Great there. This time the forehand landing on the line. She's just been missing by so small a margin. I feel like these balls are going to start landing in for Venus Williams.
Giorgi still with the break in the second set. It's 2-1.
Giorgi leads 2 games to 1, second set, and the 1 set to love.
Said before, I think the signs in the past game and a half are encouraging for Venus Williams, where we talk about getting the upper hand in those rallies, and she's getting that 3/4 court ball to be able to put away. And as you say, she's not missing by much, but it's the fact that she's able to construct the points. But Giorgi's still playing at that high level, but you feel that Venus now is matching it with her.
I agree. I think the barometer on this match is who's winning these forehand rallies. When Venus is winning the forehand rallies, she's winning the games. Likewise, when Giorgi's winning them, she's winning the games. Venus misfiring on some forehands throughout this match, and they're landing in. She's coming out on top. We're going to see winners from both of these ladies, but those hot, hard-fought points.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Thank you. Time.
The other thing, too, is Giorgi is doing the right thing, moving Venus around the court. But she's got that wide ball out to the juice court, but Venus is picking it up so well. She's got so much reach there to bring that ball back across court. And then we look at that and we see how many times we've seen that cross-court forehand winner across her career.
We've seen it a lot. 7 times Grand Slam champion Venus Williams.
Jerzy with a break at 2-1.
Oh!
It's a great serve. Talking about players being able to swing that ball out wide. Quicker courts, 15 love.
Such an excellent choice on a second serve, if you can make it. Often players looking to get around that forehand.
Talking about how quickly serves at the average second serve speed for Camila Giorgi, 152 kilometres, 170 off the first ball. For Venus Williams, 128.
Finding her range on that forehand.
Half-court ball. It's a great return to set it up. Pressure building, break back points for Venus Williams.
Can you see there, Peter? Willing to give up some double faults. Unwilling to slow it down. That second serve still 163. She's going for it.
Second serve at 163, second serve, fastest second serve for the match.
Oh, wow.
Moved late there, but just gave herself a little bit more time.
It's one of those strokes you don't want to try at home, folks. Swinging backhand volley. Well struck. Not an easy ball to hit.
Oh!
Advantage Williams.
Double fault number 7.
Again, Georgia giving Venus Williams an opportunity, an invite to get that break back.
There it is. Level again, it's 2 games all.
2 games all, second set.
Determination returned to the face of Venus Williams. She's here for the long haul.
Love 15.
He's with a quick look up. That Sun might have played a factor in that double fault.
That's been the toughest end for the players serving for that particular
Love
court this time of day.
Love 14.
Very quickly moved to 3 break points for Camila Giorgi.
Help! 15-14. Giorgi leads 3 second sets and the 1 set to love.
Giorgi's successful when she's coming forward and getting to the net. Good effort from Giorgi. Also, no lack of focus from having been broken there. Obviously throwing in a few double faults on her own serve. Coming back strong on the Venus Williams serve. Venus not serving as well in this set, only at 40% versus 68% for the match. Almost 80% that first set.
What would you be saying to Camila Giorgi about that second serve? 7 double faults she's given up. At least she's got the break back here, but do you say take the pace, a little bit of pace off to make sure you nail that serve every time? Or do you say continue with the rhythm of what you've got?
I think Camila Giorgi is a unique player. She doesn't really take pace off. Doesn't really slow down that well. It may ruin her mindset and tell her, oh, you need to take some pace off this serve. And she's not one to allow players to dictate to her. So she's going to continue serving like that. Obviously, when you're going for big second serves, you're going to throw a few double faults in. You wouldn't want to see those numbers be at 7, but I'd probably, if I was coaching her, I wouldn't mind seeing her throw in 3 or 4 double faults in a match because it allows her to be herself. So important as a player. Everybody's unique out here.
Leading 3-2.
Love 15.
Definitely don't want to throw in that many double faults, though. She could bring it shorter in the court and still hit it just as hard.
The other point about that is that
Love 13.
you're giving away momentum. I mean, Camila Giorgi, we know, such a good player. She's playing a really good match today. Trying to push that momentum forward. Just keep it going. Run the match out easily. Just give your opponents an opportunity to get back into the contest.
interesting, Peter. We've seen some reaction this game from Camila Giorgi. She smacked a couple balls around. She's showing Venus Williams a little bit of weakness and some frustration, and Venus taking charge of that. That point I wanted to make after this point.
Next. First service.
It's a well-placed serve. And Peter, some players are more reactionary. They just simply react to what's going on in this match. I feel like Camila Giorgi is one of those players. She has a plan, but she's reacting to what's happening. Other players are thinkers. They change their game styles. They move the ball around. I think Camila Giorgi does too much thinking on the court.
I'd
also like to clarify that not too much thinking is not a negative. It's sometimes a blessing. When I was out there playing matches, sometimes the less thinking I did, the better. Giorgi fights back to do love 40. He's a bit disappointed in that.
Getting a lot more first serves as well, Camila Giorgi. Not as shaky. Too good.
Advantage, Williams.
A little bit of extra pace from Williams on that backhand.
Superb movement from Williams, getting so low. Good step, look at that knee bend. Excellent fundamentals.
Giorgi in control of the point.
Just fantastic depth on that last forehand from Giorgi. Unwilling to give any ground to Venus Williams from these baseline rallies.
Advantage,
Shaky
Giorgi.
start in this game. She's been able to turn it around.
Giorgi leads 4 games to 2, second set.
Quite like seeing this backhand changeup from Venus Williams there. Some topspin on it, just not quite getting to that short ball quick enough to execute on that slice. Often see Giorgi practicing swings between points. Maybe help her level out her nerves.
serve in that previous game. And facing
Love
great
15.
points, did that as well.
Jerzy has just returned so well this entire match. I'd serve at 183 kilometers an hour, but it just came right back at Venus's feet.
Oh, again, just too easy now. And 119.
Love 13.
In the middle of the service box. Not much work on that ball. More break points for Jerzy.
Venus making a clear effort of moving the ball around in the court. She's playing intelligent tennis. It's just not been enough.
And then it's better for Venus. You see the extra effort that she's having to put into every ball now.
Has been successful in this match when she's been able to get the ball behind her opponent. Jerzy moves better toward the ball.
$30-40.
See if Venus can have as miraculous of a comeback as Jerzy did in that last game.
Well done. Because this also makes Camila Jerzy think. Getting close to the finish line. Big moment for her. Try and get through the fourth round for the first time. It was a good serve too, but you see how well Jerzy is returning the ball today.
It's a great effort from Venus Williams getting that forehand in the corner. A little help from the tennis gods on that let cord. That ball looked like it was zooming by. Fantastic footwork yet again. Camila Jerzy getting around that ball quickly. Watch her move those feet, transferring her weight forward. It's good tennis.
Tennis to watch. This is such a high standard right now.
Advantage Williams.
And this time Venus controlling the point.
Venus Williams is not done yet. It's so important. It's integral that she gets through this game.
Williams.
It's big for Venus Williams in this match. Jerzy though still in the lead for 3 second sets.
And we want it to land.
I reckon if we had the Hawkeye map up of where Georgie's hitting those returns. I think we'll see a lot of them on or around the baseline today. Not only is she seeing it so well, but she's getting them so deep in the court, setting up so many points for her.
I agree, Peter. It's been Camila Giorgi who's been playing such stellar tennis. It's not that Venus Williams is playing badly. Venus Williams picking it up there. Love 40 down. Coming through that game. Could not afford, in my opinion, to get down 2 breaks. Allowed Camila Giorgi 2 chances to serve it out. Now there's pressure on Giorgi. We've seen her in the past in this match throwing the double faults. She's at 8 for the match. Possibility of maybe seeing a few more. But Venus played very well to get through that game.
Yeah, that'll give us some confidence. As I mentioned before, now Giorgi has to think her way through this. She's playing some really, really good tennis. Some solid first serves, keeps trading serve. She's back in the locker room and through the next round.
See some good anticipation there. Camila Giorgi coming forward on that. A swing volley. She tends to opt for that rather than traditional volleys. But when it's above the net like that, it's a fairly safe shot. Good start here from Giorgi, where she's been shaky in some of these games that she's served in the earlier parts of this match.
Too good again. Venus Williams is getting those returns back into play. Giorgi just in complete control.
Giorgi's so light on her feet. That's excellent footwork. Important part of tennis is taking away your opponent's time. She did that well there.
That's 1-2. Giorgi holding the line. They've got away now from the spot in the 4th round.
Giorgi leads 5 games to 3 seconds set.
Peter, that's actually one of the best service games that Giorgi's had in this match. 4 points in a row. Easy hold. Giorgi on the precipice of getting through this contest into the 4th round. Quick racket change for Venus Williams.
Last year she lost to Elise Cornet in the 2nd round, so pick up some points here too. No matter what the result for Camila Giorgi. I think she'd like a few more of these. Again, just forcing Giorgi back. And that's right in the hitting zone for Venus Williams.
15-all.
You see her moving way in on that second serve. It's interesting, Peter, that's some of the first defense we've seen Jerzy play in this match. Jerzy just 2 points away, walking off this court a victor.
Venus not playing a bad match at all. Jerzy playing such a high standard of tennis, but the thing that Venus has been able to do well is when she has had her opportunities, she's really been able to put them away. And the one she's missing, she's not missing by much at all. Accept
on that one, Peter. That was a fantastic body serve to start that point off. Had the ball in her racket, Venus Williams. Back to deuce.
Advantage Williams.
Slightly faster second serve there at 141. Seemed to throw Jerzy off.
And holds. So Camilla Jerzy will come out and serve for the match. 5 games to 4 in the second set.
Jerzy leads 5 games to 4 second sets and the 1 set to love.
Some of the key stats today and see how even this contest has been. 22 winners for Jerzy, 20 for Venus Williams, 29 unforced errors for Jerzy, 27 for Venus across the match. Seeing Jerzy getting to the net a lot more, 4 out of 4. Had better success there. 1 out of 4 for Venus Williams when she's been up there.
Jerzy raising her service percentage on her first serve.
Time.
We're hitting less double faults so far in this set with 3. See if she can keep those nerves calm as she tries to serve this match out.
Well, certainly giving all the right body language, jumping out of the chair, getting ready. She wants to be in the 4th rounds. Set up a meeting with
Thank you. The music, please.
Just a little bit more on that.
Lovely team.
Venus Williams.
Winning that key forehand exchange there. Setting up a small opportunity early in this game. Pressure cooker game.
Love 13.
9. Pressure continues to build.
Thought we might see a double fault in this game. Got one there.
Love 14.
Real opportunity to get back into this for Venus Williams. What a moment in this match for Venus Williams. Jerzy staring down 3 break points. She's had 9 double faults in the match. Camila Jerzy. Venus fights back. 5 games all in the second set.
That's fantastic. Such a
5 games all,
return.
second set.
Venus getting around that forehand, putting the pressure on Jerzy. Jerzy definitely feeling it there in that last game.
It's a match that deserved a tight second set. Venus has been playing some great tennis. Jerzy's been playing some unbelievable tennis. This is a good contest.
Her father Sergio there looking on, a bit apprehensive, I would imagine.
15 love.
Jerzy, who in the past has been error prone. Few errors creeping in later stages of this second set.
And momentum is shifting.
13
Man,
love.
Peter, has it shifted fast. 6 points in a row for Venus Williams.
Thank you. Fourteen love.
Seventh base. Well done, Camila Jerzy. Solid hands on the net. Nice change of play getting in there too.
14-15.
Great stick on that last volley from Camila Jerzy. Just laying the racket out, letting the pace of the ball do all the work.
Williams in front in this second set at 6 games to 5.
Williams lead 6 games to 5. Second set. First set, Jerzy.
Well, a nice turnaround from Venus Williams, but just thought the way that match was trending, that Venus was well and truly in it all the way through. I mean, down a break at times, started to get herself back into the contest, but now, most importantly, she's got the momentum and the pressures on Camila Jerzy.
You see how well she was hitting her ground strokes in that last point, just moving Jerzy all over the court. Jerzy doing a good job of getting some of those balls back, but in the end, Williams hitting the ball too well, getting through that game. Venus has, Peter, in my opinion, played the same way throughout this match. She's been solid. She's had her opportunities. Been unfortunate in the first set after serving so well. 80% first serves in that first set. Excellent, excellent service percentage.
I think the other thing too, on that last serve, had enough movement on the ball to force Jerzy to have to move and adjust. She wanted to hit that forehand. It just knocked her off balance. I've seen a couple of times in the Venus Williams service game, we've seen right up in the service box and being put away. It just throws Jerzy off her rhythm. Now, she's serving to stay in the second set.
Can she recover from that last game and hone her ground strokes back to where they were the most of this match?
Again, the pressure just building. Great defense from Venus again.
Love 15.
24 Celsius in Melbourne right now. So a bit warmer on the court.
Can we see those errors creeping into the backhand side of Jerzy? She's been so solid on that shot throughout the match. Just missing long in the last few games.
Net. First service.
That high level
Love
that
13
has had throughout this match has just dropped in the past game or so. Talked about those unforced errors, Michael, creeping in to the game.
See the intensity level drop just a bit. The pressure getting to her. Those errors have crept in, definitely, Peter.
Still
15-13.
Back to what she's done so well in this match. 1-2 play.
Just missing again, setting up 2 set points for Venus Williams to level this off. 1 set apiece.
It's been an incredible contest between these players. An hour and 31 minutes on court. I think the crowd won't mind seeing a third set. Jerzy
30-40.
heading for the locker room. Big opportunity, previous service game, but now is staring down the barrel. Another opportunity here for Venus.
Jerzy continuing to go for those second serves. Extremely gutsy serve at 15-40, outlining the Venus Williams forehand, but also intelligent. And that one just jamming Williams.
Advantage Jerzy.
So turning around set points to a point to force this to a breaker.
16-all, second set, time break. Both players receive now one additional challenge.
And the pressure goes up again for both players now. There's Dad, Sergio, Camila Giorgi. Just look at the tie-break records last year. Who are you favouring here?
Venus Williams has been here a lot of times in the past in her career. Can she draw upon that experience right now?
1-0, Williams.
With the Williams staying steady, Camila Giorgi should come out and win this one.
I think in that last game we saw Venus show a little bit of nerves herself. Obviously an opportunity to level the match off and missing some returns she hasn't been missing for the most part in this match. Whichever player can get control of their nerves quicker is going to win this tiebreaker.
G1, Williams.
Vintage Venus Williams there. I've seen her do that so many times over the years. Great return. Seen her do it quite a few times today as well.
That's the fourth double fault for Williams in the match.
A bit of a letdown after that great return.
Yeah, Giorgi with 9.
So you're practicing the toss. The sun's still a factor on that side of the court.
She's been steady.
3-2, Williams.
Half-court ball coming forward, Camila Giorgi, throughout the match.
I think nerves still playing a factor for Camila Giorgi. Not quite getting as much racket acceleration as she's used to on that forehand, and in turn, not enough spin to make it over.
Nets, first service.
The cross-court forehand working well again for Venus Williams.
4-2, Williams.
Venus Williams just showing how great of an athlete she is. Fantastic defense on the backhand, getting over to the forehand side, making this pass. Full stretch.
From Giorgi having that speed, we've seen her really closing on the net throughout this match. It's the rare times that she's been left flat-footed. Now under pressure at 2-4.
5-2, William.
We could see that coming. 10th, double faults. Venus Williams, 2 serves to come. Camilla's dad, Sergio. Pensive. Well, that'll settle things. Thinking keeping in the rally at the moment.
5-3, Williams.
Jerzy showing again why she's been, for the most part, leading in this match. Excellent depth on that backhand side. Great shot.
Foot faults.
Foot fault. Rough timing.
Set points for Venus Williams.
6-3, Williams.
That is the perfect serve. Jerzy has been returning so well throughout the match. Wide serve going. 2 serves to come for Jerzy.
Second set, Williams.
To a third set. Venus Williams getting
7 games to 6.
7 games to 6.
1-0.
An hour and 41 minutes on court, and there's still a long way to go. What a great performance from Venus Williams.
Absolutely. Venus somehow wresting that match from the jaws of death. So the stats for that second set. First serve percentage from Williams dipping to 56 from 80 in that first set. Still good enough to get her through it.
But dipping from Jerzy as well. You can see those 5 double faults coming at crucial times. 23 unforced errors, a lot of them late in the set. Both players getting the 2 breaks of serve. It's been a fascinating contest. It's been a really entertaining contest. A high standard of tennis. So look at the highlights of this second set. And Venus able to play from behind for most of that set, just working her way back in, but it was such a small change in momentum we saw, and it was so quick, but I always felt like Venus Williams was in the match. And Jerzy was playing fantastic tennis, but Venus was just keeping pace all the way through. I just had a feeling that something like this could happen.
Absolutely, Peter. You saw her in that second set come back from 40 love to almost give Jerzy a second break, which would have been a death sentence, I think, for this match. Venus was putting herself in a position to win that set and allow Jerzy to possibly get nervous, which we saw happen. Jerzy missing some balls that she wasn't missing earlier in that second set or the first. See Venus Williams quickly ordering a banana, knowing that this match is now going into the long of the day.
So
hotter out there as well.
So Venus with the momentum now. Who are you favouring heading into this third set?
Well, I still think this is going to be a hard-fought set. Both players have continued to play high-quality tennis. I will say that the veteran, Venus Williams, the legend, Venus Williams, has obviously more to call upon, as she displayed there in that tiebreaker, and she's less likely to have the nerves affect her. Do you see her coming through this third set, the victor?
you said in that second set that Venus has maintained her level throughout. We haven't seen too many dips from her. Georgie, as we know, has been playing great tennis. Her level dropped ever so slightly towards the end of that set to allow Venus in. Is it a matter of Georgie getting back to that level that we saw for the first set and 3/4?
I think it's always a player like Georgie, who hits the ball so hard continuously, plays at such a high level of intensity. If that intensity drops just a little bit, she can start to miss. We saw that at the end of the second set. Can she keep that intensity at that height for the whole third set is the question. Can she keep the double faults out of her game that have been plaguing her?
We know Camila Giorgi won't take
Final
a backward
set.
step.
Georgie to serve.
Exciting final set ahead. Camila Giorgi to serve. So step one here for Camila Giorgi is to
15 love.
have an easy service game. Get things back on track. Get back to controlling this match, which she's done so well for a set and a half.
Almost a set in 7/8. That thing was almost over, 2 points away.
15-all.
Brilliant again from Venus Williams. And the difference there is that Georgie in control.
15-13.
Williams playing some great defense and being able to turn that defense into attack with that shot there.
I agree, that's fantastic. Venus Williams moving better than I've seen her move for a while. Great stuff. I feel like this first game could be pivotal for this third set.
Mr. Williams showed in the call on the right baseline. Ball was put in.
Bit of time to look at that one too, Venus Williams. Good call.
15-14.
Opportunity for Williams to strike early in this third set.
Game Williams.
Momentum is with Venus Williams. Breaks in the
First
opening game
game,
of the
final
third set.
set.
That's what I've been talking about a little bit in this match, Peter. Georgie having no business taking that backhand up the line. Not in position. Just going for a ball. Going for broke on this shot. Take that ball up the middle or cross court. It's what served her well this entire match. Obviously hitting the ball up the line is a great strategy if you're in position. It's the correct choice. Georgie just reacting to what's happening instead of thinking a little bit. Venus an early lead in this third set. The break.
Standing her grounds. Georgie again firing right to the middle of the court. So, talking there about Georgie in her game, if you had the opportunity to run down there and sit next to him, Camilla's saying to you, well, I played a really good match. Right. Suddenly I'm in a third set. How do you respond to that? What are you telling her?
Well, tell her she needs to move her feet like she was in the first almost full 2 sets. She's not quite taking that extra little step that she was to get in position. Get nervous. Viewers, most of you play at home. It's tough to get that arm through, even for the best players in the world, the hardest hitters in the world. Georgie's just pulling off ever so slightly on these balls she's missing. You also just got to believe in yourself, Peter. Of course, that part's easier said than done.
And Venus running along now, 2 games to love. Well, the one thing you talk about is a combination of all those factors.
Williams leads 2 games to love, final set.
The depth of shots gone from Camilla Giorgi. She was hitting baseline or just inside, particularly off the return of serve. We're seeing a lot more 3/4 court balls, a lot more half-court balls that Venus is able to pick up. Venus hasn't had to really move back in the court in this third set.
Absolutely. I think also enjoy the moment, enjoy this amazing match this against Venus Williams. Great tournament here in the Aussie Open. Enjoy the moment instead of fearing the moment. It's a big difference.
$15.
Because the one thing you can guarantee, even though we're not seeing it from Venus, she'd be enjoying this.
Absolutely, she's having a good time. She's not happy she missed that forehand.
$30.
Well, good serve from Camilla Giorgi, though. Wise on that serve to go into the body of Venus Williams. She's been returning well, taking big swings at the ball.
$30-15.
Number 11. So that average serve speed on the second serve for Camilla Giorgi for the match, 155 kilometers. For Venus Williams, 127. She's going for those second serves, Camilla Giorgi. Deadly with that cross-court forehand today.
I feel like, Peter, as far as this match has gone on, and as Venus has started to play better and better, and that forehand corner has been key
We've been talking about it during the match that
30-40.
the big stats, moments in the match, where we can win those forehand rallies. At the moment, seeing Venus getting on top there.
That net doing no favors today for Camila Giorgi. That's too bad. It's the kind of footwork and flow that we saw early in this match and throughout the first and most of the second set for Camila Giorgi. She can return to that form, give herself a chance to get back in this third set.
Advantage Williams.
See another forehand exchange going in Williams' favor.
47th unforced error for the match to 31. Big moment here for Venus Williams. Another break point. That's clever.
Deuce.
Giorgi solid under the pressure there.
Generate her own pace that time, Camila Giorgi.
Advantage
Change up
Williams.
from Venus Williams under pressure. Another break point.
Really like seeing that change of pace from Venus Williams. Block return and then slice, bringing Camila Giorgi forward.
Deuce. Advantage Williams.
Venus with yet another chance. Take a 3-love lead here in the third set.
See 4 of 15 throughout the match. Both players with plenty of opportunities. That's a good serve. Below average 145, but it's about the placement on the court.
Nets, first service.
under pressure there,
Advantage,
Jerzy.
Jerzy.
Forehand coming into play.
Great athleticism from Georgie there. Not an easy forehand to make. Venus Williams applying pressure where she needed to. It's good play.
Due.
Speaking of pressure, it's an excellent return of serve. That's the sort of marker that Georgie was getting with her returns of serve throughout the match.
Georgie's gone into that backhand side of Venus Williams in the ad court quite a few times this game. Got away with it a couple times at break point, but didn't fare on her own game point.
Number 12.
Advantage, Williams.
Handing another break point to Venus Williams.
This match seems to have taken the interest of a wandering helicopter.
Yeah.
Wondering if it's bothering the players at all.
Something going on around Melbourne today.
It's interesting.
Deuce.
We got a deuce for the 6th time.
Great effort, and nice to see a smile on her face. Just a hard-fought match. Doesn't hurt to lighten the mood once in a while, though.
Oh, to come on as well. We haven't seen that from Venus.
Advantage, Williams.
I think Venus can just taste it. So close to blowing this match wide open.
Let's go around again for the 7th time.
Deuce.
There's the difference that depth can make. Not quite able to get this ball past the service line. Camila Giorgi able to come forward on that. Great execution on that backing up the line. Great positioning.
Advantage, Williams.
Yes, it's a major concern now. 13 double faults. Then able to get herself out of trouble like that.
Deuce.
This game easily turning out to be the longest game of the match. Williams unable to get that ball deep enough to hurt Giorgi there again.
11.5 minutes this game.
Advantage, Jerzy.
Solid and simple backhand from Giorgi. Good shoulder turn, good weight coming forward.
deuce.
It's so difficult now for the players to string 2 points together.
So it's like Venus. It's up to Venus. That ball landing nice and deep again. Pushing Jerzy backwards.
Advantage, Jerzy.
The longer this game's gone on, its importance has grown. Jerzy holds back to 2-1.
Big first serve there, 178 kilometers an hour.
Deuce.
Pointed out where Jerzy has been in position, done things so well coming forward. That backhand nowhere near in position to attempt that shot up the line. Poor choices this game.
Advantage, Jerzy.
Good extra on that, 181 kilometers. That's her fastest serve for the match. The crowd right into this contest. How about we have 11 juices in this game?
It just looks like, to me, from up here, that Jerzy, where earlier in the match she was playing with great intensity, now she's playing with some desperation as well. You've seen those errors really creep into the game of Camila Jerzy.
Should challenge this.
That ball
Advantage, Jerzy.
Down that end of the court. Let's have another look. Oh, that was close.
Don't know why she couldn't challenge that. Maybe not quick enough on the call.
Williams leads 2-1, final set.
2 hours and 9 minutes on court. What a game that was. That could be pivotal in the context of this match.
I do think, Peter, that was certainly pivotal for Camila Jerzy. Less so, in my opinion, for Venus Williams. She can get back to business. She still is up a break. Warrant that in her head. Go out, play a great game in this next one. Certainly had a lot of drama in that last game.
Oh, did we ever? To highlight what you're saying about
time.
Jerzy's had unforced errors in this set. 3 games, 15, just 1 from Venus Williams.
Venus Williams' ground strokes are certainly dialed in from having some misses in that first and second set, missing in the forehand, misfiring, hitting some balls wide, missing some balls long.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats quickly, please.
As of late.
Thank you.
And the word has gotten around Melbourne Park. You got a ticket to Margaret Court Arena. You need to be in this venue right now. Venus Williams with the break. Just again checking the positioning of the sun. The ball toss. 2 games to 1. Final sets.
$15 love. $15-all.
Good return there from Jerzy. Returning to the, might see her return to the form that we've seen so much throughout this match.
That's perfect serve. Right 6 without rise. Jerzy always
30-15.
Ball easily put away.
Exactly, Peter. I love that play, especially in these faster courts this year in Melbourne. Spin serve out wide. Great tool. He's doing a good job getting around that forehand and executing. It's the first one of those key forehand exchanges we've seen Jerzy win for a while. He is just missing that ball long.
So first ace in this set.
40-30.
Overall. Perfect timing.
She hits that serve well. 186. It's Venus Williams' fastest serve of the match.
And
Game Williams.
still a break ahead. Venus Williams 3 games to 1.
Williams leads 3 games to 1.
Pressure back on Camila Jerzy. Keep pace with Venus Williams.
And Peter, she pulled out the big gun when she needed it there at 30-all.
Always going to get stuck in that corner. I think Venus Williams threw that ball. See, trying to get back.
You see Williams talking to herself, saying, throw it up. Change of pace. Get that ball higher from the defense.
It's a good serve too into the body.
30 love.
Both players, Peter, would be happy to not repeat that long game they had 2 games ago.
Oh! 30-15.
So yet another double fault for Camila Giorgi. 14 in total, 4 from Williams.
Oh. Look out. Again, changes that double fault changes the momentum of the game.
Exactly, Peter. And you do not want to let a Venus Williams, who's this dialed in on her ground strokes and returns, into any game. Giorgi's done that here.
Ah! 40-13. Dude.
Giorgi leaves herself such a small margin for error on the net on those second serves.
The other thing about those double faults,
Advantage
Giorgi time
Williams.
to time get herself back into the game. But how many times do you want to do that 2 hours and 17 minutes into a match?
She's in trouble here, Peter.
Oh, she got it! Venus Williams! 4 games to 1 in the third set.
Williams leads 4 games to 1 final set.
Wow. So you said she was dialed in.
In that long game, we saw Giorgi go out to the backhand side of Venus Williams often on those break points. This time go out to go to the forehand side and hang for it. Good volley there, but unable to cover that amazing pass on the line.
It's just a little bit of pace off that first forehand from Venus Williams. That ball dipping for Giorgi.
Such good focus. Fired up Venus Williams on our hands here.
Yeah. Which doesn't bode well for Camila Giorgi. 15 double faults for the match.
Time.
Go back through the tape of the game and see the moments when those double faults have come in. How crucial it's been to change the momentum of those service games deep into the second and in this third set.
Giorgi's still jogging back. Give herself some confidence. Show Venus that she's still determined to stay in this match. Giorgi lucky to even win 1 game so far in this set.
Net. Second service.
Again, that forehand. Just look at the depth of shot from Venus Williams.
15 love.
Giorgi now well back in the court in the first set and a half. She was standing on the baseline, picked those up.
It's Venus Williams who's dictating these rallies now, where Camila Giorgi was for the most part of this match.
And that one again sitting up for Camila Giorgi.
15-all.
Spin that ball away from her.
That shot's worked very well for Camila Giorgi throughout this contest. Williams leaving that open. She can hit it.
Good footwork there, just got too close to the ball.
15-13.
Interesting choice for Venus Williams. Sometimes she will run around her forehand and hit a backhand well into the forehand side of the court, because it could have easily gotten around that and had taken a forehand. She's got off both wings, but I like seeing her take forehands out of the middle. Just like that.
30-all. $40-13.
59 unforced errors for Camila Giorgi. That one very makeable, that forehand. Again, shoulder height. 127 kilometers an hour. Game point for Venus.
Game Williams.
Game away from a spot in the fourth round. Venus Williams.
Williams leads 5-1, final set.
Williams again winning this forehand exchange. Big barometer over this entire match. Which one of these ladies has been winning that? Has been winning at the time.
Love 15.
Serving a way out of this.
Number 16 with the double faults.
Now 2 points away. Venus Williams looking to reach the round of 16.
Love
Never slammed
13.
for the first time since 2011 at Wimbledon.
Net.
Last time
First serve.
through the fourth round here was back in 2010, where she made it through the quarterfinals.
$15-13.
Good forehands in a row.
Video.
Camila Giorgi deadly on this forehand when she's in position and feeling good. Great footwork there again.
Got it. 2 hours and 26 on court. And Venus Williams has match points.
30-40.
This has been some display by Venus Williams today, the 18th seed.
Williams. 261, 4-6, 7-6, 6-1.
2 hours and 26 on court. She gets it done in 3 sets. And she's back to the round of 16 at the Australian Open again.
Fantastic stuff. Venus Williams. Wow, she really poured it on in that 3rd set. Raised her level to her level of game to a level I haven't seen from her in years. And she is so happy. Look at that smile.
By the way, she was able to fight back. Camila Giorgi played an incredible match. She won that 1st set. She had the momentum in the 2nd. Fell away a bit in the 3rd. Real arm wrestle. She was really happy with the first part of that match. 16 double faults though, crucial times. The footwork started to go in the 3rd set. And of course, taking on a determined opponent like Venus Williams.
I agree. I think that Camila Giorgi has a lot to look forward to in her career. Still very young. Has improved so many things. She's got to.
Well, this is going to be fun. Looking forward to this. Venus is with Ian Cohen.
Well, Venus, what a game, what a comeback. Congratulations. What did you think of that, Margaret Corderina? One of the true champs of the game, and you proved it there. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for the support. It feels awesome out here to get another win.
We know you like coming out here. It's your 2nd appearance, but take us through the game in the 2nd set when she was serving to take it out. Where did you find the strength to go on and then through the 3rd?
Well, this old cat has a few tricks left up the back. But she played amazing. She did nothing wrong, and she just played so aggressive, and I just kept thinking, okay, I'll have some chances at some point, and I've never played her before, so to play someone of her level for the first time in a major is challenging because you don't really know what to expect, and I felt like finally in the 2nd set, deep into it, I kind of started to understand how to maybe compete against her.
Well, you certainly found it. Now, it's the first time into the round of 16 since Wimbledon in 2011, so you're buoyant, you're resurgent, you're happening.
Yeah, that feels fantastic, especially, you know, when things happen in your life and it's not in your control. So it definitely feels awesome to be here, and I don't want to just leave it at that, so I try to keep going, you know.
Well, talking about continuing on, Agnieszka Radwanska is waiting for you in that round of 16. She had a 2-set win earlier today. What are your thoughts? You lead her 5-4 head-to-head.
Yeah, she's really played well against me in the last matches, and you know I was hoping to maybe have an All-American round of 16 with Varvara, and we've played some great matches in the Fed Cup, but it didn't work out, and I just got to try to keep going.
Well, we want you to keep going as well. We'd love to see you back here on Margaret Court Arena. Please give her a big show of appreciation. Venus Williams getting through 4-6, 7-6, and 6-1.
2 hours and 26 minutes on course. talked about her having fun coming down here and playing. She is really enjoying her tennis and enjoying the battle, particularly through that match in that second set.
She's played so much great tennis throughout her career. Seeing her so happy out there just brings a smile to my face. What a joy to watch Venus Williams playing this high level of tennis in the later stages of her career. Love to see her continue to play this well and have a great tournament here.
She's going to spend a bit of time out there, I think. Well, has she got the game to pushing Agnieszka Radwanska? I think after that performance today, she does.
I think she does. If she hits her ground strokes and serves as well as she did this match, she has a chance against anybody in the world.
Yeah.
Radwanska playing some very solid tennis this tournament.
And her level didn't really drop throughout that match from Venus Williams today. She kept it high throughout, kept it consistent throughout. As we look at the numbers here, draw your attention, 16 double faults to 4. The unforced error count blew out from Camila Giorgi. And you look at the points one, obviously more there. Giorgi did well at the net, but more break point opportunities taken by Venus.
Absolutely, and I think that the thing we highlight in this match is that Venus Williams played her best tennis in the third set. Played excellent tennis in the third set. She played very well throughout that match, but she raised her level of her game when she needed to, and she came out with the win.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen Venus Williams in the round of 16 here at Melbourne Park, but she's through now. Magnificent performance, and she gets the win today. Moves through to a meeting with Agnieszka Radwanska next. 4-6, 7-6, 6-1, 2 hours and 26 minutes. A highly entertaining contest on Margaret Court Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our second match here on Margaret Court Arena, please welcome from Poland, Jerzy Janowicz. And now the 12th seed at the Australian Open from Spain, Feliciano Lopez.
Day 6 continues at Margaret Court Arena. And this could be a big serving, big hitting affair. Number 12 seed, one of the veterans of the tour, Feliciano Lopez, and one of the up-and-comers from Poland who has made a semi-final of a Grand Slam tournament, Jerzy Janowicz. He had a big 5-setter the other night against Game On Fees, and for Lopez, he was in trouble in his second round match. His opponent pulled out when he was down 2-1. He's already had a 5-setter in his first round match. So these two gentlemen both know how to play long tennis. They're ulting with me in commentary, and we're looking forward to this. I've got a feeling it's another long one coming up.
It could be. I think we might see a couple of tie breaks here in these sets. Completely different kind of style that you see often now in men's tennis. Both players obviously using their great serve to set up the points and don't mind coming forward. And especially Feliciano Lopez, the gentleman we're looking at right now. He comes in a lot. He loves to play the serve and volley. He uses a lot of slice backhand. And coming from Spain, you know, it's kind of funny to see him play, because if you think about a Spanish player, you think about a baseline player hitting a lot of topspin and running around a lot around the baseline. But he's actually the complete opposite.
Well, he's been around a long time. He's very durable. He's 33 years of age, playing his 52nd consecutive Grand Slam singles tournament, stretching back to the start of the century. That's how long he's been around. Maybe hasn't quite reached the heights that he should have. Although he's ranked the highest he's ever been ranked at the moment.
Okay guys, just remind that this is a Hawkeye court, and to please mind the time in between points. And that's it. Any questions? No? Heads or tails?
Tails.
Heads.
I serve.
Okay.
He took his time to make this decision then, Feliciano. Thought he would have served straight away.
Well, he should know by now on which side the sun's coming up and the sun going down here in Melbourne. But obviously a little different, because he's playing a left-handed player, and him being right-handed, he might be bothered by the sun on a different side of the court. And he just needed to check it out just to make sure.
Janowicz is definitely an emerging player. Reasonable record in Grand Slams, 20 wins, 10 losses. And he's looking to only become the third pole through to the 4th round at the Australian Open. As we look at his details, he's a big man. He's ranked 44 in the world. And he had a pretty good year last year.
I don't think a year that he's going to be really pleased with, having a negative record on win-loss, 24-26. He's done better in 2013, where he would always hope that you can once again and a little bit higher in the year after. But 2014 his ranking slipped a little bit. He had a few minor injuries, and injuries obviously never help. They always cost you a couple of events at least. The ones you can't play, and the ones where you just need to find your match rhythm again. And one guy who has definitely a lot of match rhythm, who's been playing an unbelievable amount of 52 consecutive Grand Slams. This guy's fit.
He had a good year last year, as he won at Eastbourne, made 2 other finals, 1 other final I should say, Queen's Club. and a couple of semis, a few quarterfinals. Likes the grass, which again, Jaco, is a bit different for Spanish players. They generally just love the clay.
Well, Spanish soccer players, they do like the grass,
yes,
but not tennis players.
That's right. Yes, there's some darn good Spanish soccer players out there, although they're in the World Cup. Left a little bit to be desired. What stopped Lopez from doing a bit better? I mean, as we said, he's been a great survivor, but he hasn't quite hit the heights that maybe he should have.
Well, I think he has tried to be too much of an all-round player at stages. You know, if you can look really closely at his results, they usually come at a faster court. His serve is fantastic. His left-handed angles, and he can slice it, he can dice it, he can make a fastball. So it's really a great serve, and I think he would have done more damage to the big players in the bigger tournaments, and also hopefully winning a few more tournaments throughout his career if he would have really stuck to that even more. And I sometimes feel that he likes to be too much of an all-round player, and also doesn't select all the tournaments maybe the way he should have, and also sometimes playing a little too much from the baseline, where I think his strength is all at the net.
Well, it's been a very busy Australian Open for him already. We mentioned 2 long singles matches.
Surviving match points in both of them.
That's right, yeah. So he saved 4 match points already. So if we get to a match point situation with Janowicz serving, you'd back Lopez to probably hang on. Yeah, okay, but he did beat the wild card, Dennis Kudla, in the first round. And he won that 3-6, 6-2, 4-6, 6-2, 10-8. And he trailed Adrian Mannarino. And he was down 2 sets to 1 when Mannarino retired. And he saved a match point in that match. So he needs to find a bit more consistency. And he's well and truly into the doubles as well. He's already won a couple of matches there into the 3rd round.
Played a few matches at Kooyong, leading into the Australian Open. Didn't do well there, lost both matches.
Played in Chennai before that as well.
And lost first round there, so winning 2 matches, being match point down, has already been a big bonus to him, and now all of a sudden he gets a chance to equal his best record here at the Australian Open.
Janowicz had a big 5-setter against Game On Fees the other night on Hisense Arena. A match that swung the momentum, as most matches do when Game On Fees is in action.
1 minute.
Jaco, we don't know which Game On Fees will turn up. We have a good one for a set and a bad one for a set. We got a bit of that the other night.
But the crowd just love him, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Because he'll give you entertainment. And we hope you get entertainment here today.
I think people in the stands are taking a bit of a breather after that long ladies match. 2 hours and 26 minutes. So they need to get out of the sun a bit, get some drinks, some food, and come back and start enjoying this, I almost would say, maybe serving contest.
Yes, we're not expecting long
Ladies and
points,
gentlemen,
are we?
Lopez won the toss and chose to serve.
But there's a good chance we might get a few tie breaks. Both men have played a lot of tie break tennis.
Time.
And a very good record for Janowicz here at the Australian Open in 5-setters. He's won 3 from 3. So if we get to a 5th, we get back him. Even though, as Jaco said, Lopez has been there already in this tournament and been there a lot over the years.
And don't forget about Lopez. He has not lost a 5-set match in Grand Slams for a long time, since 2009 Wimbledon. So both players don't mind going long. They're used to that. They're tough competitors. But it's a first meeting between those 2 players as well. It's interesting always to see how that He's got to fall out in the first couple of games of the match. You always need some time to read where somebody is going to serve, get accustomed to the ball toss.
Yes, I was surprised about that. I know that Janowicz hasn't been on the scene that long, but I just thought they may have met at least once, considering he's emerging and has been emerging over the last year or so.
Hey, it just happens. Sometimes you see a lot of the same player, and if you don't like to play that person, you see him too often. And some players you just never meet in your entire career.
Is there someone that wherever you played, you tended to play against them a lot?
Yeah, it happens, yeah. Sadly enough, I saw a lot of Agassi in my career. Still wakes me up 16 years later.
First set, Feliciano Lopez to serve. Ready? Play. Oh. 15 love.
There goes the microphone.
30 love.
Look at a few of those 200+ K serves I would have thought today.
40 love. $40-15. Game Lopez.
Nice clean start by Lopez.
Yeah, some good serving straight away. And already mixing up all angles, leaving his opponent guessing. That's the strength of Feliciano Lopez. He has the same ball toss, and with that same ball toss, just with a little flick of the wrist, he can play a slice, he can go down the tee, and it's really tough to read.
Yes, Janowicz to serve. Lefty. Love 30.
Some trouble early for Janowicz.
It's amazing to see the amount of unforced errors he makes already in the first two games. And he was knocking the ball around easy during warm-up. Nothing in this last one, he just... some rhythm and to get some confidence.
15-14.
Even though he lost the point, I was watching closely the movement of Lopez, moving beautifully around the court.
It's
an undefendable angle. If he uses his full length, 2m2, it's a great ball toss. It's impossible to get to that ball.
Still down a break point though.
Game Lopez.
Well, terrible way to give up a break.
Lopez leads 2 games to 1.
Excellent start by Lopez.
Well, besides putting the ball in play in the first couple of points, he didn't have to do much. He just got 3 easy unforced errors and a double fault to top it all off. And it's a lazy start. Both players enjoy hitting their forehand cross court. Left-handed Lopez obviously does it a lot against the more right-handed players on the tour. It's also Janowicz's favorite shot, his forehand cross court.
Right idea, the drop shot by Lopez, but it wasn't the greatest shot in the world. Lucky that Janowicz put his shot wide.
That's a typical shot
40
for someone who has to get used to the serve and still doesn't read the ball toss yet. That serve into the body from left-handed player just comes right into you.
Game Lopez.
So he consolidates the break.
Lopez leads 3 games to 1.
And a lot of work for Jerzy Janowicz to do here. He'd be disappointed with his start.
Yeah, the match has actually has started. If you look at the score, 3-0, but the match hasn't started yet at all. Janowicz is still thinking about different things. And he's not thinking about the most basic things in tennis. Keep your eye on the ball. His eyes hidden by these really spectacular glasses he's wearing. But he's still mishitting a lot of the balls. Not moving quick enough yet. And so far there's not been a contest yet.
You see a few wear sunglasses, but not many. Especially with the bright sunlight here and out in Hisense Arena at that southern end when the sun is out and you're looking into the sun to try and serve.
Yeah, you would think people would get used to it, but it's not great, especially not when you're sweating, and a lot of the players are just used to squinting their eyes and therefore still keeping a good eye on the ball. Lopez just using his slice to Working around on the left, Jose Clavet, Pepo, as we call him.
30 love.
Former Spanish player, as well as was his brother, Francesco Clavet, who was the better of the two.
Yeah, I remember him.
Ranked top 20. As you can see him here. He's a very good coach, I must say. He's making the boys work hard. There's lots of information on the opponents, been around for such a long time.
Forty love.
Janowicz just starting to get into his work a little bit now after that tardy start. But he's chasing the set. If he plays shots like that on a regular basis on the forehand, he's going to be hard to beat.
3 games to 1.
The pole, that was a beauty. If they get into rallies, who wins?
About even, I would say.
15 love.
I needed a bit of time to think. It also depends where they hit the ball. Because Lopez, as you could see already, he loves to use his slice. He can work Janowicz around the court. And Janowicz will have to come up with something big to finish it off against such an athlete. Lopez is.
Let's for service. Let's second service.
There's
15
a bit of difficulty with the sun. Sun in his eyes, then you serve. You get his full bright lights, and then the next ball comes back really quickly. A little time sometimes to adjust. Although he misses, it's quite clear what Janowicz is trying to do here. He thinks that
30-15.
playing towards the forehand of Lopez is going to give him some more opportunities than keep pounding on that slice backhand the whole time.
That's the way to go? Go the forehand?
Might be one way of looking at it. Yeah, sure. Only time will tell.
Backhand slice lets him down, then Lopez. And Janowicz might be able to feel an opening here to get back in the set.
Mumbling about not seeing the ball very well to his coach. Seems like the ball has woken up.
30,
I think so. With a forehand like that. And Lopez had realised he's woken up. He could not handle that whatsoever, and he's down a break point here. Still battling. with the sun.
Deuce.
That was a huge second serve there from Lopez, trying to get out of trouble. 186. It's big for a second serve.
It's a risk, wasn't it? Paid off.
Advantage Lopez.
His first serve percentage is a problem. His third service game, it's only at 33%.
Hit it down the line. Okay, that's quite difficult already, but if you kind of outside the alley, as you can see on this replay, to be outside the singles sideline and hit it back inside, it's tough.
Advantage Lopez.
Like a lot of the big servers, Lopez has the advantage of bringing the big guns out when he is in a bit of trouble.
Because they play both a great rally, and the drop shot Janowicz hit, and then also this forehand here of Lopez, both last two balls are terrible to end that rally. Janowicz the lucky one.
Longest rally of the match so far.
Advantage Janowicz.
Yes, it's too short from Lopez. And another break point for Janowicz to make a presence in this opening set.
Ouch.
He's already done that once in the tournament to a ball boy. Not in that spot, though, of course. And he's frustrated, Lopez. Let himself down after getting the early break. Janowicz is breaking back. Lopez leading 3-2. Game's on serve, opening set.
Weird if you already say at the first point you can't see the ball good enough after you serve. You get so frustrated about it. I mean, this is a tennis player. You play under these conditions your whole life. Why would it be difficult for such today?
Well, you're almost conceding to your opponent, aren't you? I mean, I would have thought that Janowicz
Time.
were like that, thinking, well, I've got this man here, even though he's up a break. I'm a massive chance of getting back in this set. He's worried about the sun.
It's the worst body language you can show if you're up 3-1. And even if you're completely blind and it bothers you like nothing else before in your entire life, you just don't show it.
No. Poker face. Janowicz, courtesy of that poor service game by Lopez. Standing in the shade, obviously he knows it's a problem for him at that southern end as well.
But that's why he brought his sunglasses.
Correct. 2-3.
Love 15.
Glorious shot by Lopez.
A lot of people will be bothered by the
Love
speed
it.
of the serve Janowicz hits at first and also on second, but Lopez not so much because he has a great block, chip block return on backhand as well on forehand side if needed, just to absorb that speed, put the ball back in play. Another great example here of
Love
first serve,
it.
217 kilometers an hour. It just makes a little block on that forehand return, just over the net, and sets himself up for another winning point.
Go! 15-14.
Well, he set it up again, didn't he? Looking for the opportunity to break to love, but he missed with the forehand. Still two more chances to get another break. Janowicz struggling on serve. Has the potential to be very low
13-14.
percentage of the drop shot from behind the baseline, but when it comes off, it's mercurial, isn't it?
I'm telling you, this Finnish coach would have had a heart attack as soon as he saw him preparing for the drop shot once again.
Still down a break point.
Deuce.
Good hustling by Janowicz.
Advantage Lopez.
Still a power of work to do for Janowicz to try and get out of this service game after he managed to break Lopez back in the previous one. up with a volley,
Yes.
but Lopez didn't make him pay.
Two big misses here from the Spaniard. This passing shot and that forehand he already had earlier this game to break. You shouldn't forget to break him once again, because you're not going to get too many chances.
Advantage.
You do have them
Janowicz.
like this. You have to convert. You really have to convert.
Having a conversation with himself, Lopez.
Deuce.
We've only played 5, almost 6 games, and Janowicz is already at 13 on forced errors. That's an average of 2 a game.
That's a problem.
Lopez charging the ball on the left near. The ball is called in. Advantage Janowicz. Lopez has 2 challenges remaining. Game Janowicz.
Maybe you should have.
That looked pretty close, didn't it?
3 games over.
Well, it was a battle, but game still on serve here in the first set.
Polish corner, obviously happy. Breaking back and then holding this last serve again, being down low 40.
3-all.
15 love.
As we would say in Dutch, that will motivate the civilian. You know, this is like...
I like that. Big serve like that. Needs to come to the net more and play the volley. Two in a row.
40 love.
Good crisp stuff from Lopez.
Game Lopez. New balls, please.
Well, that's what he wanted in the previous
Lopez
service game.
leads 4 games to 3.
He didn't get that, but he's up 4-3, Lopez.
Strong legs, big push off there. Serve, very stylish player. Lopez. Physically strong. This man more tall and strong. Person should use his legs as much as he can. His physical ability, the other one should use his length as much as he can. To see different styles, different kind of players meet each other. Usually a recipe for fun situations on the court.
He's a massive man.
Time.
Janowicz.
Putting some chalk on his hands before going back on court. Try and get rid of all the moist.
Do all the players do that, or a lot of them employ chalk?
I would say maybe between a third and half of the players do it. Obviously they would, especially there where it's warm and you're sweating a lot. Why they bring a towel just like Lopez is doing.
There's a break each, game's on serve.
Fifteen loves.
Forehand's already produced 4 winners. Mind you, he's got 13 unforced errors. Janowicz.
Letter service.
It's a bit sloppy in patches.
New one.
Please, new one, please.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
$15 all.
Yes, that didn't sound good, did it? Huge moment for these ball kids, and they deserve to be treated with respect.
That's his favorite shot. Create an angle on the forehand, being actually
30-15.
not far away, just from the center mark. It's maybe like 2 steps to the right. What's this? Almost on the center mark, and he can still create a short cross angle on the forehand.
Played it well.
14-15.
5 aces.
That was big.
It's close. I think it's out.
That was close. I think it's out at 221 kilometers an hour. Can't say that I'm sure.
No, she didn't see it. Just fair enough.
40-30.
Yeah, thought so.
Again, Janowicz.
So the pole holds. 4 games all.
4 games all.
Now the most interesting game is coming up. It's the same one where he was just already bothered standing on that side, Lopez. And now once again he has to serve at 4-all.
He psyched himself out. Yeah, okay, that was the problem.
Maybe he's going to adjust his stance a little bit. Practice a few ball tosses here.
Love 15.
But by doing that, is he playing into his opponent's hands? Because again, his opponent knows that he's bothered by the sun at that end.
I don't think Jerzy speaks Spanish very well.
15 all. $30-15.
loose shot. Those errors really plaguing him so far.
Fall to 15. Lettuces. Again, Lopez.
The sun didn't bother him as much that set, or he
Lopez
didn't show it, or
leads
that game, I should
5
say.
games to 4.
And game's on serve, first set.
Obviously the sun kind of turns around a little, so it might get better by time serving on that end. But it's all about mindset. If you have a different mindset and you go towards acceptance and you go from there and try to find a solution, that already does a lot to you. And I heard a great story about Benjamin Becker, who played against Leighton the other day. I heard it today from one of our colleagues, and he was down 2 sets to love, discussing with himself the way he played against Leighton, only getting 2 or 1 games in each set. He went for a break, went off court, locked the door of the bathroom, chased all his clothes, his shoes, and said to himself, I'm going to come out a different man, and I'm going to be a different player than I've been just in general, but especially the last two sets. And he came out and did play as a complete different person and played great and ended up beating Leighton in 5.
Yes, I also read about that. I mean, he was angry with himself too. He said, I could have done some damage to the bathroom. He didn't. But he got all the anger out and off he went. What was that?
15 love.
Great miss hit.
$15-all. $15-30.
He's not hitting the box well yet, but his service speed has actually gone up the last 2 service games, like he's getting warmer now in his shoulder. 10 to 15 k's an hour faster than before.
Under some pressure though in this game. He's mishit a few, hasn't he, Lopez?
I know we get to see another. Going to get another look at the face of Janowicz after this last one. He was so relieved. He didn't expect it at all. Such a present at 15:30.
40-30. Deuce.
He's already given a game away worth of double faults. Janowicz.
On the left is coach Kim Tiljakinen, Finland.
Advantage, Janowicz.
Correct. Same coach that has also spent some time, I think, with Radwanska in the past.
Game, Janowicz.
He's pumped up. The big pole. He got himself out of trouble. Because he served let him down on occasions, and then the serve managed to help him.
Janowicz and Radwanska actually winning the Hopman Cup here.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago. Getting the US in the finals.
Pretty formidable team. 5-all.
Love 15.
I'm surprised by the fact that Lopez is looking so much to his coach the whole time. Every point that he loses, he looks to the side. Looks childish, to my opinion.
Love 13.
It's almost like he's bereft of ideas. He doesn't know what to do when he gets himself into trouble. Again, I'll bring up the point.
And then what do you do as a coach? Yeah, you just kind of...
Well, you can't. You can't do much. He's restricted, isn't he? We had him cooked in. Janowicz with the shot down the line.
15-30.
The net was in the row, which was very lucky for Lopez. Looks out of sorts in this game. But again, the body language to me is playing into his opponent's hands. Here's a massive
15-14.
Lopez started the better in the set. Janowicz all over the place, and now they've swapped spots, if you like. Lopez the one really battling. Second serve ace. He couldn't serve it at a better time. Still, crisis time for the left-handed Spaniard.
Same thing that I said in warm-up. That might be the reason why he's not being the top players at the top events at all times, Lopez way too passive. Then he gets a chance here from the pole to come forward. He obviously does it, but that should be a standard thinking for him to go forward.
Especially with the big serve that he possesses.
But also in the rally, he should rally to create a short ball and come in.
Advantage Lopez.
And he should just not rally to rally.
His first serve percentage has been an issue. As you can see, 41%. He's been good when he has gone to the net. 6 from 8.
Deuce.
It's a beautiful shot. Again, I don't really like a player playing with one leg in the air, but it worked for Janowicz then.
Advantage Lopez. Game Lopez. Lopez leads 6 games to 5.
But a bit of a battle for him. Now Janowicz needing to hold serve to take this to a tie break. Very inconsistent set though, Jacko, from both players so far. Some highs, but lots of lows.
That's it, Dan. I agree 100%. Moments where you think they can really close out the opponent and wrap up the game or wrap up the set. They make an unforced error. And therefore this set so far, you know, has not to some great tennis, but it's not really where you would really creep into yet, you know, although it's 6-5. To me, it still feels like they're testing a little bit, and they both still have to grow another 15 to 20% at least to get in a winning match frame of mind.
Time.
It didn't look like it in the beginning. 3-love it was for Feliciano Lopez in the start of this set, but now it's awfully close to a tie break. One more service game for the pole to hold. It's already a 47-minute set so far. That's quite long. So more baseline tennis, more rallies than we thought it before this match.
Player miss-hit and mistime the ball so much in a short space of time like Lopez. A lot of shanks. Yes, you talked about the length of matches. I saw the All-Australian affair last night, Tomic and Groth. They just raced through service games.
That's what
Janowicz is doing in this game to take it to a tie break. Shoulder's certainly loose now.
He's not bothered by speed, but if you hit a forehand block return like this on a 250k now, that's what you get.
Well, he just hung the racket out, hoping that the ball would hit it and take it to where it needed to go. That was incredible.
Game, Janowicz.
He's going to continue to do that because
6 games all,
Janowicz is starting
tiebreak.
to serve better. His
Each
angles are
player
there,
now
his
receives
speed's
one
gone up
additional
a little.
challenge.
He's still vulnerable on second serve. He only wins 1/3 of the points if he has to play a second serve. But Paul with the mental edge going into the tiebreak.
7 aces now for Janowicz.
That's actually an understatement.
1-0,
Touch.
Lopez.
I'm telling you, he's doing this on purpose. That's how good he is at the net. There's no luck involved. Look at his racket face. He keeps looking at the ball. He knows what he's doing.
Incredible. That volley from the naked eye, to me, looked like it was more good luck than good management with the reflexes. But looking at the replay a couple of times, it was outstanding, wasn't it? The skill involved.
Two one, Janowicz.
Interesting, he's not challenging this. Maybe look at somebody in the stands who gave him the signal long, but he still has 3 challenges remaining. Lopez is too passive.
3-1,
Obviously, I'm
Janowicz.
judging him now based on his ranking, his highest ranking of 14. If you're ranked 14, to me, you have to judge somebody. If in top 20, you have to judge them upon different rules, different set of rules.
That's a good point.
That's it.
He's still down the mini break after that brilliant shot by
3-2,
Janowicz.
Janowicz.
He's got 2 serves to come now and can take a bit of a stranglehold on this breakout, especially if he serves like he served in the previous service game.
Let's for service.
Janowicz has turned a miss hit.
3-0.
We're back on even Stevens in the tiebreak at 3-all.
6-all, 3-all. Still Lopez has won 3 more points. It all goes back to these first 3 games of the match where he won his first 2 games really easy. All the unforced errors Janowicz made.
4-3, Lopez.
Well, that was excellent intimidation coming to the net by Lopez, forcing Janowicz to really have to go for the big passing shot. And he couldn't quite get there. He's a bit unlucky, of course. So, mini break in favour of the Spaniard.
Half-hearted, is that a way of saying something in English? This was a half-hearted attempt. You know, he knew he had to come in actually on this one, but he was reluctant, and that's what you get. You get a floater on that backhand slice. With a different mindset, it would have been a slice approach.
Given the advantage straight back. Half-hearted again.
It's every time
5-4, Janowicz.
he's in two different mindsets. It's like, okay, I have to know I have to go for it, but I don't really want to. Ranked 14, having played a lot of matches, being Lopez, having the shots you have, go look for that W. How much reconfirmation do you need, even in one set?
Can close the set out here. Yes, he's a bit circumspect at times, Lopez. Both players are giving each other points. They could give each other the set here with the errors.
Janowicz, 4 of 16 when he has to play second serves. Only 25% of the points he wins. Good mix-up here from the pole.
6-5, Janowicz.
Surprised Lopez a lot.
So Janowicz with the set point, but Lopez with the serve.
You can already hear when he's going for it.
6-0.
By the way he grunts and moans.
It's like a cow giving birth, isn't it, almost? Whether it helps, I'm not sure. I'm absolutely sure that it doesn't help Maria Sharapova that much. Or Victoria Azarenka. Well, they seem to think it does because they get louder and louder.
That's the first thing you think of at 6-all in the tiebreak here, Dan. People grunting on another court.
Well, just thinking about Janowicz grunting.
Seven, 6.
Now it's Lopez's turn to have a set point, but he has to negotiate the serve of Janowicz. Parry and thrust. Absorbing first set despite all the errors.
Game at first Lopez.
Janowicz has given it to him with the double fault.
7 games to 6.
And he's very frustrated, so he should be. 5 double faults and the worst time to serve one. Feliciano Lopez wins the first set 7-6 in 59 minutes. What a funny old set that was.
It definitely was. Just look at the summary. 43% first serves of Lopez. That's way too low, obviously. But still, you won the set. But if you look at aces double faults, that's not so much of a difference. But the unforced errors of Janowicz, 25. Lots of them coming in the beginning. But once again, also at the end, only one break point converted. And Feliciano Lopez an ace set, which had 13 games, including the tiebreak. He only came to the net a total of 12 times. That's not enough.
Yes, we've said that with the serve he's got. It should be automatic, shouldn't it?
Because if he doesn't, you get situations like this where Janowicz starts controlling and all of a sudden hitting a big winner from the baseline. That's what he needs to do, come in.
Because he has looked good on the bowling, hasn't he, when he has gone in?
He's such a good net player. You see the loud yell after that set, it came from Lopez. It didn't come from Janowicz, the one who was grunting and moaning in the last couple of games. But there was sheer frustration here for Lopez. He felt he had the set in the bag already for a long time and played sloppy. It didn't close out when he had the chances to, and so relieved that he still wins this set. Imagine you would lose this one. You still need to go at least another 3 to beat your opponent, and now at least you have this set.
It's all about maintaining the rage,
Second
maintaining the
set,
consistency,
Janowicz
which has let Lopez down over the years. It's let Janowicz down in the short stages of his career too.
Lofty.
Hey.
15-0.
He started badly on serve in the first set. Janowicz finally eradicates that in this set. Outstanding touch. He doesn't come to the net enough either for a big man. But when he does come, Janowicz, he's pretty good at it.
14-15.
He's won 5 from 7 at the net so far today.
Game Janowicz.
And he's on board first in the second set. He leads 1-love.
First game, second set.
His first serve percentage has been okay. 62 for the match. We mentioned earlier, Lopez has had an issue. Just 43%. Must improve that. He's going to the end, which has been a bit of a bogey end for him, especially in one service game which he dropped. Maybe he stopped letting it bother him, even though he keeps practicing the ball toss. Love one.
Lovely. Fifteen.
It was a good second serve. Looking at it, Janowicz getting himself all tangled up that didn't help his cause.
Let for service.
The improvisation supreme. How Janowicz stayed in that point was unbelievable. Deep volley by Lopez. Janowicz put the big lob in that then had Lopez on the back foot. Big point here.
14-30.
Their unforced error, though, really hurting Janowicz. 27 already. We've just started the second set. Mind you, he has 20 winners as well.
Game Lopez. One game.
It's been a while since he hit an ace like this down the tee from his not favourite side of the court.
Beautiful action when he gets it right, isn't it?
Well disguised, difficult to see where it's going to go.
Lovely.
Something about left-handed sports people or left-footed sports people if it's football.
15-0.
For me anyway, they're beautiful to watch, I reckon.
Many times a little bit more instinctive, a little quicker, a little bit more creative.
Not that the right side aren't either, but something about the lefties.
Hey! 15-30.
Good slice, doesn't have a lot of speed on it, and to accelerate from so far out and to hit a winner, it's difficult if you get a low-paced ball. Defending, but not one of his balls was getting over the service line, and Janowicz had a lot of chances to do something more, and then he comes up with this.
It's almost like a defensive shot again for a winner. Special. Couple of break points here.
Game Lopez.
Well, he's done it. Lopez, he broke early in the first set. He's done it in the second set. Can he ensure that he can capitalise on that? He's up 2-1. He won the first set 7-6.
2 games to 1.
You can see on the return games a chip block on the big serve of the pole is already enough to get him into the point, and then also to kind of wait and challenge the pole on going for too much too soon, which he has done over the last couple of points. But then all of a sudden, when he has the chance of getting a slice winner, was obviously a miraculous shot, but then he has to come in. And on his own serve, Lopez, if he wants to continue his lead, he's going to have to play a little more aggressive. Put it in a few more first serves, get some more free points with some aces. And it's going to be difficult then for this pole to find a tactic that's really going to benefit him with good points. There are no points. His normal bread and butter is not working too well against the Spanish player. His big serve not being as effective as normal. His forehand cross court not as effective as normal.
The slice is becoming his money shot, isn't it? So he needs to ensure he can take advantage of the break. 2-1.
New balls after 16 games, 7 and 9. 7 games in the beginning because the warm-up is also included.
15
from now on, after every 9 games, new balls will follow.
love.
He's using the new balls to a max. Good speed, 208. New balls,
30-15.
obviously a little less fluffy. And therefore they are a little faster through the air, less resistance, and also after the bounce. So it increases the speed.
Janowicz, and Lopez takes full
14-15.
Beautiful to watch. The smash when a player gets it right.
Game Lopez.
So is that. Well, he's done the job. He's ensured
Lopez
that he's
leads
capitalised on
3
the
games
break.
to 1.
3-1 Lopez.
And after that set victory and that loud yell out of frustration, he seems a little calmer. Lopez, a little happier, not looking to his coach as much. Well, he plays soccer well. Yeah. Both his parents actually former volleyball players. You can kind of expect it with his length.
15-0.
Well, they would need to be tall. Mind you, I remember broadcasting the 2000 Sydney Olympics, and Tunisia had a volleyball team in the women's, and not many of them were all that tall.
Hey. 30-15.
First great slice return. His forehand he could have kept in play.
40-15.
I think we're going to see some quicker service games throughout the match, contrary to the first set, where the average.
He saw something he didn't like then.
He was just checking out the birds.
Game, Janowicz.
Better service game by Janowicz. He's still down a break.
Lopez
Lopez
leads
is way
3 games to 2.
in the second. There's a good record at the Australian Open. Janowicz been coming from 2 sets to love down. Obviously won't be conceding the set yet, but needs to improve his play.
You just can't keep doing that all the time, though. It's not a tactic. It just happens. And it shows that he's a fighter. And then we can still expect a lot from him. But you just don't enjoy being down 2 sets to love. Even if you survive that match, it takes so much out of you. And if you really want to push the draw here, you just have to be also safe in energy. Just not wasting it on a lousy set or a lousy game. As you can see, he's not a happy camper yet.
Time.
Knowing that it's not so much the great play of Lopez. Obviously, he's not playing dumb. He's playing reasonably smart, not going forward enough. Once again, I repeat that. But at the same time, he knows it's his own play that's still below par for Janowicz.
He was yelling at himself then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hope so.
Lovely.
Wonder if his friend the sun played a role in him missing that overhead. Lopez at the southern end. Just keep volleying. It's going well for you, Feliciano. 13 from 16 now. So the aces, 8 of them.
Janowicz is challenge the call on the left serve. The ball is called in.
Even if it's good, you should break the momentum if you play a good serve, 2 aces and a great serve and volley play.
Second serve.
He was right all along.
Yes, he put his hand up straight away.
Just right on the service line, that last forehand.
Maybe putting doubts in the Spaniard's mind here. No, those doubts have gone.
40-30.
Unbelievable serve.
It's a huge serve, 209 out wide, and what an angle.
Lopez.
I think he gets the picture now, Feliciano Lopez.
Lopez leads 4 games to 2.
Just keep coming in. Yako, it does work for him. And he again consolidates that all-important break. 4-2.
Low. 30 love.
He made the right decision.
Love. Game Janowicz.
Easy service going for Janowicz.
Lopez
As the horse
leads
bolted.
4 games to 3.
He's down 4-3.
It was a quick service game, but Janowicz still not happy. Still frustrated about the fact he's set in a breakdown. And also feeling that Lopez starts to make better choices on his own service game now. Therefore, it's getting more difficult to break the Spaniard.
He's more comfortable now, Lopez, doesn't he?
There was still a lot of frustration in him at the first set. Now he seems to be a little bit, as I just earlier said, a little bit more at ease.
Time.
Uplifting music for all of us.
Loud too. They call this Super Saturday at Melbourne Park, the middle Saturday of the tournament, almost at the halfway mark.
They've had record crowds every single day here.
Well, the weather, there's one day it was mid-30s, I think it was Wednesday, but it was still good enough to attract a record crowd. The weather has been spectacular, as it always is, Yarko, Melbourne. What do they say? Beautiful one day, fantastic the next.
Love to.
I just made that up, by the way. They say that in Queensland.
Sometimes you should take the ball out of the air, but once like this, it's better to let it bounce, just to make sure.
Certainly. Janowicz missed one like that the other night on this court.
30-15.
Getting a lot of free points on his serve now, Lopez.
That's a beautiful return. He was expecting a body serve again. A serve that was so successful the point before. Using that lefty angle to turn it, to just kind of swoop it into your body. He's confident serving now.
Well, this is what we want to see when he gets himself into a little bit of bother, as he has on a couple of times in this set. He's just found a way with a big serve. 9 aces now.
Game Lopez.
Exquisite touch. Puts him 1 game away from being
Lopez
2 sets to
leads
lover.
5 games to 3.
And a shot like that, that shows a mind that's not hectic, that you can oversee the situation and have the calmness to play that shot. First serve percentage in this set for Lopez at 70%. And at the end of the first set it was only around 42, 43. Shots
15 love,
and hopefully be in a good shape to make a break on the next game. And I also think Lopez is going to have a go at this game, because then you can start in the third if you might make a break. You don't have to serve for it. Janowicz still irritated by all the sounds these birds make. He's asking him to be quiet.
Good luck.
Birds just picking off the moths here in the stadium.
Might be a bit late for this set, but
But
one
he
of the
wants
shots of the match.
He wants to put something in the mind of his opponent, like, you're not done yet, mate. I can come up with something great whenever I want to.
out. 40 love.
It's already the second shot. I don't hit in the center of the racket, he's saying. Shank the other forehand.
I can tell you why the moths are here too. I opened my wallet. Oh, good return by Lopez, and
40-15.
Janowicz wasn't ready for it.
That's a great return. Shoot ups.
Game. Janowicz.
He holds comfortably, but Lopez still in the box seat. And he'll
Lopez
come out and
leads
serve for the
5
second
games
set.
to
He
4.
needs 5-4.
Go, Jerzy, go! Go, Jerzy, go! Go, Jerzy, go!
So it's all on Lopez's racket. This second set. And then Janowicz has got to start making a comeback to try and get himself through to the fourth round.
Lopez having a solid season and therefore getting his career high 14. That's a pretty good achievement if you're 33 years old. And to get back to your highest ranking at an age like that, that doesn't happen very often.
No.
He's won 4 titles in his career, 2 on grass, 2 on hard course.
Time.
As we said in the introduction, if you think about a Spanish player or a Spanish person who plays tennis, Lopez has shown us the complete opposite already in these 2 sets.
He's obviously fit. He's very, very durable.
That's Spanish, actually.
He just keeps playing. He's going okay in the doubles as well, into the third round in the men's doubles at this tournament.
First point of the game.
15-0.
He's going for it, Janowicz. Giving it everything. Last throw of the dice in this second set. No, she shanked it live.
30-15.
Janowicz did, and then she was looking for a place to hide. All she was doing, that girl was minding her own business, having a lunch. She wasn't ready.
What a risk he took there. 30-15, second serve. 198. He went for the second serve here, Lopez. Just wanting to make sure that he's not going to have to play the point out.
Opens the door a bit, though.
Let's listen.
Had it, didn't he? But that forehand, this last forehand, it was so weak.
Yeah, it was.
It was so weak. There should be no spin in an approach shot like that at 30-all to go set point.
He knew that he didn't do enough with that, and he's now down a break point. He needs a big serve here, Lopez. And he gets one, and then an excellent volley. Well, he wants this, big Feliciano. And he's finding a way when he's getting into trouble of avoiding too much danger. Still, though, there's some work to do to close this set out.
Advantage, Janowicz.
Somebody who likes to play serve and volley and come to the net doesn't like it when you do it and force it upon them so that they have to pass.
He's 6 from 11 at the net, Janowicz, but he hasn't been as decisive as that. Another break point for him.
Whoa!
I have a feeling that if he's going to lose this set, he's going to eat his own racket. Too passive in the rain.
Advantage, Janowicz.
Janowicz is smart by playing it there twice on not such a high speed. He gets the short ball and then he goes for it.
He's waiting for Janowicz to make a mistake, Lopez. He's not making too many in this game. Gets his third break point opportunity to make it 5-all.
It's a battle. This game is a battle.
He takes it out on the net, Feliciano. Yelling out almost in relief as that volley was successful. 18 from 25 successfully at the net today.
Janowicz is returning great.
Oh, he is.
Also the points before, the break point. Well, Lopez came up with a great backhand volley. This one again.
It was a great return, but again, he was a bit indecisive in rolling into the net then, it seemed, Lopez. Another break point. Oh, good bowling.
Yes.
Tremendous game, this. And if he holds serve here, Lopez, and wins the set, G would have earned it.
Unbelievable
Advantage,
Janowicz. But if you have a player down and out and you get an overhead, I almost said the bad words here, but that's a terrible smash.
Just didn't do enough again. Break point number 5.
He's following great, and then when Janowicz has the chance, he doesn't make it.
Yes.
He gets the most unbelievable shots. He makes great returns, and then he gets this easy cookie.
It was there for him, wasn't it?
1 for 9 by now, and break points converted.
This game could make or break Janowicz in regard to this match and this tournament, obviously.
Advantage, Lopez.
Playing Russian roulette poker, bluff poker right now, Lopez.
But he gets a set point now.
Interesting to see now, Dan, is that he's going forward on almost everything that he sees right now, Lopez. You know, when push comes to shove, he does it.
But you're right, there are times when he hasn't. He's just sat back.
Game and second set, Lopez. 6 games to 4.
Tremendous guts and determination by
Lopez leads by
Never
2
say
sets.
die attitude. Mind you, Janowicz was terrific in that game as well. But Lopez holds serve and wins the second set 6-4.
Wow, what a finale this second set had. Lopez serving much better, especially at the end when he needed it. He came up with some great serves. Unforced error, both players at least less than the winners they've hit. But then break points converted. Lopez 101. Janowicz 0 for 5. It's all about the big points, isn't it? You have to win them. And a big point in this case was already quite early in that set when Lopez made that break.
Yes, he played pretty solid set. Feliciano Lopez. There are some things he can do better, as Janowicz said. When he does come to the net, generally he looks pretty good. He does have exquisite touch. That was a beautiful shot.
Got the 5-3 that was.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him. That's like he's running a fashion show the way he runs right there to the net. Completely happy with himself.
Well, he's looking at the box to make sure they're happy with him too. He's done that all day.
Pepe, Jose Clavet. He must be proud of his players showing the guts. At the same time, knowing him a little bit, he will also still be very critical about the things that have gone well. Sorry, not have gone well, and Some of the things that he sees are so clear, especially the forehand on the baseline rallies of Lopez. He still has to do a lot of work on that, but you know, he's 33 years old. Should be there by now.
It's the old saying.
But look at his chest. I mean, this guy's fit. I mean, look at him.
Girls will be happy with that, I would have thought. The ladies.
Maybe some boys too.
Correct. Now, Jerzy Janowicz, when he's played 5 setters at the Australian Open, he beat Jordan Thompson, who had won the first 2 sets against him. The young Australian who 2 years in a row has got a wild card into this tournament. He dropped the first 2 last year, 1-6, 4-6, and then won 6-4, 6-2, 6-1. So he's done it before, and he actually came from 2 sets to love down in 2013 in the second round to beat Devaman of India. He lost 6-7, 3-6, then won 6-1, 6-love, 7-5. So he's done it before here. He has to do it again. It's become the 3rd Polish male into the 4th round of an Australian Open.
3rd set, Janowicz to serve. Love 15. Janowicz is challenged the call on the left base. The ball is called in.
He went quickly with that challenge.
Well, he had to, because he did hit that ball and he missed it in the net. If he doesn't quickly, he has no more right to claim. But I think it was just wishful thinking. It was so far in.
Love 15. Janowicz has 2 challenges remaining.
That was funny.
He knew, but he was just making sure.
Previous 2 sets.
15-0.
Lost the break reasonably early in both sets, especially in the first. And then he played great tennis towards the end of the set, but still not good enough to really come back and win it.
$30-15.
He has produced better tennis in the beginning and halfway through a set, and not only saving it for the end.
$40-15.
Both players might need a bit of a breather here after that great last game.
Game, Janowicz.
It's a good start by Janowicz.
First game, 3rd set.
But he's dropped the first 2 sets.
You just mentioned he might be the 3rd Polish player to ever reach the round of 16 here at the Aussie Open. Who were the other 2 Polish players?
Lucas Cabot.
That was still recent. What about the other one?
1978. Wojak, feedback.
You're well prepared, mate. You're well prepared.
Oh, I'm working with the greats. I need to be. He had some success feedback back in the 70s.
Great doubles player he was too, playing a lot with my fellow countryman Tom Ocker. At the same time, Lopez should also realize that he should also be more aggressive in the beginning and the halfway through a set and not only at the end.
You know he can slice well. He can also hit some outstanding flat roundies too.
30 love.
And the serve, well, it takes care of itself. 11 aces now. Just that first serve percentage has been a bit disappointing.
Let's for service.
53 for the match. It was well under 40 early in the match, so he has improved a bit.
The umpire made a smart comment there. I think it's out, but you can challenge. And that's the best way to do it. She's not going to overrule a call on the far outside line.
Let's for service.
I'll ask you why in a minute about that.
Game Lopez.
So an easy hole
New
for
ball,
Lopez.
please.
He leads 1-all. He's up 2 sets to love.
1 game on.
If she thinks it's out, and I know it's on the far side for her, she seemed confident. Why wouldn't she overrule?
Well, she would overrule if she's really confident. But it's not well accepted by the players that, you know, if she does it and she's wrong, it sends out a really bad message.
Right.
And it's tough if you're that far away and with speeds like this, you should leave it up to the person who sits there. If it's the closest line, you can still do it if you're really sure. But you'd rather have Hawkeye make the decision. That's why we have technology nowadays too.
And it is good too, the old Hawkeye.
Love 15. No! 15-0.
Almost an outstanding winner by Lopez. Backpedaling, off balance.
No! 15-30.
These are the moments where Janowicz has to be careful. He seems to be playing better when the intensity is high or when there's lots of things going on court. You saw that also against Gael Monfils. He's most vulnerable when it's like quiet and matches progresses at a normal level. This is where he has to find also the right intensity to keep producing these kinds of serves.
30.
It's a costly one.
40-30.
It was not really a chip, it was more like a slice that he hit, but he used too much wrist on that last one. And if you just mistime it by the slightest margin.
Deuce.
It almost sounded like he was saying, as he was grunting so hard then, Janowicz, rock me. And then he started singing it when he really was exerting himself at that last shot. So a bit of trouble for him here at Deuce.
Advantage, Janowicz.
You can't believe the amount of force that hits your underarm with a serve like this. You try to block it, but it has such an impact. People who play tennis, but not at this level, I'm telling you, if that really hits your racket, and if you're just holding it like that on the baseline, it's painful.
Bit of a character, isn't he?
Game, Janowicz.
Well, he out-rallies Lopez in the end, Janowicz.
Janowicz leads 2-1.
And he gets past his bogey area of the first and second sets where he breaks serve. He leads 2-1 in the third.
That was a gesture that I really can't place. He made like his, with his hands to his coach, like, what's going on here, or what can I do, or is it my mistake? I don't know what he meant by the reaction he just had sitting on the chair.
Yeah. I don't know either.
I don't know the why of that. That bothers me. But I know that this last game, Lopez was closer to a break than we both thought, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing that the coaches' boxes can do legally. They're not allowed to coach. They can't coach. They can maybe try and disguise signals to provide their players with advice, but if they're caught, they're in trouble.
That's true, but you can't pee behind a tree in the city either, but if you really have to, you do.
It's the line of the tournament. Jaco Elting, that is a beauty, that's right. If you have to go, you have to go.
But the thing that the coach can't do at this stage, he can tell him, you know, you have to keep playing aggressive from the baseline because that's what Janowicz likes to do. But you can't tell him, okay, start making less mistakes. Yeah, he knows that, and he feels that too, actually. He has to tighten it up, especially on return games. Make that return.
15 love.
What a big second serve that was.
Yeah, every time when he wants to, he gets a big second serve all of a sudden. I was just about to say the same.
But he's taking a risk. I mean, that first serve continues to let him down. Under 40% for this third set.
30 love.
And really, Janowicz should be taking better advantage of the fact he just keeps missing all those first serves, Lopez. He's finding a way.
40 love.
And then he produces a serve like that. 12 for the match now.
Game, Lopez.
And again. Emphatic display.
2-0.
By Feliciano Lopez. 2-all, third set. As you can hear, lots of planes flying above Margaret Court Arena.
Love.
That's fantastic. Out of such a slow ball,
30
hitting
love.
such a winner inside out. Even with such a length too, that ball was just inside the baseline.
30 winners now for Janowicz.
30-15.
And that's 12 coming off forehands. Add another 9 aces. Gets you to 21. Means 9 backhand winners.
And 39 unforced errors as well.
Such a great play there by Feliciano Lopez.
30.
When he plays like this, I really like watching him. If he plays so passive with that forehand loopy, then not as much, but once he gets this going, beautiful. 30 points.
30 all, some danger for Janowicz on the second serve. You've got to admire his boldness then.
40-30.
The pole, a huge second serve. We've spoken about Lopez doing it a bit when he's been on a second serve. He served at 184 then, just went for broke and stood him in good stead.
Game Janowicz.
And he stays in front in the third set, but he's down 2 sets to
Janowicz leads 3 games to 2.
It's funny to see how this set goes out because Lopez is way closer on Janovich's serve in this third set than the other way around. But maybe the pole needs that, just kind of be pushed a little bit more in the beginning of the set to not make mistakes and not let his intensity go down, so he can get to the latter stages of a set and then maybe make a move. But so far, I feel that Lopez has more of a game plan on the return games than Janowicz does.
Well, how does he turn it around, Janowicz?
That's a good question, actually. I think he has to keep pushing. He has to keep looking for it. I think he should keep playing more to the forehand of Lopez than to the backhand. Should never forget that. But maybe if you have an opportunity to go for that second serve, a return on second serve, but so far what Lopez has done really well, all of a sudden he would just go for that second serve, not only speed-wise, but also angle-wise. So it's not giving the pole a lot of rhythm. It's just an opponent. It's just tough to play for him.
It's like a party in between games. Margaret Court Arena when they have the sit down.
Lofty.
First point lost on serve here for Lopez in the third set.
Even though that first serve percentage, as we keep mentioning, is quite poor. It's miraculous, really, isn't it? How well he's going.
Plays a lot of doubles, has not put one overhand.
Love 30.
And he had complete domination of that point. Could this be where this match turns? Big opportunity for Janowicz.
Again on the second. Janowicz was trying, what we just said, trying to go for the second serve. Look what he does. He moves in, tries to take it on the rise.
Too good. Needs another one here, though. Can't buy a first serve.
Third kill.
Well, here's a chance. You had plenty of them in the second set, especially when Lopez was serving for the set, but he couldn't nail any of them, Janowicz. Break point.
Yes. Oh my boy. What are you doing here? You're working so hard to turn this match around. You have love 30, you miss an easy backhand down the line, and then just lazy footwork. A break point to go up a break in the third.
He was indecisive then.
Advantage.
You could tell he
Janowicz.
was hoping that that ball wouldn't clear the net from Janowicz, and he just poked at it. So another break point. Janowicz has taken 1 from 10 break point opportunities. Maybe 11th time lucky.
Nope.
Not with that.
Can I repeat it one more time? The Sam Groth way of getting out of trouble?
Yes. Unscientific but effective, Jacko.
Well, not after the atomic mix. I can't say that anymore.
Advantage Lopez.
But again, to me, wasn't an outstanding volley. He poked at it, but he got more on it, didn't he?
It was a great volley on a tough return, but it definitely was an opportunity here for Janowicz, 100%.
Game Lopez.
Well played, Lopez.
3 games all.
He was down break points, and he had to try and survive the very heavy hitting of Janowicz, and he did it with excellent defence.
Jerzy just using the seat there of the linesman to calm himself down. Don't get irritated now. You need to produce good serves. And he does.
15 love.
Perfect placement.
So easy to lose your mind after this last game.
15-0.
You just can't afford to. You have to just stay focused now and make the right choices, not get blurred by emotions or by frustration.
Took a risk
30-15.
and it came off. Superbly executed. So was that.
He's happy there for himself because he hasn't hit so much winners with his forehand so far. Whole match around about 10-12.
Trouble again for Janowicz.
That was just too forceful. He was there.
40-30.
The last block return, but that serve just almost pushed right through his racket.
Game Janowicz.
He's serving strongly at the moment, Janowicz.
Janowicz leads 4-3.
Lopez is not, but he can't be broken. 4-3 Janowicz, third set.
Beautiful ball toss. He's using his length very well on his serve. He has not had as many aces as I thought he was gonna hit, but that's all the credit to his Spanish opponent today, who, as we said earlier, just blocks that return and not really going for the big winner, trying to hit it. It's really well done there by Lopez and neutralizing the big serve.
Even though they haven't played each other, obviously they've seen enough of each other. We mentioned earlier, Lopez has been on the tour forever, and Janowicz for a few years now. So obviously both players, coaching staffs would have looked at their opponents and come up with a plan.
Time.
For Lopez, it's worked pretty well.
Of course, they have a lot of informants who can go and see some of your opponent's matches. Maybe they play at the same time. The winner of this match between Lopez and Janowicz is going to play Janowicz, who went comfortably through to the round of 16 about an hour ago. And at this moment, I'm 100% sure that Janowicz coach, Ivan Ljubicic and Ricardo Piatti, that they are over here, or that they may be watching the screen and seeing these two boys play. And we're a traveling circus with tennis. You see the same guys all over again. It's just a different city. But they also like to see the shape of the day. Jerzy is getting better from the baseline. Last game already, he just missed two easy ones. Important ones, by the way. But he's getting better now.
He's starting to win a few more rallies. Janowicz into the third hour of this match, 2 hours and 9 minutes.
$15-0.
16 aces. A lot of them on the second serve today because of how poor the first serve has been.
30-15.
It's incredible that he's winning the match.
I wouldn't say it's poor, it's a low percentage at first. Once it's in, you know, he wins a lot of them.
Outstanding play by Lopez. And both players have had trouble with the smash today.
40-15.
It was a decent toss, Jaco, wasn't it? It just got Janowicz off balance enough to force the error.
This is so easy. This is like a penalty kick without a goalkeeper.
Yes.
Game Lopez.
He goes and has a look,
4
but he
games
needed to call a little bit earlier, didn't he, in regard to a challenge?
You see how quickly it all shifts. You're at, you know, 30-15, easy overhead. If you make that one, you're back to 30-all. You can put the pressure on a little. You miss it, one big serve, boom, 4-all.
Love it.
Just going back to your point, we've mentioned the fact that Lopez 43% first serves, 51 for the match, but he's won 43 of 56 points for the match, 9 of 10 for the set when he's got the first serve in.
So you can't complain much there, can you?
Absolutely not.
Left first service.
But of course he would love to get more in. Please, Jerzy, please.
Love 30.
Blistering backhand.
39 winners. That'll be pretty hard to beat. Play with great authority by Lopez. Trouble now for Janowicz.
Oh, he played such a great dip return.
15-13.
Janowicz had to play that volley first up and over, which gave him a sitting duck actually, this one. Oh, that was an easy pass he missed there.
He was gone. He was gone, no doubt. The smash has been a bit problematic for both players, but that was a ripper by Janowicz. And a bit of a switch again in momentum. But still not out of the woods yet.
$40-30.
Deuce. We're still in this game here, Lopez. Janowicz was really going for a shot, looking to close this game and being able to take a short break, but Lopez is smelling blood in this game.
Already had one ball boy get into trouble. There was nearly another one. Ball girl on this occasion.
Advantage, Janowicz. Code violation, no developtionity, warning, Lopez.
Lopez got a warning after this point about what he said out of frustration, not winning this point.
Game, Janowicz. Janowicz leads 5 games to 4.
And Janowicz did. Game's on serve, 5-4 in the third. Still.
Both players starting to read each other's serves, although they're serving big at stages, and they're still serving themselves out of trouble. They start to get a better read, and therefore get the ball in play more often. New shoes coming there for Jerzy. I wonder if he's going to use them at the end of the set. He's not. Seems like the sole's coming off his shoe.
Wouldn't be brand new, would they?
Shoes go fast though if you play best of 5. Here on the plexipave, you know, it's gonna last maybe 2, max 3 matches like this.
A couple of times with Lopez when he's been trying to get in a position.
Time.
Heard the squeak, it's been that loud. I thought, geez, almost put his shoe through the surface here. Will cause damage to both the shoe and the surface. Lopez serving to stay in the set at 4-5.
Lopez charged the call on the right far. The ball was called out. love. Love.
Lopez deep in the backhand corner.
Game, Lopez.
Easiest service game we've seen so far in this set.
5 games over.
Yes, nice and comfortable. Hasn't been so easy for Janowicz.
Love
Every
to.
time he does win that first point, he has been either close making a break or he has made a break.
Great point.
He had to move forward because he knew he was going to make it back on time.
Tremendous touch by the big man. Quality tennis.
30-15.
166, but with a great angle. 50k slower than normal. Janowicz is really throwing in all the energy he has, doesn't he? Obviously, if he loses a set, the match is over. Anything you have left is a waste, but I can't believe that he has to keep on going like this for another 3 sets.
Well, he's throwing everything at Lopez. He's hanging tough.
Let us see.
Bit of a showman, isn't he? Mucking around with the ball and.
Game, Janowicz.
So it's 6-5, Janowicz's
New
way
balls, please.
in the third set.
Janowicz leads
As we
6 games
expected
to 5.
before the match, we said we're going to see some tie breaks. But the way these sets have evolved, it didn't look like we're going to get to a tie break.
One already.
Both players having chances to break. Janowicz being 1 for 11 on break points and Lopez 2 for 8. Says it all.
You just get the impression, though, Yako, if Janowicz can claim this third set, just might be enough for him to really turn it around. Even though, look, Lopez has played pretty well.
The only way I see that happen is if Lopez gets down on himself like
Time.
all of a sudden he did halfway through the first set without a reason. And he starts whining again and looking at his coach. But then when push came to shove, he all of a sudden starts serving great. He came in and it looked like a different player, like all of a sudden a very confident player again. If Janowicz is going to win this match, I mean, it's going to take him an awful, awful lot of effort to go through. Hey, but there's no other way. He has to do it.
$15 lows.
They'd be sick of these planes, wouldn't they?
I think they're more helicopters for security or for different reasons that are above Melbourne Park.
Yep.
$30 lows.
Well played by Lopez. 23 from 34, he's won at the net. He's pretty accomplished there. That had to be pounced upon and was.
$40-15.
19 aces already. Almost double the amount of his Polish opponents.
Game Lopez. Six games all tiebreak.
That ground stroke was
Each player now receives one additional
Janowicz,
challenge.
and Lopez played it superbly.
Just kept it erected in front of him. Look at the way he looks at the ball and just use the speed by moving forward with his body weight. Oh, that's it. First mini break of the tiebreak on the first point.
1-0, Lopez.
To be fair, it looked like it was sailing way out or wide. How vital will that be?
Lopez. Two-one, Lopez.
Going for too much then, Lopez back on serve in the breakout.
But I like that though, because if he's passive, it's always on his forehand. Now, at least he shows guts and goes for it. Once again, this time it wasn't smart. Did you see how easy he blocked that return of serve at a 223 kilometers an hour? He didn't even blink an eye.
He's still ahead though, winners to unforced errors, 46-34 Lopez.
3-2,
Janowicz wasn't going to die wondering with that serve. It was a bit close for mine, Yako. He had to win that point because he had Janowicz on the back foot, but he aimed for the line, he got it. Only just, though.
No, that's a safe margin, this last one. Little spin, 50 centimeters inside. I'm telling you, if they really want to, they can hit a little cap on the bottle.
Fair enough. He did it. 3-all.
4-3, Lopez.
Janowicz will have to come up with something great the next 2 points.
Been going 2.5 hours, just over 2 hours 31 to be precise, this match.
Lopez.
Coming because Lopez is really just putting the ball back in play, even on that big first serve. If he gets his record on it, it's going to be back in play.
Surprising Janowicz a little bit. Massive.
Fault. Janowicz challenged the call on the left serve. The ball was called out.
From the umpire, overruling the linesman with 250 km/h serve.
Oh. Very unlucky, Janowicz. What a way to bring up match point over Lopez on his racket.
Janowicz has 2 challenges.
Clipped the net and he couldn't do anything with it anymore. And just triggered serving twice. And the way he has been serving, I feel it's over for Janowicz.
He's produced the big points when he's had to. He needs to now, though. Match points.
Game, set, match, Lopez. 3 sets to love. 7-6, 6-4, 7-6.
Outstanding performance by Feliciano Lopez. Generally a decisive and emphatic display. (7-6, 6-4, 7-6) in 2 hours and 33 minutes. And for the second time, he finds himself into the 4th round of the Australian Open. He takes on Janowicz, and that match will be on Australia Day Monday.
And I must say, well deserved. He was the player who deserved to win. He had a better strategy. And in the beginning, maybe I blamed him for being a little too passive, especially on the forehand. But we could see at the end, although he missed a couple of times, he was really going for it. He was going for this victory, and he was smart in using the speed of the first and also the second serve of his Polish opponent today, just to get the ball back in play. Good slice backhand, working the court. And when he had a chance, especially when it was tight, he went forward. He went for the net and served like an animal, volleyed like a tiger.
19 aces. And got the first serve in when he had to, even though for the match it was only at 52% for the set, hovering around 49. It was the fact that he won 51 of 64 on the first serve, 17 of 18 in the set.
If you can keep winning a match like this, 80% of your first serve points played, you're doing a tremendous job.
Janowicz taking a long time. Normally the player that loses leaves the court pretty quickly.
You want to do it in the right sequence first, giving credit to Janowicz for playing a good match. And then the on-court interview with the winner.
But he'd be a little bit disappointed, Janowicz, wouldn't it?
I think he should be disappointed. He had chances, but at these chances, he just missed a couple of easy shots. You know, again.
Here's Feliciano Lopez with Ian Cohen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Feliciano Lopez, your winner this afternoon on Margaret Court Arena. Wow, that looked like a tough battle. What was it like from your point of view?
Yeah, it was a tough battle, as you said. I mean, it was a very tough match. Jerzy is a very difficult player to play. He has good hands, huge serve, so I knew the match is going to be very close, and you know, I was lucky that at the end I find a way to play my best tennis and to win through.
Through to the fourth round for the second time here, did it in 2012 as well. Is that more about belief and ability that you're starting to win your way through now to these Grand Slam second parts of the week?
Well, I feel very fortunate to be in the fourth round. I saved 4 or 5 match points in the previous round, so I was gifted somehow. And you know, now I took the chance and I play good tennis today, so I'm very lucky to be in the fourth round.
And how will you prepare for this fourth round? What will you be doing? Because Milos Raonic is the man who is waiting for you.
Wow. We're not going to play so many rallies, I guess. But it's going to be exciting match. Milos is a great player, a great friend of mine as well. So hopefully we're gonna play some of our best tennis, and you guys are gonna enjoy.
We certainly are going to enjoy. Congratulations, well done. Into the top 15 for the first time. Our 12th seed from Spain, winning through in straight sets, 6-4. 6-3.
Good solid performance. And as he said, and we touched on it earlier, he was down some match points. His opponent pulled out in the second round, down 3 match points in the first match to a wild card.
Coming into this tournament, not having won a match yet in 2015. First 2 matches here, down match points and winning, and saving your best tennis to go to the round of 16. I mean, that sounds like a dream to me. And now playing Raonic, nothing to lose. Just a quick look at the match summary stats. First serve percentage 52 at the end of the match. He was around 40 in the beginning of the match, so he did get more serves in, but look at the balance between winners and unforced errors. It's pretty tough to be plus 14, you know, at the end of this match, and he did well. And Janowicz minus 10 if you just quickly add up or subtract, and that I think has been the difference for today.
So a good win by Feliciano Lopez. He's beaten Jerzy Janowicz of Poland in straight sets 7-6, 6-4, 7-6. He'll take on Milos Raonic in the fourth round, and that'll be on Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get underway for our women's singles third round encounter here. Please welcome from Belarus, Victoria Azarenka. And her opponent, the 25th seed, Barbara Strycova.
Surprise there for Strycova. I think when she was up against Victoria Azarenka, she was expected to be announced out first, but no, she's the higher ranked player in this women's third round match. A beautiful day in Melbourne, the middle Saturday, and sunny conditions, 25 Celsius. The shadow is starting to move across Margaret Court Arena. And there is Victoria Azarenka, who's having a great time, but again here in Melbourne, loves this tournament, two-time champion, working her way back from an injury-affected 2014, and had some very good results. I think maybe a few folks are a little surprised that when she had that win over Caroline Wozniacki, not so much that she had the win, but the way she played and I guess the ease in which she won that match. But she takes on a very good player who's seeded 25 and is ranked 23 in the world, Margaret Strycova, who's had some good match wins through this tournament. So a dangerous opponent, although Azarenka does lead the head-to-head 3-0. I'm Peter Mikado as the players get ready, alongside Nicole Pratt. And Pratty, I guess Azarenka goes in the favourite, despite the fact that Strycova has played some excellent tennis.
Well, no question, Azarenka, she has won the Australian Open on 2 occasions, going back-to-back, as you said, 2012, 2013. So has had a fantastic experience at Melbourne Park. Strycova, she's having the last 16 months.
Just a reminder, we have
the best
Hawkeye, so
16
3
months
great challenges per
of
set,
her
plus
career.
1 additional for the tiebreak. Questions? No, not in. Heads or tails? Heads? Tails? Receive? Stay?
Azarenka winning the toss, selecting to receive. Louise Azamar Ingzel is our chair umpire for this match. And I guess coming in here, there are a few question marks about Victoria Azarenka, but having so much of a layoff in 2014, she really has hit the ground running. And I don't think there'll be too many people surprised at the fact that she is through to the 3rd round and been playing so well, because she's always had that ability. It was just a matter of getting the body right.
Well, it's unfortunate having so many injuries, and she was certainly in her prime, winning Grand Slam titles, achieved the #1 ranking in the world, but I think the layoff has allowed her to keep working on her fitness. So even with injuries, she's still able to spend some time in the gym working on some things that maybe you didn't get time to do before. And right now, she is in great shape. She's been working hard, improving her strength. She's one of those players that stays right up on the baseline, likes to take time away from her opponent. So the stronger the legs become, the more you can hold the court surface.
Well, here she is at the moment, ranked 44. That won't be lasting long. She has been, as Nicole mentioned, #1 in the world. And spent some time there, and 2-time champion here in Australia. But last year, as you mentioned, had numerous problems, foot injuries, knee injuries, trying to come back and not working out, rehabbing again, coming back, ending her season a little bit earlier. But you look at these results here, and it's a final in Brisbane, the first tournament on the WTA calendar. Quarter-finalist, of course, here. You look at quarter-finalist at the US Open, where she looked dangerous for a time. Montreal's a big tournament. Wimbledon. You look at that and you think, despite the injuries, it's actually not too bad a year. And they're her best results. Of course, 2-time champion here in Australia. Loves coming down to Australia and has some wonderful memories. And as I mentioned, a quarter-finalist here last year.
Well, she is a quality player, and when she's healthy, she is someone in the draw that you do not want to see, particularly now being unseeded. Caroline Wozniacki was the casualty.
Yep. As was Sloane Stephens along the way too. But Strycova, Nicole talked about how good a 2014 she's had. Her ranking now up to 23, which is her best ranking at the moment. Reached the semi-finals of the tournament in Auckland at the start of the year, falling to Caroline Wozniacki, and then also reached the quarterfinals in Sydney. So semi-finals, quarterfinal heading into this, and that's a superb year for her. A couple of finals along the way. Big breakthrough for her, reaching the quarterfinals at the All England Club, and 3rd round of the US Open, 2nd round here. It's been a wonderful 2014, and she wants to keep that going.
Well, she's always been a feisty competitor, and at times the mentality has been a little out of control, and I think that's where she's done a great job, really channeling her emotions in the right way. Best result here at the Australian Open. She's equaled it 3rd round in 2011. And because she's been more stable with her emotions, it has transferred into being more consistent on tour, week in, week out. As you mentioned, a breakthrough at Wimbledon, reaching the quarterfinals there. And she really is an all-court player, able to do everything out on the court. She can play up, also good defense as well. Transition to net. She has won 17 doubles titles, so is very comfortable when in that position.
They've got 1 singles title to her name as well. Now, they have met 3 times before, and Strycova hasn't taken a set off Azarenka. They met here last year in the 2nd round, and Azarenka getting the job done there. Last times they've all been on hard courts. You have to go back to 2011 for the previous meeting before that one, which was indoors in Luxembourg, 6-2, 6-4, and then the US Open 6-2, 6-1 back in 2009.
The problem problem for Strycova is that she's playing against an opponent where the match is on her racket. She's the more aggressive player, so Strycova has to try and find a way to make Victoria Azarenka feel as uncomfortable as possible. That is Azarenka's coach, Samuel Sumik, who's been the coach for a number of years now.
Been a successful partnership, guided right up to the very top of the women's game. You talked earlier about Azarenka having the opportunity to really work on her fitness while she's had that injury layoff. I remember Sloane Stephens when she had an injury-affected season a couple of years back, got on the tour, had a breakout, and she talked about really feeling fresh getting back out on the tour, not having to worry about travelling week in, week out, playing match after match, to actually have some sort of life. Do you think that that's going to help Azarenka, the fact that she could actually be at home, do some normal things without the pressure of travelling, and really, you know, work on that fitness, but also work on the mental side and feel really relaxed coming back?
Well, for sure, it creates an element of being sharper when you do return, and hungry. I think sometimes players out on tour, when you go week in, week out, it can get quite laborious at times. You're seeing the same faces week in, week out. And I also think that, you know, a champion such as Azarenka, I think she misses this stage. She's a performer. You see her walk out on court with the headphones in the ears and grooving to some tunes, and then when she wins, she wants to give a bit of a dance out on court. So these type of players, they miss the occasion.
Azarenka won the toss
and embracing it now when she's back healthy again.
Time.
Been working her way through this tournament nicely. We thought there'd be a couple of danger games to start off with for Azarenka. First off against Sloane Stephens, winning 3-2 there. And then that match a couple of days ago against Wozniacki was 6-4, 6-2. And you look down at the draw sheet, and as always, when you get to the first, or the Friday before the tournament starting, and the players would be looking, or some of them be looking, the main seeds, I reckon Victoria Azarenka would have been those players best to, or one player that would be best avoided, and sort of looking down the computer and hoping that you haven't got V Azarenka being next to you if you're a seeded player, because that's just danger right there.
Well, it won't be long till Azarenka is seeded again in Grand Slam competition. Currently ranked 44 in the world. Normally the top, if you're 32 in the world, you will get a seed. So a few more results, staying healthy, she'll be right back up there.
Important for her to get through this round too, because we talk about that 44 ranking not staying there for long. She did make the quarterfinals here last year, so would want to at least replicate that. But a bit of work to do, and a tricky opponent. Barbora Zahalabova-Strycova will serve first.
Barbora Zahalabova-Strycova to serve.
Good crowds in all over Melbourne Park today, particularly here at this venue.
Ready? Play.
Hey.
15 left.
It's an awkward time to play when the shadow is halfway across the court. So when Strycova's hitting cross courts coming from the sun into the shade, sometimes it's just really tough to track the ball. Strycova does so well, her defense, her ability to get to balls that you think she isn't going to make. And not only does she get there, but she does something with it.
Azarenka staying at the service line. Try and pick that one up. 3-game points. Great defence again from Strycova, and she's on the board first. Interestingly, Victoria Azarenka, who talked about how well she's hitting the ball this tournament, comes off limited preparation. She played up in Brisbane and fell in the first round there. So she hasn't had a hell of a lot of matches getting into this, but she just looks so sharp out on court.
Well, she's very routine with her practices. She hits a lot of balls, a lot of drilling. Coach has a basket right beside him, and they do the same drills over and over again. It's very high intensity, and she is just out there swinging away, crunching the ball. And that's what builds her confidence. That's what makes her feel good. Not
Victoria Azarenka
always about winning matches. It's about the time that she spends out on the practice court.
Now she's serving first in the match. Nicely done again. Nice use of the angle. Seeing some good variety from Strycova early.
Lovely.
Strycova accepts that she is playing a defensive role. Sometimes players get annoyed with that, try and press too hard, whereas I think she's become very comfortable. Defensive in the sense that look how far back in the court she's standing in comparison to Azarenka. And when she's that far back, it's taking the sting out of the ground strokes from Azarenka.
So that sort of mindset where she's going to be playing a lot of defense, is it just a matter of being solid all the way throughout the match, or does she have to find a way from even that far back in the court to try and attack Azarenka?
Well, we'll have to see how Azarenka adjusts and whether Strycova adjusts as well. But right now, she's doing a great job.
3 break points.
It's about Strycova also trusting her foot speed, the ability to get to balls.
Throw the balls here, please. Throw the balls here.
Knowing that Azarenka is going to be having some target practice. Likes to move her opponents from side to side, try and open up the down the line.
Hey. 30-14.
You hear a lot of Victoria Azarenka just marshalling the ball kids, particularly to have the tennis balls in the right spot on the court. Good from Azarenka, seeing that opportunity to get in and crush that ball.
Juice.
Well, that's what Azarenka will have to do. Look to move forward when she's penetrating with those ground strokes. Otherwise, Strycova able to reset the point.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Saving 3 break points along the way here, Azarenka, in the second game. That's a nice save. Azarenka under pressure early on serve, but holds 1 game all.
1 game all.
Well,
first set.
Strycova will be disappointed with that last return game. Had opportunities to break, put some returns straight in the net, not making her opponent play. And that's part of her game. She has to have the ability to keep building pressure, cannot let someone like Azarenka off the hook. Just 116 kilometres an hour. That was just there ready to be put away. That is a preferred return from Azarenka. Likes to hit the off backhand return. Very confident.
Love 30.
Well, I was mentioning Strycova can be feisty. Wears her heart on her sleeve.
Now under pressure again.
Love 14.
Really talking to herself in the third game, but 3 break points for Azarenka. Couldn't bring that back around. It's nice from Zelova over Strycova.
15-14.
Azarenka uncomfortable when she is brought forward. Slice is always a good shot against her.
Game.
And there is the break of serve. Azarenka 2 games to 1 in the opening sets.
Azarenka leads by 2 games to 1 first set.
And clearly Strycova was struggling with the shade being across the court. You could see her motioning that she couldn't see to her coaching group.
It is moving quite fast, that shadow, though, but the problem is that Zelova Strycova is already down a break, so doesn't want to let this set get away too quickly.
Azarenka just starting to find her range was down 3 break points in her last service game. Has the early break though.
A different style of match that she's got today, Victoria Azarenka. Obviously playing against Caroline Wozniacki. Lots of heavy hitting, but Strycova is playing defensively from way back in the court.
Time. Find a seat quickly, please.
Azarenka
Thank you.
unseated at this Australian Open. Former winner 2012, 2013.
Any seat from now?
Looking very
Thank
good
you.
in 2015. Already with a break in this opening set.
Fifteen love.
Well, hopefully at some stage we'll be able to get a graphic of how far back Strycova is in the court versus Azarenka and how much running Strycova is doing compared to her opponent. And over time, you would expect that that will take its toll.
It's also that thing we were talking about before, that if you're going to play that far back, every ball needs to get back into play. You're going to be clocking up the kilometres this afternoon. Strycova needs to get some sort of reward from it. Forehand is the depth that she needs to hit with. It needs to be getting inside, just inside the baseline, keeping Azarenka back. But the majority of her balls back into play are sort of around three-quarter court.
Too many errors starting to mount for Strycova. 8 off the forehand side, 1 on the backhand.
So Azarenka holds and consolidates the break. Already frustration for
Azarenka leads by
Strycova. 3 games to 1
first
opening
set.
sets.
Well, Azarenka composed, not looking troubled out on court so far. Certainly found her range in the last couple of games.
Net. First serve. Yes, I think it's out. Not 100%, but I believe it's out. Azarenka challenging the ball on the right.
Sometimes I just don't
baseline.
understand
The
why
ball is
players
called
just don't challenge immediately.
I'm with you. It is out.
There's too many conversations with the chair umpire, asking them what do they
15
think.
love. Azarenka has 2 challenges remaining.
Could not agree more with you on that. There's too much advice. The umpire's not there to give advice on whether players should challenge or not.
And most of the umpires either signal with their hand as well, whether the ball's out or in. So all you have to do is look straight at the chair umpire and there's your answer.
Good serving from Strycova. But the other thing too is that they make those hand signals when they're 100% sure, or they'll make an overrule if they feel that it's out or in or whatever the case might be. If they're not sure, they're not going to put the hand signals up, and that's an indication too. Good serving from Strycova. She's still down a break though in this opening set. It's 3-2.
Azarenka leads by 3 games to 2 for set.
Well, that's exactly the game she needed. A little sloppy for a couple of games, too many unforced errors. Still struggling with the shade across the court. Once that disappears, then there will be no excuses.
She's got a quick serve. That's the thing, Strycova, even though she's playing mainly defensive way back in the court, is that she can attack using that first serve. Got good pace on it, moves around the court nicely. That's what could trouble Azarenka.
Well, as I was saying before, she does everything well. Moves well, able to transition. I still think maybe she's a little bit too far back in the court. Very hard to hurt opponents from there. Especially someone that likes to take the ball so early and on the baseline. Could be advisable for Strycova to mix up the pace slightly, throw in a slice.
Work with that angle, send a couple of nice angles early on in the set from Strycova. And there's a shot of the whole Melbourne Park precinct. Looking magnificent and jam-packed today, being the middle Saturday. MCG off in the background, the rectangular stadium. That's a short walk from Melbourne CBD. So Azarenka serving at 3-2.
Love it.
Well, they're the type of errors that Strycova needs to eliminate. Needs to keep the rallies going as long as possible.
Got it. Well done. Really moved into that ball.
15-13.
Well, I really enjoy watching Strycova. Conversations she has with herself. It's almost like she lets you into her mind.
Good variety again from Strycova. And break points.
15-14.
Taking your time, Strycova had to work hard physically, but that is the shot that causes Azarenka problems.
Net. First serve.
There's the break back.
Well
done by Barbora Strycova. 3 games all in the opening sets.
3 games all first set.
Both players former junior singles champions at the Australian Open. Strycova winning it back-to-back, 2002, 2003. Azarenka in 2005. Making me feel old. I won it in 1991.
Net first serve. Out.
Could see a challenge. Azarenka going up to have a look. It was an overrule by the chair umpire.
They called in unison, the linesperson as well. There's the half come on before the call was made. Been a good comeback from Zalova with Strycova. It's broken. A lot of unforced errors in the first 6 and a bit games, but now just keeping them under control.
Clever serve into the body. Very effective against the tall players with long levers. They like to hit the ball out of their strike zone. In the return.
Game.
Strycova holds. She leads 4-3 in the opening sets.
New balls, please. Strycova leads by 4-3 first set.
It's been a good comeback from Strycova. Was down a break, 3-1, and has won the last 3 games in succession. Able to mix it up.
I think she took your advice because she is standing a little bit further into the court now.
Well, Azarenka is just so good when she gets the same ball over and over again. So any time that you can mix it up, it's certainly going to cause some problems for Azarenka. As we mentioned earlier, has not played a lot of matches. So in those key moments, the lack of matches can sometimes come back to haunt you.
Well, this is the solid tennis they're looking for from Barbora Strycova. Got herself back in front. almost completely over the court. Over at the moment, saw that run of points, but 6 in a row includes
New balls.
Azarenka serving with new tennis balls.
15 love.
It's a lot of running that Strycova has to do for little reward at times.
30 love.
One of the longest points of the match. Not many rallies going over 9 shots, 3 in total.
Love.
That's close.
Salova Strycova is Janowicz in the call on the left baseline. The ball is called out.
Not that we should use opponent as a guide, but I think Azarenka saw that out. So Azarenka holds.
Game
That's 4
Azarenka.
games all in the opening set.
Azarenka trying to pump herself up. She knows this game's important.
Strycova has 2 challenges remaining. Net. Person. Strycova running down every single ball and forcing the error from Azarenka, making her play that extra shot.
Well, Azarenka not doing enough with the drive volley and should have closed more on the backhand volley. Just an area of the court she is not comfortable in.
Saves us having to do any commentary work. Oh, just let Devora do it for us.
If we understood Czech, we would be okay.
15-13.
Well, that's a bad mistake for the reason that she was so far behind the baseline. The one mistake you do not want to make is into the net. You should be giving some height on your shot.
Attempt to change things up from Janowicz, Strycova. Talked about a doubles
15-14.
prowess, so pretty comfortable around the net, but still getting into trouble. 2 break points now for Azarenka.
Game Azarenka.
There is the break of serve. And Azarenka will be serving for the opening set at 5-4.
Azarenka leads by 5-4 first set.
So Azarenka getting things back on track. Familiar pattern that we saw earlier on in the set.
Strycova, 28 years of age, and this is her 34th singles main draw at a Grand Slam. Somewhat of a late developer, Strycova. It took her a while to work her way inside the top 100. Made top 100 debut in 2004. But then dropped down to 223 by 2006.
That run that she had through Wimbledon last year, she got to the quarters,
Time.
had a really good win over Caroline Wozniacki along the way, and just continued to build some momentum. Linay throw into that mix as well, so she had a really good run to get through to the quarterfinals.
That was one of Linay's last matches.
It was.
At Wimbledon.
Linay was here earlier in the week. And here's Victoria Azarenka. He's looking to be here next week, serving for the set.
Well, she went for it. Tough shot. Back in behind. Strycova.
That ball kid's under pressure every single time Victoria Azarenka serves from that end to ensure that he's got at least 5 or 6 ready to go for Victoria. A few times we've seen Janowicz-Strycova strike a ball inside the baseline, that far into the court. And that's another opportunity that's gone by. Set up nicely. Just pushed it wide. Azarenka races to set points.
14-15.
Well, Strycova had so much time to play this forehand. Could have really put it anywhere in the court. She had a continental grip, a volley grip, rather than maybe she could have hit a normal ground stroke. Anyway, 2 set points, Azarenka.
Azarenka's challenge in a
Caught
goal
it into the
on
line.
left.
We're right on
Far
that
sideline,
line.
the ball was called out.
It's very close. I've been wrong all week, so probably best I don't say anything.
Azarenka has
I only
one
said it was
challenge.
close.
Azarenka
Didn't commit.
does wear glasses off court. Missed by a long way.
Another set point. Nicely done. Very clever when she says Azarenka coming forward and where she plays the ball and places the ball too.
But again, there's just hesitation with Azarenka moving forward. She played that volley behind the service line and plenty of time for Strycova to line up the pass.
So from saving set points, Salomova Strycova has a break point.
I mean, it's hard to believe, but Azarenka has only hit one winner this entire first set. I mentioned that I thought the match would be on the racket of her. But it's Strycova that's been the more aggressive. 16 unforced errors from Strycova. 7 winners in total.
I think it's out, but it's a close run from here. Salomova Strycova challenge in the goal on the right far sideline. The ball was called out.
It's got 2 challenges remaining. Oh, man.
Replay the point.
So we have to replay the point.
Great defense from Strycova and good court coverage on this forehand. Just the little dipper in front. Azarenka failing to close off the angle.
A small angle that she had to work with there. Break point.
Just telling the ball kid when she wants the towel, how she wants the towel.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I think the ball kid can run off every single point there will be a towel asked for.
advantage, Azarenka.
Set point number 3.
Will it be third time lucky for Azarenka?
Something's going on in the crowd.
Thank you. Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
And there it is.
And
Opening sets to Victoria Azarenka. 6 games to 4 after 43 minutes.
By 6 games to 4.
Really interesting first set of tennis. Both players.
Well, it was up and down from both. And the first set summary and the number again that I just can't believe is only one winner off the racket of Azarenka. And it was really Strycova who was the aggressor. 8 winners, 19 unforced errors, but too many unforced errors in the end, particularly off the forehand side for Strycova.
Azarenka would be really happy with that first serve percentage. 79% into play. Strycova, 59%, winning 69% of those points. Needs to rely a bit on that first serve.
But you can see how close it was. Azarenka only winning a total of 29 points versus 27 from Strycova.
And as we have a look at the highlights of this opening set, seeing that the shadow slowly make its way across the court, which was affecting the players, in particular Strycova. But Azarenka kept fighting on. 2 breaks to 1 in that set. And some really close calls. Strycova spending plenty of time behind the baseline, well behind the baseline, playing defensive, trying to keep things solid. But as Nicole Pratt said, a few too many unforced errors in that set, and Azarenka was able to finish it off.
It'd be really interesting when Azarenka won the titles in 2012, 2013 to see the court position compared to where she's at now. So it looks like that she is playing more up in the court, but I just get a sense that she's further behind the baseline than I've seen before.
It seems
Second
like she's
set.
not taking the ball as
Sahalova,
early, which
Strycova to serve.
lend itself to that sort of court positioning. Could that be lack of matches at this stage?
I think so. Lack of matches, lack of confidence, questioning things a little bit out on court. Maybe also too against Strycova, she feels like she does have time.
Strycova to serve first in the second set. That's the right play from Azarenka. Strycova, we'll see from that far back in the court, it's going to loop balls, and just throwing this in occasionally will work well.
She's already equaled her amount of winners in the second set as she did in the first. Good start.
$15. 15-30.
Well, there's a sense that the pressure is off Azarenka after taking the first set, hitting more freely.
Already in the opening game of the second set, Strycova under pressure. 2 more break points.
Good play, 1-2 punch, serve out wide, next shot open court, especially when someone struggles a little with their mobility, like Azarenka. She's improved her movement, but still not as good as some of the other players out on tour.
Again, that play, that 3/4 court ball, she's got an opportunity to really put it away. First error creeping in, and Azarenka gets the break. First game, second set.
Well, that's 16 errors now of the forehand side for Strycova. But for sure, a more aggressive game from Azarenka. I think the more matches she's able to play this year, the better she will become.
Winner of this match to play Dominika Cibulkova in the next round. And then from there, we've got Serena Williams or Gabina Muguruza. But you look at those names, so Serena Williams, Gabina Muguruza and Dominika Cibulkova. If Victoria Azarenka gets through here, can she match it with those girls despite the lack of matches that she's had?
Well, I think in her next round will bode well for her, but of course Serena Williams, multiple Grand Slam champion, extremely tough.
Defense all the way for Strycova. Again, nice move forward from Azarenka.
30 love.
Strycova almost hitting the chair umpire. That's how far back she was. Easy overhead.
It's interesting. See where the lines person is here, because Strycova is all the way back in the court. That's where it's going to be a problem. Coming straight across Strycova onto that sideline.
30-25.
Well, again, it's the slice that's bothering Azarenka. Might be advisable for Strycova to throw in a few more of those and test Azarenka.
$14-15.
Again, another forehand error into the net.
Game points to consolidate this break. That's better. Strycova going into attack mode.
40-30.
I'd like to see a little more positive emotion from Strycova. And that was the time to do it. A well-constructed point finish with the forehand.
First double fault in the match.
Well, the ball toss got away from Azarenka. It was out to the right, too far forward, not able to get up and over the ball.
Looking at the line, looking for the call.
Advantage, Azarenka.
And this ball right here.
It was inside the line.
Looking down for some sort of ball mark or something. She ran across the court.
Azarenka.
Consolidating the break at 2 games to love.
Azarenka leads by 2 games to love, second set.
I'd love to attach a GPS to Barbora Strycova because she's run many miles already in this match.
Strycova at a current career high ranking of 23 in the world. 28 years of age. has had a very good 12 months.
I feel like the chance is running out for Lopez Strycova. I need to take some more Czech lessons whenever I'm doing one of her matches, just to get some idea. I think the body language says it all.
Great shot. If we go back to their head-to-head also, Azarenka has beaten Strycova on 3 occasions and all comfortable score lines, and that can play on you as a player. The fact that you've never beaten an opponent before, the score lines have been relatively easy, 6-2, 6-1, 6-2, 6-4, 6-1, 6-4.
Great change up though.
It's 15-30.
She is entertaining to watch. Strycova.
She's a delight for our team downstairs, just cutting up the highlight, the slow motion of all her facial expressions. Doesn't disappoint there.
Now the crowds are getting in conversations about whether or not to challenge.
But it's the crowd down the other end of the court, though, where Strycova is telling it a challenge. More break points for Azarenka. And she gets there as well. Double break, 3-love, second set for Victoria Azarenka.
Azarenka leads by 3 games to love.
Today was the first day of the junior competition starting at the Australian Open. I was out on one of the back courts watching one of those matches and sitting in the stands, and one of the spectators after a point said, challenge, challenge. But there's no challenge system on the back courts. It costs a lot of money to put up this type of technology.
It has expanded though, because it is on courts 2 and 3 where you can get out there and challenge, but it's just changing it up. You play on a show court first and then go out to the back courts. Rarity now is looking at matches that don't have the system. I think it's weird when players can't challenge. You've had it for a while.
It's also on court 8 out the back, so they really have improved the number of courts using the challenge system. Fantastic initiative in tennis.
Time.
Plenty for the spectators to do when the matches are running out, the singles matches at least in the main draw. Well, to mention the junior boys, the junior girls are out on the back courts for the next week. Seeing the stars of the future, the Legends events out there, the mixed doubles, wheelchair events happening too. So there's always plenty of activity second week of a Grand Slam.
Time.
Azarenka and Strycova both former winners of the Australian Girls Championship. Nick Kyrgios won the championship, boys championship 2 years ago, and now looking for a place in the quarterfinals.
Lopez.
Time to hit through the ball.
15-0.
Well, the winners starting to mount for Azarenka. 7 in this set alone. Only 1 first set. Very good depth and height on this return. Forcing the error.
It's 2 for the match for Azarenka, and all of a sudden, Janowicz has an opportunity to break. Opportunity, 122 kilometres, that serve.
And it's predictable, the second serve from Azarenka. She has a tendency to come around the outside of the ball with some slice, which means into the right-hander, sitting in the slot on a forehand.
It's pressing too much.
Yes.
Talk about controlling her emotions there. I think that's a good example, because probably a couple of years ago that ball may have been jettisoned somewhere.
Advantage Azarenka.
Both players just feeling frustrated out there at the moment. The errors just piling up. 27 for Janowicz, about 19 for Azarenka.
Advantage.
Well, I like the way that Strycova hit this forehand, getting plenty of width. 3/4 angle through the court.
Azarenka leads by 3-1, second set.
Well, that was a must-win game for Strycova. Azarenka very much a front runner. Has the ability to just run away with matches, and Strycova just putting on the brakes. Needs to try and hold serve. Even up the scoreboard as much as possible.
It's that ability to string points together consistently. Strycova. So did really well to get herself back into that service game for Azarenka. Get herself in a good position, but needs to follow it up right here.
Serve and volley played.
15-0.
She's thrown it in on a few occasions and had good success. Has won 4 from 4 points when coming to net this set. Well, Strycova deciding to stay in the court more. Well, I think she's doing the right thing, trying to take the ball on. Azarenka has stepped up her level of play in the second set compared to the first.
Azarenka's turn to put the pressure on.
30-14.
And a break point for 4-1. Great time to throw that in when she's under pressure. Going in for the serve volley.
Advantage, Strycova.
Well, Vika a little frustrated, wondering why she tried an angle off this backhand rather than just going straight down the line.
2 second
Azarenka leads
sets.
by 3 games to 2 second sets.
Well, it takes some courage to do what Strycova has just done, throwing in the serve and volley play. She's not one of the tallest players out on tour and not someone who has the hardest serve either, but you can see what happens with good placement, backing yourself at net. Unorthodox drive volley, not typical, the traditional typical backhand volley, that's for sure.
You're not really coaching that sort of shot?
Well, anytime I think a player's behind the service line with a little bit of time, absolutely go for the drive volley. But if you do, there's an element of risk involved. The women just lack a little bit of power when it's above the shoulders, so having the bigger swing often means that they can get more pace on the ball.
So Victoria Azarenka with a break in this second set, 3 games to 2.
Salova Strycova challenging the goal on the left far sideline. The ball was called out. Replay the point.
Strycova is the 4th Czech woman of 8 in the top 100. Of course, Petra Kvitova, the #1 Czech player.
I've seen
15.
Lucy Safarova come back to the top of the rankings, strong into last year and really working her way back in this year. It's been a formidable Fed Cup team for a number of years.
Azarenka has to be very careful now. Starting to see and feel a momentum shift in this second set. Again, it's just that drop shot that she throws in every so often. It's incredible touch from that far back in the court.
break has been handed
Game
back.
Sahalova, Strycova.
The
New balls,
level,
please.
3 games all. Second set.
3 games all, second set.
Well, both players going for a new restring, new balls. Tendency is for the new balls to fly through the air a little faster. So tighter tension, more control. Strycova has changed to a really wide stringed pattern on her racket. More power, more spin.
Love 15.
Really crucial time for both players, but Azarenka has just drifted that little bit. Giving back the breaks that she got early on in the set, just to really refocus. And her confidence is starting to build.
Having very good success moving forward. She needs to keep doing it if she wants to win this match.
Net for some. Fifteen, 30.
Important she comes to the net off the right serve though. That was in the hitting zone of Azarenka.
Got herself a break point.
30,
just
40.
enough for that backhand to get over. Off the back foot. Fault called there as well. Second set.
Azarenka leads by 4 games to 3, second set.
interesting in talking earlier, Nicole, about Strycova and her work around the court and how much running she's had to do. Is now the time where she might start to get a little tired, because she's done a hell of a lot of running and run down so many balls today.
She has run down a lot of balls, but I just think she works so hard on her fitness that she's used to doing this day in, day out, that I don't believe it will be a problem until maybe we get to a third set. But definitely in this last set, she's been looking to finish the points quicker, come to net, or looking to bring Azarenka forward. It's an area of the court that Azarenka is not comfortable.
Well, she's been willing to attack the ball, and that's been the most pleasing thing.
Time.
Azarenka needs to do a better job on her service games. When she's had to hit a second serve, she's only one of 7 points on second serve. 4 double faults in this set. Still serving at a high percentage of first serve, 70%. So let's see if she makes some. She was in complete control of this point, just dumping the backhand into the net.
Aggressive. It's good to watch.
Well, made up her mind early that she was going to take this forehand, be aggressive, and then follow it in. 17 doubles titles. She has one out on tour.
Azarenka needs to do a little bit more with her volleys. She gets to the net. It's the right idea, but needs to be putting them away.
Well, if Azarenka is going to progress in this tournament, not just this match, but she's really not putting enough on her serve. I mean, that first serve was only 134 kilometers an hour.
Well, average speed on that first serve is 150 across the match, 130 on the second ball.
For someone of her stature, Azarenka, the height that she possesses and the strength,
14-13.
it's not enough. Halep, who's only 168 centimeters, can consistently put a serve down at 170 kilometers an hour.
about that slice that's been thrown in that's troubled Azarenka today.
Well, I don't understand why Azarenka didn't get a warning.
Yeah.
For verbal.
Advantage, Strycova.
It was the shot before this, the forehand drive volley that again she just did not put away. Didn't do enough with it. Getting herself into trouble again. Break point. Times from both players.
4 games all, second set.
Well, that was a game that Azarenka should have won. Had a game point, did not do enough with the ball, and now Strycova 4-all.
Much better attack at the net.
It's good serving from Strycova, 171 down the tee. Very good accuracy.
Just hitting it in.
30-all.
Well, the one thing that champions do is they keep backing themselves, no matter what the situation is. Azarenka has had reason to be frustrated, annoyed. Just keeps going for it.
First ball from Azarenka just made it really difficult for Strycova with that. Having to hit up this difficult shot. And it's much better from Victoria Azarenka. Another break point.
serve.
Change of pace from Azarenka coming forward there. Another break points.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Azarenka not known for her feel and touch, but in this game, she had a drop volley off the backhand and now the backhand drop shot. And Strycova is not guilty of not trying, that's for sure.
Second chance to break in this game. Changed his mind.
Strycova is challenging the ball on the right, far sideline. The ball was called out.
This will be close because the linesman initially signalled good. But a good call in the end. Azarenka breaks and leads 5 games to 4 in the second set.
Azarenka leads by 5 games to 4. Second set.
Zelova Strycova cannot believe it.
Strycova has 2 challenges left.
It's been an entertaining game. Both players giving it everything out on court. Strycova lined it up and just overcooked it. A relieved Azarenka. Victoria Azarenka trying to get through to the 4th round. She's currently ranked 44 in the world. Made the quarterfinals here last year.
Yes, so needs to match that at least. So just hang on to those points, but then a lot of the year will be a free hit for her because she didn't have a full year on the WTA. So if she stays fit and healthy, then she could really make that push up the rankings. Spent some time out with sorts of different injuries, foot injuries, knee injuries, all sorts of different things. And now a game away from a spot in the 4th round. There's been a great atmosphere on Margaret all day today. And they've been entertained. Some high quality tennis. Now Victoria Azarenka serving for the match. Down there after that, she hit that ball.
59.
Solid first point from Azarenka.
forehands.
30 love.
Oh, didn't catch that right at all.
She was in two minds whether or not the ball was going to go out. Azarenka has some work to do on her serve. It's really out of rhythm. Only 120k on that last second serve.
He's calling it out. Azarenka challenging the ball on the right, far sideline. The ball was called out.
Janowicz Strycova think this is good. She's right.
First.
So we replay. Strycova just really just catching that volley.
30 for 10.
Well, it was a case of just putting it out there, and it happened to hit the strings. She worked hard for the point, though. Have to give her credit for that.
Upsetting Azarenka, but that serve 109 kilometers. That just floated in.
Well, I'm just not sure that's the right choice of shot in this moment. She's been struggling off the slice. Very difficult to change direction. Much easier just to go back cross court, get up and over the ball. Plenty of margin. 30 all.
Got it. Not surprisingly, we have another break point. Already been 7 breaks in this set.
Just
firing herself up. Second chance to get it back to 5 all. 37th unforced error. Azarenka now has match points.
Advantage, Azarenka.
Well, the fans deserve a replay of that last point. Fighting qualities from Azarenka.
And 45 minutes on court. What a way to bring it up. A point that had absolutely everything. But Victoria Azarenka is soon to win two of the Australian Open. She was pushed all the way today, but she's back into the fourth round.
I think it will be a relieved Victoria Azarenka. It was not a great performance. Too many errors from the racket of Azarenka, 32 in total, but her opponent, Strycova, 39. It was a good fighting effort from her.
It was entertaining from her today. Never gave in at any stage, ran down absolutely everything. You can't accuse her of not giving 100% because she gave 110.
Azarenka, as I said before, has some work to do on serve. I would expect more service speed from her. And somewhat predictable on that second serve. She comes around the outside of it with some slice, and it's sitting in the hitting zone for most returners. She's signing a few autographs for the fans. Was the champion in 2012, 2013. Trying to regain some form. She was out most of 2014 with injury.
Well, it's that fighting quality. You mentioned it during the call that the champions are able to find a way. And even though she wasn't serving all that great high percentage into play, but it's more the speed, which she comes up against some of the heavy hitters like Serena Williams. They get chopped off. But as Nicole Pratt said, I think this will be relieved, Victoria Azarenka.
Well, Victoria Azarenka, you must love coming to MCA. We love having you here at Margaret Court Arena, and you get to dance your jig again. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I love playing in front of you guys. It's so much fun, and you know, to hear, come on, Vika, let's go, Barbara. It's so inspiring every time. So thank you so much.
So,
one thing, I don't know why everybody keep calling me Vicky, but Vicky is not my name. It's Vika, Victoria, V. Those are ghosts. Vicky is not my name.
Vika. Security will be throwing those guys out in a moment. Vika, what about the point that brought up match point for you? That was just incredible tennis.
Yeah, she's such a tricky player. You know, you don't never know what's coming. She changes the pace so much, and I feel like I had to be a little bit more consistent. I let go too many unforced errors, but I kept fighting. And that last point, I felt like there was like 5 points in 1 point, and when I missed the overhead, I was like, oh shit, you know. Sorry, you can blip it out, but then I was like, okay, you still gotta try to get it, and yeah, so I'm just trying to fight for every ball.
In the first set, you were playing terrific, your overheads, drive volleys and things like that. Do you feel you're back after a really horrendous 2014 with injury? Do you feel you're back?
I feel it's a progress for me. I feel like every time I step on a court, I can do a little bit better. So that's what I'm working for. But right now, I feel good. I'm able to progress in the tournament, and that's exactly what I'm looking for, to get another chance to be on the court. And every day is an improvement.
It certainly is an improvement. You're doing it so far without even dropping a set as well.
Thank you so much, and I can't wait to see you on Monday. I guess Monday, yes.
Australia Day, we'll have you here.
Yep. Yeah. What?
Well, we would love to have you here. If you, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be here for sure.
We'd love to see you back here at Margaret Court Arena as well. Wherever you're playing around Melbourne Park, give her a big round of applause. Victoria Azarenka, your winner through 6-4 and 6-4.
An hour and 46 on courts. We won't be calling her Vicky anytime soon. Nice that she said that it's a work in progress, because as you pointed out, Nicole, there's some things to work on there.
Well, there's no question she's not back to her best as of yet. The mindset is good. She knows each and every time she gets out on the court, she's going to get better and better. And if we take a look at the numbers, that will tell us a story in the sense that, yes, her numbers need to get better. 73% first serves in, but as we've been saying all along, not enough speed on those first serves. Few too many unforced errors. 32, 12 winners. Better in the second set than the first, and Strycova certainly took it to her, winning a lot of points at net. 11 out of 18, and that's a number that if she had have got there a little more often, then it could have been a different story today.
Yeah, it certainly could. She tried her hardest. Barbora Zalivova Strycova against Victoria Azarenka. An hour and 46 minutes on court, but Azarenka is through to round 4, and very relieved at that as well. 6-4, 6-4, the final result. Here's the second last point, which had a little bit of everything, but Zalivova Strycova missing the forehand volley, and Victoria Azarenka was able to close things out. She got the job done, through to round 4, 6-4, 6-4.
gentlemen, welcome to Margaret Court Arena. Hey, I'm going to talk to people who are working hard cleaning out Margaret Court Arena. That's the way to do it, very good. Warrnambool Indoor. Please from Warrnambool Indoor. Who's come up all the way from Warrnambool Indoor? Fantastic. Great to have you along Warrnambool Indoor tennis. Fairly, come on, I want to say. Is that right, Fairly? Yes, nice to have you along, Fairly. He's brilliant. You know the crowd? Who's from Warrnambool? There you are. See what they're in the sun. You're lucky enough to be evening. You see the changeover happening, obviously, between the last 3 games and the night session now from the clock. Queensborough Tennis Club. Who's from Queensborough Tennis Club? Hands in there. You guys are going to be working your hard. Queensborough up there as well. Great to have you along as part of the Cardio Tennis Showcase. And terrific to see so many people working hard.
Come on, you can run a bit harder than that. For sure, come on. Step over the ladder, 1, 2.
Yeah, extra push-ups to him. Absolutely. Cardio tennis, as you people know, social, good workout, music on the tennis courts. You've got to get some music pumped up if you want, so then you can dance and a bit of dragging, hip nuts. Yeah, come on. Hey, that's a fight. We're making some judo. It's great to have you guys here. And as you can see, there's a mixture of standards, of tennis, of energy, verticality, super fun, play your game, all ages, management, and all levels of fitness. Tennis, social as well as a fun business experience. Really, that's what I like to do. We've got a good start. Great over here. Well, that one wasn't so hot, though. Okay, let's see how the next one goes. We're going to go here. There's one. Right, very good. Right. Ronnie, kill that. Really got a back too. You go, a couple points up the net. Ooh, 20 bowls as well. So terrific thank you guys for your wonderful indoors. Great to have you up from Warrnambool. And Queensborough Tennis Club as well. I know you're going to be packing up with your army of players. Hey, folks, you can smile for here. Everybody working on it. Yes, we're going to be marvellous job. Please look at our patrons tonight for men's singles and also men's doubles. But give those guys a big round of applause. I know we've got support up there. Warrnambool Indoor and Queensborough Tennis Club. Well done, guys. Lovely to have you on Margaret Court Arena where the Jets have been playing. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Margaret Arena for our Saturday night session featuring men's singles delivered in Canada, also men's doubles and come on in, grab your seats. The players are not far away from being called on the court. So Margaret Arena ready for a big Saturday night as part of the Australia Day weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, the line turn here, making their way onto the court. We'll return you over playing in the hot silent. And Sarah Kirby, this must be quiet to get involved in Saturday night at Margaret Arena. Good waiting there. Turn your phones to silent or turn them off. The players aren't far away in this third round men's singles match.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first competitor tonight. He's from France, the 18th seed, Jerzy. And his competitor tonight, the 9th seed from Spain, it's David Ferrer.
Glorious Saturday night in Melbourne as the men's third round continues. The 18th seed, Jerzy, to take on the 9th seed on your screen, David Ferrer. It's been a while since he's been this far down the rankings, the Spaniard, but looking to push back up with a good performance here at this Australian Open. It's been a wonderful day of action here on Margaret Court Arena. A packed house, both here in the arena, but also around the grounds of Melbourne Park, as always on the middle Saturday of the events. And the weather has been perfect as well. Back down to 22 Celsius. We've got around the 30 mark today. And then sunny, clear conditions coming up tonight. A little bit of breeze. Just perfect conditions for the players. I don't think Simon's going to find too many drinks in that fridge. It's the umpire, Jake Garner, just helping him out there. It always takes a little while for the players to prepare. Everything has to be in its right place. Well, 22 degrees is, I think, ideal, but I better ask my co-commentator, who has been out there already today and has been on these courts many times, Mark Woodford. Woody, this is an ideal situation for these players, and I think the key word tonight is going to be grind.
Grind, yes. Perfect player conditions, as you say, Peter. Prime time on Margaret Court Arena. Better buckle in, sit back and enjoy the tennis, because you want to see how two grinders work at each other. This is the epitome of exactly that. David Ferrer.
Jill, this is Corinne. She'll be doing the point toss.
The loss.
So if we can get a picture
US
first,
Open.
guys, facing this way, please. All right, thanks. Just a reminder, we do have electronic review on the court, so please make sure you make your challenges in a clear and timely manner. Are there any questions? Any questions? Jill, would you like to call it? Heads? Go ahead. It's tails? Receive. Okay, all right.
And just to show how much of an expert Mark Woodford is in predicting how long this match is going to go, he's brought supplies in tonight. He's settled in.
I am ready for a match. We've just had a word with Gilles Simon's coach, Janowicz, who's been working with him for close to 2 years now. And earlier today, he was just mentioning, you know, not everything that Gilles is going to come out and try and attempt, but try to focus really on serving well and play much more aggressive. The general thought, Peter, at this year's tournament, are the court's playing a little faster. And with the warmer weather, the ball is quite lively as well. So he didn't predict the real grinder of a match that occurred last time at the US Open. But he said Gilles is going to stay out there until, if absolutely necessary, crawl off the court on his knees. And that means David Ferrer is going to do exactly the same.
Well, you've been out there playing today, in your opinion, because you've been playing almost every year in the Legends events for a couple now. Are the courts playing faster? Do you feel that the courts are playing faster this year?
In all honesty, that was my first hit. I've got nothing to compare it to. Does that shock you? Some of the bite.
I've got to move on, man.
Subject.
Gilles Simon, 30 years of age. And he's ranked 20 in the world. He's been as high as number 6. That was back in 2009. And he has been a quarter-finalist here, but he's 2014 very solid. The Shanghai Masters, the big highlight for him.
against Rafael Nadal, Roger Federer. Semi-finals along the way, quarter-finals. He's been an ultra-consistent player over the years, and we've seen so many French players come through who've occupied themselves inside the World Cup 24th round of the US Open, where he had to win against David Ferrer along the way, and third round Wimbledon also at home at Roland Garros. And there is his best result in 2009.
Gilles is an incredibly talented player. Likes to hover around the baseline, and of course the big push and the reason why he started working with Janowicz was just to learn and discover the transition game from baseline to the forecourt. He's still uncomfortable when he arrives there and has to hit a few volleys, but he is learning. It's a process.
It's a good counter-puncher from the back of the court. I like that his coach is talking about being aggressive tonight, because you have to do a lot of running. You always have to do a lot of running against that man, David Ferrer. Here he is. As I said, he's down at number 10 in the rankings. He's lost finish to a season last year since 2009. He only picked up the one title along the way, and a couple of runner-ups at 2, as you can see there. Still very consistent semi-finals on the clay, and the tournament was pretty much owned for the past couple of years in Auckland at the start of the year. And then quarterfinals at Roland Garros at the Australian Open. He's been as high as number 3 in the world, but a slight dip in the rankings for Ferrer of late. And of course, the semi-finalist 2013-2011.
An incredible record, David Ferrer. I think if you asked a lot of tennis followers, commentators, past players, a true professional is this man on screen. He goes about it, his business in the most polished way, from the moment the first point unfolds to the very last. I don't think anyone can speak more highly of David Ferrer. Whether age perhaps is playing its part and the process, his game is built entirely around the baseline and being a road runner. It's been a tremendous asset, but perhaps that's also a reason why over the last 12 months he hasn't had as much reward as in other years. That's just catching up. There's Janowicz in the white shirt, jumper. Sitting next to him is the trainer that also belongs to the academy. Janowicz has started at the Breakpoint Academy. They're based in Halle, Germany. Has a stable of players. Jakob Niemann was on the court earlier today, one of the Breakpoint Academy players.
Well, here's the head-to-head between these two. We mentioned that meeting at the US Open in the 3rd round, and Simon got the job done there in 4 sets. But Ferrer leading overall 5-2. Look at some of their meetings in the past. The 2 wins that Simon has had have been on hard courts. A lot of the times they've played have been on the clay courts, where Ferrer is such a good player. And I should mention too that David Ferrer has had a good start to the year, because he did win the title in Doha at the start of the year. So he already has 1 title in 2015.
Now, am I to believe that he has also changed coaches? Do we talk about that? I know that it's listed as a different coach from who he was working with in 2014. Was a former player, Jose Maria Altur, actually. He played around the same time that I was, but he's now listed with a new coach.
Yeah, which is interesting, because obviously all the different guides come out,
the best of 5 sets. First 4 sets
some
tiebreak,
of them
final set advantage.
already out of date.
Ferrer won the toss and
I
chose
think
to
we're led to
receive.
believe that that is Francisco Fogues. Nonetheless, David Ferrer will be hoping for a better 2015 season. Peter was also just looking at their head-to-head. You were talking about some of the past matches between them. When David Ferrer has won the match, he's not lost a set, and in fact, it's been very heavily weighted to his favour in the matches that he won.
You look at the meetings that they've had too along the way, the tournaments that they face each other, because all these top guys tend to play each other. Masters Series Monte Carlo, Cincinnati, a Davis Cup World Group semi-final, Masters 1000 in Rome, Masters 1000 in Paris, and the US Open through there.
And probably the one, well, Borstad is a low-level tournament, but it is an event that's played on clay just after Wimbledon. And given that these two are known as true dirt ballers, that they would gravitate towards that Borstad event after Wimbledon. They're probably happy that the green grass is over and done with. They can get back onto clay.
Good crowd in Sydney, middle Saturday. Start of a long weekend in Australia. Australia Day coming up, a public holiday on Monday.
First set,
Gilles Simon to serve first.
Ready. Play.
Not sure how you felt that Gilles Simon, the form heading into this year's Open. I thought it was a little patchy, but he's bounced back very strongly in the first two rounds.
Well, he's run through the tournament. Robin Hassler first up, 1, 3, and 4, and then Marcel Granollers tiebreaker in that first set, then 6-2, 6-4. Ferrer win over Tomas Bellucci the opening round, 4 sets, and 4 sets in Sergei Stakhovsky. Already in this opening game, we got some break points for David Ferrer. Double fault to give it away, break the serve. Opening game. It's an interesting one about Gilles Simon. I watched him at Roland Garros last year. Played a huge match against Milos Raonic. One of the things I noticed was that he's so great from the back of the court. He will run down every ball. He'll get him back into play. He'll try and use the speed of his opponent, of their shots, but also he's got to find a few more avenues to attack. I mean, he's coming up against a guy who's not going to stop running either. This could be a very, very long match, but just to pick his mark and to be aggressive at times and take control.
And for a player who's not generally on the attack, sometimes those moments when they appear, they don't always take them the first time. They're a little hesitant.
As a guy of Ferrer's experience, he will see those half opportunities and look to take them.
I agree.
Wait, please.
Probably a good opportunity there.
12-30.
You're right again, Peter, and that's the opportunity for Gilles Simon, if he can remain in that fairly aggressive position to return the second serve.
Ball.
There's the A-game of David Ferrer. Just setting up the point. He's using his backhand. There's the service action. Second serve is generally a kick. But the backhand, that anything, it has to be accurately played into the backhand corner. Otherwise, David Ferrer is hitting a forehand.
Oh.
Oh. 15-40.
We go around the other way here, and break point opportunities now for Simon.
Yeah, Simon.
So 2 breaks of serve to start us off. Third round match.
1 game on. Fifteen on.
Well, even though he might not be necessarily happy he missed that forehand, if he can just reinforce the fact that he went out after it rather than just meekly placing it back into the corner and the rally extending.
$30-15.
Talked about the coaching change that David Ferrer made. That change was made at the end of the US Open. They changed it. And talking about his previous coach, my previous relationship with him, it was perfect, but professionally, I think we have different things about tennis. And looking at that, he wanted to make a change.
Well, it's
30-40.
An interesting comment that you know, David Ferrer made then, because I actually spoke to his coach, well, probably the early part of last year, and he was just kept saying that there was so much pressure on David's shoulders to keep repeating performances. Over the last, say, 3 or 4 seasons, Ferrer has made some subtle changes to his game, trying to at least make him a more potent, dangerous player to the top 4. And guess maybe that ongoing progress didn't really gel with his previous coach from last year.
Well, he's had 3 coaches now in 3 years.
Yeah. His longtime coach, I believe there was some personal family reasons why he couldn't continue traveling.
He didn't quite stick that Simon, but that's the aggression we were talking about, Mark, that he's going to show throughout this match. It's a good positive play that he is getting into the net, even though he had a few problems picking up that ball, and the approach wasn't necessarily the greatest.
Advantage, Simon.
Good work at the back of the court from Simon. Simon holds.
Yeah, Simon.
2 games to 1 in this opening sets.
Simon leads 2 games to 1.
Francisco Fogues is the new coach, but it was a hitting partner with David Ferrer for many years, but also doing some work with Daniel Camino Trevere. Deciding to jump on board with Team Ferrer. Obviously helps that they knew each other beforehand. Looking forward to getting back up the rankings again in 2015. The winner of this match to play the winner of the match in Hisense Arena between Steve Johnson and Kei Nishikori, the 5th seed. Battle going on there. This is all in the top half of the draw. Projecting forward, Stan Wawrinka in that particular part of the draw. And Guillermo Garcia Lopez had a good win over Vasek.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you. Done.
Very few spare seats left here at Margaret Court Arena. The night session getting underway about 15 minutes later than scheduled due to a few of the day matches running over.
Please find a seat quickly, especially at the back of the courts. Thank you.
And now David Ferrer serving at 1-2.
So perhaps with Simon holding serve, taking just that slender lead, might afford him to step up, reposition himself closer to the baseline.
30 even.
Clever serving, just really jamming Simon.
That's an area that he did spend time on, trying to just beef up that first serve, to try and win some free, easy points.
and also the second serve. Just add a bit more pace onto it so that it's not so attackable.
Yeah, Ferrer.
Strong start from David Ferrer.
2 games all.
Around at 2 games all.
Accurate return of serve.
Love the team.
Deep into the far corner.
Net first.
That's just perfect touch. That is sensational.
Wasn't it just fantastic. Ferrer inside the baseline, so it helps. Makes contact around his hips. It's a shot that I think is going to be necessary tonight against the defense of Simon.
1-2 play coming in for Simon.
15-30.
The real highlight of Gilles Simon's year, I thought, was making that final of the Masters Series event in Shanghai. Had some good wins over Wawrinka, Burdick. A couple of tight sets with Roger Federer in the final. And a really good week. Just showed that he can match it with the guys at the very top. That's great defensive work from Gilles Simon.
30 all.
And at times that is his best attack, isn't it?
Yep.
Is the defense. Just being able to get the ball back with relative depth, asking the question for any opponent to hit one more.
They made the forehand anyway for Ferrer, but I want to attach a GPS to both of these players because they're doing a hell of a lot of running early stages, and they will across the course of this match.
Ferrer, to me, always looks like he is doing a lot of movement. Gilles just glides smoothly around the baseline.
That's just Ferrer in control of the point. It is very hard to stop in a 3-2 opening set.
So the final point just being replayed. Gilles Simon surrendering a lot of territory behind the baseline. Ferrer happy to capture another break of serve.
high-quality match. 18 minutes in. Both guys struggling a little bit with their first serve into play. Frere getting the better of that. He's only 44% in. He's winning 75% of those points. Early stages, of course. And both players able to attack each other's second serve. It's been one of the things noticed early on in this match. So Frere with the break, 3-2. That's a great attack on the ball from Simon.
Look at him.
There's those opportunities I was talking about to be able to take that ball early. And try and take that time away from Frere.
It's an
Nice fake move.
30-50.
David Frere took one or two steps. I'm sure peripherally Simon would have felt that and seen it. Overcooked the backhand. Low first serve percentage for both fellas.
Might even worry
Frere
about the
sent
umpire.
on the left serve, the ball was cut out.
Let's leave the umpire out of this.
Second serve.
Does it look like
30 all.
Frere
Frere
is
has 2 challenges remaining.
going out after every forehand? He's just maxing out. There's no, I'll just take a little pace off and send it up higher.
Faults. Wide.
Well, because he's
30,
got that
40.
mindset at the moment, his unforced errors are quite high. He's got 11 already for the match. But he's just playing at one pace, isn't he? Just really trying to, I guess, keep it on his racket.
Yeah.
And try and really set the pace, play it at his tempo. He's being aggressive and he's hitting at the moment, but he's also in the court as well.
Yes.
Battering Simon with a barrage of forehands. challenge.
Ferrer's challenging the call on the left far sideline. The ball was cut out.
As I told you yesterday, I'm refusing to comment on these anymore. There's another 3 that were wrong today.
Replay the points.
And there's that opportunity, that half opportunity that Simon had to turn that into an attacking position. He had that forehand up the line to how to finish off. He just couldn't do it.
He seems to be breathing very hard at the moment, Simon.
Just again, from the back of the court. Consolidates the break, it's 4-2. I feel tired just looking at Gilles Simon at the moment, and all he's had to do in these opening 6 games.
Go ahead. Just go ahead and roll them down, please.
And that's just to keep pace.
Go ahead and roll them down, please.
It's a great change-up. Again, it seems that Simon just content to rally. Ferrer just puts that little bit of extra pace on the ball, and it changes the context of the rally completely.
Combined with the movement of Ferrer, almost on that telling blow at the end, it's going to be with the forehand. Dominates his play.
That's just too good.
Love the lead.
Great movement. Starts off with the return of serve, going with his A weapon.
To play from Simon.
Ball just down the center of the court. Gilles, nice, and a little move afterwards.
Simon is challenging the call on the right serve. The ball was cut out. Second serve. Simon has 2 challenges remaining.
Interesting. David Ferrer there was sort of slowly moving his way across to the juice court. It's that forehand that's just completely dominating at the moment. Total winners for David Ferrer in the match, 8. Forehand winners, 8.
Yeah, that backhand just positions it around the court so he can finally get a forehand.
Well done.
Still looks pretty comfortable when he positions himself on the baseline, doesn't it? Leans on the ball. Kind of wonder why would he be 3-4 feet back behind the baseline when he can do something like that final backhand.
It's another break point here. Well, there is the break of serve again.
Again, Ferrer.
The crowd just waiting for the umpire to call the score, as I was as well. 5 games to 2.
Ferrer leads 5 games to 2.
Just seemed to be that pause. No one knew exactly what to do. We were all waiting on Jake Garner to say something, but he didn't. But Ferrer now in control of this opening set. He has looked very sharp. I guess in many respects he's got a point to prove that he can still match it with the best in the world. Still be hugely aggressive out there. He's the one seeing the tempo. Still a bit of a concern for both players that the first serve percentage, although David Ferrer, when he does get that first serve into play, is when he points more often than not. He's 6 of 7 at the moment on when he gets that first ball in. Only 40%, 4 out of 10 the second ball. But his team, as you can see there, would be very happy with how David Ferrer is playing, the 9 seed here at the Australian Open.
Thank you. Seats, please.
Simon talking to his team as well. New tennis balls for David Ferrer as he serves for the opening set.
Enough.
Much better return from Simon. That's sort of the range he needs to work to when he does get a play on the ball, particularly the second serve.
Ready, 15.
Simon.
40-15.
2 set points for Ferrer.
It's constant, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just he's having to fight and defend and come up with shots that are close to the line just to get past David Ferrer.
$40-30.
Great way to finish it.
German first set for
An emphatic set of tennis from David Ferrer. He's taken the first set 6 games to 2.
6 games to 2.
The way I describe it would be brutal because Ferrer did not let up from the very first point. Let's have a look at the numbers for that first set of tennis.
First serve, you know, you kind of raise an eyebrow at their first serves, but you know, in the overall picture, big picture, it's not the serve that is going to dominate. It's more of their both defense and their movement around the court, and having power in their legs to outlast each other.
Obviously, the 3 out of 5 break points. Ferrer able to take his opportunities there. Gilles Simon early on in the set grabbing a break, but 9 winners, 8 of those forehand, and then the ace thrown in as well. And just saw how much that shot actually dominated throughout this opening set.
It's been the telling blow. There's another for David Ferrer. He used that drop shot once so far. And no doubt that was another forehand. So anything that is coming down the centre third of the court, if Gilles Simon feels like that's a bit of an out shot, you know, just to get some breathing space, there isn't any, because David Ferrer is just, you know, whipping it with his forehand and forcing Gilles into a tough position at the moment. There's absolutely no breathing space for the man on camera right now.
Interesting, we talk about the variety that David Ferrer has with that ground stroke. He can give it a bit more air, can loop it back into play, and he's got that up his sleeve. But at the moment, he doesn't need to use it, because game plan A that he's put in place tonight
Second set,
is working so well.
Just keep with it.
Yeah.
But how does Gilles Simon now bounce back? Does he just try and keep rallying and hope that David Ferrer goes off?
Look, that might happen, but these are the moments to sort of look at it and go, well, surely he's got to take it on.
Yep.
He's got to take it on, try and wrestle back some sort of momentum, but it's got to come from his racket.
Love 30.
Those rallies that have gone long so far in the match, over 9 shots. Ferrer's won at 11, and Simon just 4. 28.
28 shots of Simon just moving side to side.
$15-30.
And even on his serve, I mean, the free points have been so few and far between for him, with a guy like Ferrer down the other end of the court running everything down. Just like that. Just like that. And David Ferrer is in the zone right now.
15-40.
Gilles has to come in to net on something that is almost perfect, because he can only really play one volley and then he gets stuck.
Again,
Well done again to Vic Ferrer in that rally. There were just some slight changes of speed.
First
where
game,
he was
second
hitting.
set.
He dropped that ball slightly short. Forces Gilles Simon to come forward. So he's deep in the court here. So just takes a little bit off that. Drops in a little bit shorter. And Simon's way back in the court. I reckon if his coach was sitting beside him now, David Ferrer's coach, they wouldn't be talking about tennis at the moment because there's nothing to talk about.
That's right. Just probably good job.
Yeah.
Keep going.
That's it.
Maybe at some stage tonight, Peter, our great camera crew might focus on the two-handed backhand of David Ferrer. Has a unique style to it. His hands are separated. They're not together as a normal two-handed backhand player. He uses that left hand to really steer the other. Oh, yes. Not easy at all. First, you have to be able to get
Look
up to
at
the
him.
ball with enough time. Simon does, and he's going over the high part of the net. Remember, his trajectory is not a lot of topspin, but his racket head was below the flight of the ball and brushed up over.
Oops. And the
15
last
on.
rally that he won there was 10 shots. This one's 13 shots. Let's have a look at this backhand.
You can see that left hand is up around the top of the grip. And it's the separation. There's a good shot. That's fantastic. Most players, their hands would be almost touching.
15-30.
So what are the downfalls then with that particular grip for Ferrer? Because obviously we're seeing that the forehand being the dominant shot.
Well, I would have thought it might have provided less feel.
30 on.
Even less control, but I would imagine that left hand is working overtime. Here's Gilles Simon's two-handed backhand. So you can see how they're almost touching. I would take both of those backhands, though. I'm not going to say one's over the other.
Just a not negotiable at the moment for Gilles Simon, who just cannot afford to miss.
40-30.
And I think at this stage, look at that, 37 shots, making it the longest rally. Ferrer, he is drawing the line in the sand here. He is not going to give up this game. He wants to make sure and consolidate the break of serve. Would think that their player is winning. Still got a look of concern on their face.
Again, Ferrer.
Consolidating the break again. It's 2
Ferrer
games
leads
in the
2 games to
second
1.
set. It's just brilliant hitting. Picking your moment and going for it.
Well, Simon is trying to direct traffic over to the Ferrer backhand.
There's one behind the bench here, please.
He's certainly getting his fair share. So getting into a groove. Gee, did he sight that backhand down the line early enough?
That's why you take it with that grip.
Yeah.
15 love. That's first serve.
Second ace for the match.
Nice move forward and closed down the net. Didn't let the ball drop below the level of the net. Make that volley easier for him to knock into the open court.
Ferrer leads 2 games to 1.
In the second set. On 13 minutes in this second set. No, the Hawkeye guys have done a terrific job already in this week of the event, taking the stats to a completely different level. But really interesting, A, to see how far they're running, but B, how many shots they've played in this set, because we've had some very, very long rallies already. They're pushing 30 regularly now. It just seems that every single neutral contest is going 20 plus. In terms of, we already had 8 rallies that have gone more than 9 shots for the set, and 22 for the match. And David Ferrer winning 15 of them. Idea of it. You've got, and the interesting thing too is you've got a 6-2, 2-1 scoreline. We've played 48 minutes. An idea that yes, the scoreline there might look a little one-sided, but there've been some really long rallies.
Peter, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ferrer. He knows that he has worked the legs off of Gilles Simon. If he starts to try and focus serving on wide and wide.
Seems like that would be a situation in that rally to take that ball a little bit earlier. Just keeping it Ferrer on the run, but just a little more hustle stepping into the court to attack that ball.
Gilles Simon had to do as much work to get to that final forehand, but the fact that it's mid-court and low, it's almost adding more pressure on your legs, on your quads, hammies and everything, just to actually stay down low enough, and probably for slight amount of fatigue. He didn't get down, he lifted up, made the error.
But he also knows in this particular situation, he needs to work even harder to get himself back into the match.
Yeah. I don't know if those legs, you just wonder, you look at their history. Whoever's won the first set has gone on to win the match. Whether they've played a best of 3 or best of 5 set.
Closing speed off the dead run. Let's have a look at that.
40-30.
David Ferrer.
Got there with enough time. Opened up his racket face. It's rare to see him not hit a topspin even off of a shot like that.
Also, we get a good sense in that point of how early Gilles Simon needs to take the ball to even get Ferrer off balance to get a short reply.
advantage for
Arnaud Clement there, the man just fixing his hair. Former finalist here at the Australian Open. Still the French Davis Cup captain.
It's really been the only loose shot that we've seen from David Ferrer in terms of missing tonight.
I know they're all big games, Peter, but I think this is a huge game for Ferrer. He just seems like he's going through a bit of a, like the workload is catching up, the work rate, I should say. He's breathing heavy. Made a couple of loose errors.
advantage Ferrer.
With the right idea.
Well, you've got to realise that it was just going to take one volley to win that point, and he was still moving as he went to play the volley. David Ferrer was not going to be coming back and chasing that.
Ferrer leads 3-1.
Key point and key game for David Ferrer. He keeps the lead, the break of serve, and it also places further doubt in Simon's mind. How does he overcome this deficit now? We've already seen him look at his coach a few times and kind of wonder what's going on. Ferrer, control of his length of shot is at a premium tonight.
And I don't think Gilles complaining too much about David going to the bag either. Just to compose himself again.
True.
I think he's okay.
Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do you need me to call the physio?
I think the physio might need to come out. That didn't look good.
he's just saying it's not too bad. If I was him, I'd try and milk it as much as possible right now.
Buy some time.
Can I have another white towel, please?
We always sort of look at that when the crowd saw it on the replay on the big screen as well. Just that gasp. But lucky that wasn't something more damaging. It can be so dangerous, and the players roll like that.
Did he make that last shot?
Unfortunately, yes.
Petit Inter.
Again, pressing too much, Simon.
Petit point.
Well done. That time he pulled the trigger, went line and it stuck.
30-40.
Seen him miss a couple of those already tonight.
Just got some of that line, didn't it? Fading away. I thought that was maybe some steering of Ferrer with the forehand.
The advantage, Simon.
It's a good fight back in this game. Probably would have been a bit too hard to peg back, but bring it back to 3-2, gives himself a good shot in this second set.
Deuce.
Just hunting for this forehand, Ferrer. And generally, you're looking to attack. If you're searching for it, you're going to give it a good thump.
Advantage for
But to go for a big target, Simon. Don't need to hit the paint, the line, in order to hit the winner.
Deuce.
That is just fantastic. Great wheels. David Ferrer executed at that point almost perfectly, except the final volley. Couldn't control the weight of shot.
Yeah, think of how much running he's done already tonight. That is amazing. That's it.
Advantage Simon.
The depth of shot here and then the follow-up. That's what he wants. He wants shorter points for a start.
Ferrer leads 3 games to 2.
Well, the crowd just amazed with all the running that both players have done around the court, but in particular from Gilles Simon. You could hear the extra effort that he was putting into his forehand and his backhand from behind the court, behind the baseline. He's just giving absolutely everything, putting a little bit more in. And there he came up with the reward, but it's just how hard he's having to work just to keep pace with David Ferrer. Winner of this match to play Kei Nishikori in the next round.
Time.
Nishikori grabbing the win over the American Steve Johnson a bit earlier today out on Hisense.
Picture perfect evening. Could there be any better place, court, to be competing on right now?
No. Short answer.
Maybe Rod Laver.
No, don't worry about that. This is a new stadium. This is a new stadium right here. The big premiere on the Saturday night. Just giving a little bit too much on that forehand. I'm sure Mr. Djokovic and Mr. Verdasco don't mind where they're playing at the moment over on Rod Laver Arena. Only a handful of matches now to complete the third round. Round of 16 coming up. momentum here that Simon.
Love taking.
He's right, but it's more depth of shot. He's really starting to go for it now. Big chance here. Big opportunity for Simon. 3 break points.
Can't
let this opportunity slip here. Gilles Simon. This is his opportunity now to attack, to try and really assert himself on this contest. He's had to play defense most of the night. In the first place. He's still got a break point.
Again, Simon.
There it is. We've got a contest again. 3 games all.
Three games all.
And it's just been that Perez dropped his just ever so slightly. See Simon, how he's getting back into it. The points now a little bit shorter, but he's starting to dominate the rallies. An important period of the match for Gilles Simon.
enough.
So that last rally sitting at 5 shots. He's winning that battle. He's winning the battle from under 8 shots at the moment. I just hope that all this running that Simon's had to do to just keep himself in the match, still got plenty of gas left in the tank. Gotta carry it through. Times tonight.
30-15.
Again being aggressive. Ferrer way back in the court. That's the opportunity to attack. be more unforced errors coming from the
40-15.
Ferrer racket. Just starting to count up. A few that we weren't seeing in the opening set. Game points now for Simon.
Struggling
a little bit with that forehand up the line.
Wait, please.
Can you pick up the ball there at your feet? Thank you.
Oh, it's disappointing.
Deuce.
Bring this back to deuce. Second.
Advantage Simon.
He wins one of those really long rallies. That one, 23 shots. See Ferrer just holding back a little bit. Just not really pulling the trigger. But he's got that forehand that he can up the speed on. Change the course of the rally. That's right, with Ferrer covering line.
Well, he tried to disguise that and wait as long as possible, didn't he? Really just at the moment of contact, rolled, pulled it too far across court.
He was straight onto the challenge.
Ferrer changing the call on the left near sideline. The ball was cut out.
Didn't like that at all. He's got good eyes.
3 penalty points. Net, second serve. Advantage Ferrer.
Comes back to the hard work he's having to put in to first get the break back and then try and put himself in front. All the running he's had to do. Expect a few unforced errors along the way. can do when he goes in on the attack. He's stepping into the court.
Advantage, Simon.
Nice wide serve and then great angle here. The serve is only 117 kilometres an hour. Still, Ferrer's speed to be able to get over into that corner to give himself a chance of hitting a forehand. It's amazing. Backhand. So after all the grind from Gilles Simon, Ferrer has a break point.
Ferrer leads for game to 3.
24-shot reality comes up with that. That is extraordinary. Both players all over the court.
Get the feeling that David Ferrer's found his groove back. It's important for Gilles Simon to consolidate back-to-back games if possible. Utilize this burst of energy that he was starting to play with, and with David Ferrer just dropping off a notch. Hasn't happened really.
No, it's only been temporary.
Very temporary. Needed to create a bit more distance between himself and David Ferrer. Didn't help that he was having to come back from initial service breakdown.
But again, he had to work so hard to get just to 3-all. He's had to work hard to give himself opportunities to go to 4-3. He sits down, and he's a breakdown again. He's in the same situation. I can understand why Gilles Simon is just a little slow to get out from the chair. Ferrer with the break at 4-3.
That's the target, Gilles Simon.
Love the team.
David Frere, I really believe it's a good move, but losing that first point, I hope it doesn't hinder him from coming in again.
Love 30.
Got tangled up after that first serve. Perhaps it was a better option to use the two-hander, just keep the point going. He was really rushed into that error of the forehand.
15-30.
But now
15-40.
opens up again for Simon.
Gutsy
move. David Ferrer on a clay court, I think would have gone backwards and just let the ball come off of the arc, off the top of the bounce. Wanting to keep pushing forward and go on the attack. Good job.
Just overplaying the
Yeah,
forehand.
Simon.
So Simon does break back.
New balls, please. For Gimsel.
Yeah, thanks.
Love the team.
So with new balls, might see some more reward from David Ferrer's end of the court. He's the one that's being much more aggressive through this match with the forehand. So the ball traveling quicker through the air, reach its target.
Another lazy 25-shot rally.
15-0.
Ball just propping. Lost its speed after the net cord. Had a few options up his sleeve.
Ferrer slowing down a touch.
30-15.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Talk about how hard Simon's had to work tonight, but Ferrer has been running around as well. He's been part of these long rallies.
So he keeps coming forward, Gilles. Simon doesn't arrive at that wall that a lot of players, when they come to net these days, just arrive after the service line and stop. Kept coming and had a shoulder-high volley.
Simon.
Simon leads 5-4, second sets.
Simon leads 5 games to 4.
Another shot that looked like it was going to be David Ferrer's, but Gilles Simon tracking this ball.
There's no time, no energy for celebration. It's amazing he was still able to walk to the chair after that.
Well, minimal celebration just there.
Yeah.
Don't make it too loud. Might start cramping.
Well, I mean, look at the stats for this. One thing I've noticed throughout this set, we saw how dominant Ferrer was with the forehand in that opening set. We saw he was only playing at one speed, not too much variation in the court. He hit 8 winners on the forehand side. He's got just 1 in this set. He hasn't been able to dominate as much, and we've seen a little bit more variety too. I think he's been throwing in the slice, he's looped a couple, but he's also been playing a lot more defense.
How key at this stage, that 3-1 game, where he could have secured a double break. 15-40. Ball in the pass now. He's got a hold serve.
That's enough.
Second one in the match.
30-15.
Back to the old pesky forehand.
Well, might hold the key for victory. If you're David Ferrer, that forehand, his ability to just go for the lines. And how important now, the next 2 points. This set seemingly to set a path. David Ferrer were to win this set, 2 sets to love up. Gilles Simon, if you could level this match at 1 set apiece, does that build this mental block in David Ferrer? He's had the most of the running in the match so far.
You got it. Ferrer.
So we go around at 5-all in the second set.
5 Gibson.
Simon's win rate when he lands the first serve, almost at the 75% level.
He's got the forehand working again.
59. $30-15. $30.
Short serve from Simon.
30-40. Game
to
for
attack at some stage.
Simone is challenging the ball on the right baseline. The ball's got out.
Looked out to me. Ferrer thinks it's out. What does Hawkeye say? Hawkeye says it's definitely out. Break of serve.
Game for
Ferrer will serve for the second set at 6-5.
Ferrer leads 6 games to 5. Simone has 2 challenges remaining.
So let's take us through that last rally, Marcus. What was Simone trying to achieve with that particular rally? Because it went 40 shots and see both players, which play at the middle of the court, but it was Ferrer trying at various stages to be the aggressor, and then Simone again on the back foot.
Certainly, to me, it seemed like Simone was waiting for David Ferrer to create the Yankel so that then he could act against it. Otherwise, Gilles was just happy to be going down the middle part of the court. It's almost like baiting Ferrer to create something, asking him to step up and use the big forehand. Gilles maybe thinking that his retrieving ability will be able to keep him in the points long enough. David Ferrer's not going to be charging the net all too often, so he can just send it back with, you know, down the middle of the court again.
Is it a good strategy?
Well, it's certainly a game plan that I think he's been given by his coach, who earlier said that he felt that Gilles would be okay if he sticks to the game plan that they had developed and already spoken about, and that he was going to reinforce just before the match. I wasn't privy to the exact game plan, though.
Net first serve.
Meets the ball early, continues in, and this is a high quality backhand volley. For someone who's not always comfortable up at net, to pull that off at full marks.
15 all.
The contrast makes the one of the difficult shots in the book, the high backhand volley, and then he gets a return that's almost right in his hitting zone, and he shanks it wide.
(30-15).
Very good relic from David Ferrer. This time he had the opportunity to
40-15.
He's got 2 set points. And he's there.
Game and second set for
He's 2 sets to love up. He's taken the second set 7 games to 5.
7 games to 5. Ferrer leads by 2 sets to love.
What an incredible set of tennis. These guys are working so hard right now. Let's have a look at the stats for the second set. An hour and 11 minutes on court.
Well, you know, we spoke about their first serve percentage in the first set, but if we look down further to the winners and unforced errors, that also provides a picture for us. David Ferrer, less winners in that second set, more unforced errors. So that's what got him into some trouble. And the winner rate for Simon, that bumped up, that he's also making a few too many unforced errors.
The other thing too is in that second set, Simon got to the net a hell of a lot more.
With a good win rate, winning 10 of 14. So creating opportunities against each other with the break points. If either player is not serving, landing enough first serves, their second serve is vulnerable. That was an area that Simon was hoping to try and jump on top of David Ferrer.
There are a lot of highlights, and I'm thinking some of these, there might be a hell of a lot of long highlights here because there were some long rallies between the players, spectacular rallies between the players. They were running to all ends of the court. And it was Ferrer setting the early running, but someone just dropped only a fraction. And Simon was able to get back in, and he started playing some really good tennis. He was taking the ball on, and he was getting the better of the longer rallies that the pair were playing. He worked really hard, deserved to get back into that set, but in the end, you look down the other end of the court, David Ferrer too good, 7-5.
Maybe at the back end of that set, Peter, David Ferrer, I think, settled in. We spoke about his work rate, and he was breathing very heavy.
Third set, Simon to
had that
serve.
look of concern over at his coaches. Looks like he's now just managing the physical side a lot better than what he did halfway through the second set. Come on. That's how you move.
An hour and 48 minutes, and you're playing more 20-plus rallies than not, and he can still do this?
With enough time as well. I mean, incredible leg work.
Fifteen on. Thirty 15.
Would have been unfair if he had made that forehand.
40-15.
Simon may have packed up his rackets and gone home.
40-30.
Fairly decent lob from Simon. Just a better overhead from David Ferrer. Lots of power, angling it off.
And Simon holds.
Simon.
Opening game of the third set.
First game, third set.
And just giving it to his team on the way through as well.
Lost his opening serve, sets 1 and 2. Trying to change it around in this third set, Gilles Simon.
Fifteen left. Fifteen on.
They've got to hand it to these guys that the fitness work that they put in, particularly during the off-season, prepares them for matches like this. And they're still playing really good standard of tennis in this third set when they've been playing so many long rallies.
40-15.
Coming up to 2 hours and we're only just started the third set.
Game. Ferrer.
One game all.
One game
on
all.
that fitness side, obviously David Ferrer has proven himself in a number of Grand Slams, able to handle the workload. Gilles Simon, I mean, he has a slender frame. It takes a lot more for him to go deeper into the tournament. Accumulation of matches.
15
The
left.
Frenchman sometimes is his worst enemy. Having to do a lot of running and wait for opponents to make errors. He's trying to just keep building his game to see if he can win cheap points.
Take that ball early, try and control the rally, but Ferrer just pushed him back.
And it's a shot here that Simon plays, doesn't really get down to it. It's not a shot that he plays regularly either.
30-15. (40-15). Again, Simon.
So Simon holds. We are on serve in this third set. Ferrer 2 sets to love, but Simon 2-1 in the third.
Simon leads 2-1.
The other thing we don't talk a lot about is these guys in particular tonight, the long rallies that they're playing is the short recovery time between points. I mean, theoretically, it's the 20 seconds that they have to recover. I'm pretty sure Jake Gardner might be giving them a little bit more latitude considering how many long rallies we've had. But to be able to quickly turn it around, refocus after you've just played a 40-shot rally is incredible as well.
Very much so. Especially when, you know, the length of the rallies, but they don't seem to be, as they're preparing to serve, gasping for too much air. We have seen moments where they've maybe doubled over. David Ferrer just had a bit of a hiccup midway through the second set.
Time.
Great night in Melbourne. It's still quite warm outside. I think we would have broken a record today. I haven't quite seen the figures yet, but still plenty of people around the grounds. Garden Square, Grand Slam Oval, enjoying this fine evening. And the crowd here at Margaret Court Arena enjoying the superb tennis from these two. Perez serving at 1-2.
Enough.
It's a lot of eye contact between Gilles Simon over to Janowicz.
30 love.
Sensational from Gilles Simon.
30-15.
Well, he had to really commit, trying to find the middle of the court. Of course, that coincided with Simon having too much time to lob it over his head.
40 continue.
Most of that rally, Gilles Simon had prime position. Powerfully placed in the middle of the court. David Ferrer was backing away until Ferrer's angled forehand. Just superb from David Ferrer once again.
Again, Ferrer.
And it holds. 2 games all.
2 games all.
Total attendance today at Melbourne Park, both day and night session, 81,031 people. Not sure if that's a record or not, but
feels like it, doesn't it?
It does. That's a lot of people. A lot of them will be still here.
15. Top 30.
Just feel his level dropping. Gilles Simon here, just throwing in unforced error after unforced error. It's up to 43 for the match. And more the fact that they're common runs that in this set.
15-30.
Almost.
15-40.
It's about moments in the match. Ferrer now with 2 more break points.
Fortunately, stayed in the point, David Ferrer. But a very different choice there. The drop shot, overcooking it. And he's doing a double take at the non-call. Very close on the baseline. See if he dances around, hoping for a forehand here. This is a side that he can create plenty of angle.
And Mark would protect it. Ferrer with the break. It's 3-2 in the third set.
New balls, please. Ferrer leads 3 games to 2.
Just a few signs that the resistance from Gilles Simon is wearing down.
This will be a key game. Do you think the next one for David Ferrer, if he can consolidate that break, where does that leave Gilles Simon in for the rest of the match?
Well, it's again another mountain he has to climb when we've been playing 2 hours and 5 minutes and he's had to play catch up the entire match.
So you wonder how you know he mentally prepares. And, you know, he kind of, it seems like he's figuring that he's doing his best. I mean, he's applying himself fantastically well, but he's just coming up short. So can he lift another 5%?
Yeah, has he got that 5 physically? Has he? I mean, mentally, I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
Physically, has he got that 5%?
He can't start, you know, slicing the backhand and make these maneuvers to the net either. It just that goes totally against grain. So it's almost like he's just got to persevere with this same game plan style. And hope that Ferrer drops serving with new balls. Be a lot livelier.
Played his part. A good awareness too from Ferrer here, just to make sure of it.
You figure that the anticipation Gilles Simon has, and he was heading in the opposite direction. Ferrer just waited long enough. Fantastic.
Talk about consolidating this break.
40 love.
Well, if he's able to do it to Love, that sends a message too.
Is that a sign of capitulation though from Simon?
No, because it just makes the task a lot harder, that's all. I think that pressure lifts from David Ferrer, that the task to get to the finish line is a little bit easier because he just got through that service game. If you can hold Simon up, have a long service game with Simon, come back out and hold serve here comfortably. Just showing him who's in control of this match right now. And he does.
Simon challenged the call on the right baseline. The ball was called out.
Just threw his hand up there, hoping that something will go his way, and it doesn't.
Again, Ferrer.
Break consolidated for David Ferrer. He holds to 15. It's 4-2.
Ferrer leads 4 games to 2. Simon has 2 challenges remaining. Love.
Aided by a solid first serve. Simon remained aggressive with the forehand.
$30. $30-15.
That return, well, the serve 184 kilometres. Just use the pace. 184 kilometres coming back at him quickly.
Nets for serve. 40-15.
It's close.
Simon's challenging the call on the right serve. The ball was cut out.
So the process he uses is, let's have a chat to David Ferrer, then check with the umpire, then challenge. And it was good. He should have just gone with his instinct.
They're obviously good enough buddies that they can ask each other. They've
Yeah.
checked a few times, haven't they? Maybe again.
Let's do it again.
Simon's challenging the call on the right
It's
front
just Simone
sideline. The ball was cut
going double or
out.
nothing. This one David was sure on.
Second serve. Simone has one challenge remaining. Again, Simone.
Simone holds. Ferrer up a break though in this third set. It's 4-3.
Ferrer leads 4-3.
So there's the difference. Oh, had a quick glimpse of the balls used. There was one that was a lot older, much more use.
Well, David Ferrer up a break in this third set. These guys have run miles and miles. They've hit plenty of balls, and the balls themselves have we're just talking about the tennis balls at the moment are battering they've caught tonight.
Yes, very. The courts
Time.
are supposedly playing a little fast this year. That's the general consensus. And they would be well worn. Might have to throw these the used ones away out of this match, because we've seen rallies that are in the 30, 40.
Yep. We've had incredible rallies tonight from these players. And David Ferrer up a break in the third set.
That's first serve.
Just didn't quite get to that. I'd give you an
15
idea
off.
of how far these guys have been running, how long these points have been. 57 points have been more than 9 shots. And we're not talking 10 or 11 either.
What was that number?
57. So 33 for Ferrer, 24 for Simon.
Ferrer challenging the call on the left baseline. The ball was caught in.
We've been playing 2 hours and 14 minutes. We've still got a few challenges to give. Good call.
30 love. Simon challenging the call on the right far sideline. The ball was caught in.
Remembering too, this is Gilles Simon's last challenge, and he's wrong. Unless we go to a tie break. And he's right. shorten the rallies. The attack that he's had on the ball at times has been superb. We just haven't seen enough of it.
Just moving laterally across, well timed with the foot, with the feet. Just pulling it wide. And of course, he has to be very accurate with that forehand, otherwise he's left himself way open on the forehand wing.
Simone charging the call on the right serve. The ball is called in.
I'm not making a call.
Perfectly placed.
40-30. Simone has no challenges in
match too.
Again, Ferrer.
It's frustrating from Simone's point of view. Again with a play on that second
Ferrer
serve.
leads 5-3.
David Ferrer 1 game away from a spot in the 4th round.
Not 15.
Oh, we have made history tonight, Woody. 81,031, the highest crowd ever recorded for a day and night session at the Australian Open.
Fantastic. You could certainly feel the buzz around the grounds today.
Another example of the difference between the first set, where David Ferrer was just dominating flat forehands the whole time. See a little more variety, but a few more half-court balls. He's throwing in 3/4 court balls. Not as attacking in the second and third sets. Whereas on the other hand, we've seen Simone try to get try and take that ball a little bit earlier.
So we discussed it on the change of ends.
30 on.
You know, does Gilles Simon have it? Is he equipped to try something different? And I think that's what we've seen over the last maybe couple of games. Is he's wanting to explore. It's still a little unusual for him to try running to the net and playing a volley like that. See how his technique just falters enough for him to make the error.
40-30.
By taking the ball earlier, positioning himself around that baseline, Jules Simon was able to wrong foot David Ferrer. Caused the error. Fantastic play by the Frenchman.
Just seems to have lost a bit of speed on that first serve all of a sudden.
I think his spirit's been broken.
I've seen two into the ad court there that were in very slowly. Just trying to roll that ball into play. Well, these guys have run a heck of a long way. Got him. Again, going back into that juice court corner.
Simon.
This is the last stand for Jules Simon.
In control. Strong position around the baseline.
Simon.
So Ferrer will come out and serve for the match. 5 games to 4, third set.
Ferrer leads 5 games to 4.
Well, he still keeps trying. He keeps fighting Jules Simon. David Ferrer has had 2 reasonably easy service games, his past 2. But never a guarantee at this stage. These 2 men have played 185 points. And rallies of 9 shots or more. Ferrer has won 34. Simon has won 28. So we've gone 2 hours and 23 minutes. We've only played 3 sets.
Time.
Again, love to get the GPS stats on how far these guys have run tonight.
I think it'd be worth a couple of matches to some of the other players left in the draw.
Thing is, though, we'll see David Ferrer run so much in his matches anyway, but he's got the amazing power of recovery. Although, having said that, if he does get through here, he's going to be doing a hell of a lot more running because Kei Nishikori awaits in the 4th round. Someone who doesn't mind running either. But here we go, David Ferrer serving for the match.
Love 15.
It's not a done deal yet. Said him time and time again, push really hard on that forehand up the line. But again, that's the pressure that Ferrer puts on to really nail it in the corner. Otherwise, he's got it back.
15-30.
Waited for the ball. Let it come to him rather than proactively just half a step.
Oh, 15-40.
Wow. 2 break points for Gilles Simon.
Please.
Oh, double fault. First bit of frustration from David Ferrer. Gilles Simon back in the contest at 5-all in the third set.
5 games on.
Bit of tension in the air, you think?
Well, certainly at the end of David Ferrer. Gilles Simon just extracting those errors from Ferrer. Double fault to surrender the break.
That's the only bit of frustration. Ferrer's gone, I think, to get a new racket. Now, I'm not sure whether he broke that or damaged it.
He's the upper guard, maybe the band has cut loose.
Was that a code violation now?
Didn't look like one to me.
The players try and hide it. Wait a point or two, then change. Cooking it again.
15 months.
Well, a few times tonight we've seen him run up and just open up the racket face and come under the ball. Felt like he got there with enough time. Perhaps he just didn't time it well enough.
Tried to curl that ball back in.
15 on.
So that's where Ferrer is good, in that he drops his game back. So it goes back to that consistent game. So he's going to go back playing rally again with Simon, find that range again, then go for his shots. It's wonderful patience.
A
15.
fresh
burst of high-level play from Gilles Simon, accelerating through a number of these shots and really causing the error from Ferrer's end.
No.
40-15. Done.
Simon holds. It's 6 games to 5 in the third set.
Simon leads 6 games to 5.
Well, well. Previous set, we worked the other way around. Simon, he's battling away. We talked about right from the very start of the match. He's grinding from the back of the court. He's hanging in there, and he's getting the success.
I feel like he's just amped up his play a little. You know, playing a bit more aggressively, closer to the baseline, and so he's striking the ball. It's reaching its target sooner and really forcing the error from David Ferrer, who now can make a big decision about you know, how he goes about this particular game. Does he go back to being too passive?
Done.
I think Ferrer's too good a player that if he does go back passive, that his game will get back to the level that he's had it for such long periods. It's been a great contest tonight. The crowds loved every minute of this. And they want more tennis too.
There's a big swing. Last 15 points.
Pressure now on Ferrer.
Yep.
Not continue.
Early error in the rally.
Love 30.
No loading on the right leg. Calm as ever, Janowicz.
Kept fighting. He's now got 3 set points.
Peace. Against the 5. Ferrer leads by 2 sets to 1.
Two hours and 34 minutes on court, and we've got ourselves a 4th set. What are the numbers telling us for set number 3?
Both players picking up their service level. A number of more first serves into play. The unforced errors and winners just double the amount for David Ferrer, as well as Gilles Simon. And the 2 break points that he earned just coming at the latter end of that 3rd set for Simon. Some of the drama has arrived back in the latter stages of that 3rd set, but the quality of tennis just seemed to fall off.
Run a theory past you as well. We saw that there's a different style of gameplay from David Ferrer in the opening set. Really heavy on that forehand, aggressive, trying to take control. Is he trying to break down Gilles Simon to avoid this situation we have now, where He's had to push really hard deep in this third set. He didn't come up with the result. I just feel that his level of game has dropped slightly.
It has, just through, general tiredness. The zip on the forehand. He's not been able to penetrate as much of that forehand. Also throw it up to the other end of Gilles Simon has to be. I mean, he has done a tremendous amount of running and retrieving in this match. It's accumulating up his end of the court as well. But because of that little change in his court position and trying to do a bit more with the ball, can he keep persevering with that same style?
Well, here we go. We're into the fourth set. 2 hours and 37 on court. The only other thing picking up the thread from that third set was that the speed of the first serve from Gilles Simon has really dropped away.
Well, if he's slowing it down, he should be landing more first serves. We saw that from the stats. It was a dramatic improvement, but enough. Not exposing that second serve as often to David Ferrer.
It's an early break point for Ferrer.
First game, fourth set.
Silly thing to say when we talk about the freshness of the players. 2 hours and 39 minutes on court, but who looks the fresher of the two to you at the moment?
Well, I would have said at the end of that third set, Gilles Simon looked fresh, but after that particular game, I think, sure, if there's just been a couple of twinges. So that question that you posed to me about the serve, obviously that you're using your legs with tremendous force to get up for the serve. So perhaps he's just trying to, he's aware of maybe the onset of cramps, so he's not trying to send down some heavy artillery with pace. Just in case that it all of a sudden becomes a lot greater, the cramping.
See, maybe also just as something to throw in a little bit different for maybe just a couple of drop shots just to test that forward movement as well.
Love 30. $15.30. Left first serve.
Is that how you see that with the freshest player out there?
Yeah. And the other thing too, talked about how Gilles Simon is gliding across the court. Just a little bit, he's slowing down a bit. Just see movement side to side as well to get into position for the ball.
Oh, that is too good.
40-30.
There's nothing you can do about that. David Ferrer doesn't generally put that first serve out wide to the first court. He sends it down with pace. He doesn't always slow it down and try and cut it out there.
Use.
Ferrer also going back to that solid tennis, and the rallies have completely dropped off as well, understandably, with how many we've had across the first 3 sets. Points are a lot shorter now.
Advantage for
They're going to go back a third time. But see there, it wasn't so much small adjusting steps to get into position. They were bigger strides to get there for that ball twice.
That's something we should just keep watch on. Movement is key to both players.
Use.
It's his 5th.
Advantage for.
So there's the drop shot that you suggested, Peter. Again, Gilles Simon doing a great job of getting the ball back, and he gets it back into such difficult positions. It's hard for anyone, let alone David Ferrer, to keep that pace of shot.
Use. Advantage, Simon.
I think Ferrer does not want this to go 5 sets. His level of play has just dropped away. Plenty of unforced errors. Break point, Simon.
Deuce.
It's not quite 40, but it's no less entertaining.
Advantage, Ferrer.
Just been unable to play back-to-back points when he's ahead. He's had several game points. Made an error within the first 3-4 hits.
Deuce.
Really seen him lean into a backhand like this.
Ferrer challenge on the call on the left center serve. The ball is cut out.
Than I am.
Might have caught just a slight edge.
More than that.
Advantage, Ferrer.
Well done anyway, though. Spot on. That's why I don't do it anymore. Retired from that.
Ferrer challenge on the call on the left serve. Ball is caught out.
I'm not sure. Is this because Gilles?
Wait a second.
Wow. He was getting... So it was Gilles that said you should challenge.
It's very sporting, but at this stage of the
game, Ferrer, new balls, please.
To give that opportunity away. Interesting from Gilles Simon. Just
Ferrer leads 2 games to love.
Ferrer consolidates
balls, guys.
2 games to love. There is again. So change over of tennis balls. Probably acquaint ourselves with the rules regarding the trainer at this particular situation. Around cramping being a loss of condition opposed to an injury.
Good enough. Fifteen. 30-15. All. 40-30.
And the new balls in this game perhaps helping Simon, not just with the first serve, but for him to angle it off. There's one of those off-pace first deliveries, only at 100 Ks.
Deuce.
Not kicking out wide either. She's trying to swing it into the body of David Ferrer so that he doesn't get a healthy hit.
Advantage Simon.
So Simon just waits as long as he can for that backhand.
Trainer's just been called to court.
Simon.
So Simon holds. Ferrer still the break. It's 2 games to 1.
Ferrer leads 2 games to 1.
Just heard that from the umpire's mic. Jake Garner, I think, was calling to tournament control. It's going to be for Gilles Simon. Yeah, you just see.
Wait for him now, right? Yeah. David, he's called for the trainer.
And just here again.
Next change. But I want him here next change. Okay.
Well, that's good from Gilles Simon, not wanting to hold up the match, but the trainer is definitely being called to court. So it confirmed what we were talking about, that he has got a little bit of a problem.
So the trainer just jogging on.
We'll do it the next changeover.
Done.
But in a good position, so as soon as the changeover happens.
Very ready. You can see that Simon just motioning also to his team on the side, just for...
Do you need us to take water and all to him? Okay.
He's just discussing about the energy drink that he has made, just verifying to his team that he needs perhaps 1 or 2 more just to replenish.
So Ferrer still with a break in this 4th set. It's 2 games to 1. So it might almost be aggressive tennis by default for Gilles Simon.
Top 15.
Can't run the way he used to get that first strike in.
Very true.
15 all.
That was on. Simon chose the right shot to try and be aggressive with.
Quickly onto that, David Ferrer.
30-15.
Coach shot almost down the middle of the court. Ferrer had plenty of time to get a heavy hit. Stretched that weary body of Gilles Simon for the backhand volley.
Out.
Yeah, won't challenge that with the umpire helping with the call. And the margin too. Showed him how far it was out. It's a chance for 3-1 for Ferrer.
Yeah, Ferrer.
Does 3 games to 1. The pace of this game is
Ferrer leads 3 games to 1.
and understandably so too, as we head towards 3 hours on court.
That second break ever so vital for David Ferrer.
Can you bring that one to me, please?
Well, it is important for David Ferrer. Simon's going to get treatment from the trainer. The same players that they get the trainer out, treatment happens, and it's almost as if they get a second wind. So Ferrer can get that break, get to 4-1. It might just be enough of a buffer, even if Simon's feeling better.
And there's the movement and the recovery from Gilles Simon.
The trainer, Andreas Egli, one of the tournament referees next to him.
Back to first serve.
Big opportunity here for David Ferrer. Break points across the match, 8 of 15 for Ferrer, 5 of 10 for Simon.
Yeah,
And there it
Ferrer.
is. So Ferrer, an important break of serve. He leads 4-1.
Ferrer
the trainer
leads
out on the
4
court
games
for
to
Gilles
1.
Simon. Mark Woodford, is it enough of a lead in this fourth set?
I think so at this stage, even though Gilles receiving some treatment there on his legs, and the expected burst of power in the next couple of games. I just don't think mentally Gilles already in some sense conceded that this might be out of reach, especially with the second break going against him. Of course, there's nothing better than when you consolidate that break of serve. Still remains to be seen. I mean, Gilles could come out and certainly just break back.
Done.
The match will become a lot more interesting, but that was a key game for David Ferrer.
So the work to be done during the change of ends. No injury timeouts here. But you also think about how many times in this match he's had to fight back. He's pretty much been behind the entire match, apart from a burst in that third set where he took it. He's pretty much had to play comeback tennis. He's had to fight, he's had to be solid, he had to grind away. I mean, it's a match that you said his coach was talking about.
Ready to crawl off the court if need be.
He needs to make the most of it.
15 love. $30 love.
Perfect game so
40
far
love.
for David Ferrer, just to consolidate the second break. One more point will clinch the game, move to 5-1. For Simon, if he looks up to the scoreboard at that stage.
You think it would be
Yeah,
one battle
Ferrer.
too many for a brave Gilles Simon tonight.
Ferrer leads 5 games to 1
in the fourth sets. 3 hours and 6 minutes on court.
And that's a rarity, that game just there. Someone holding their serve
Yes.
to love.
Simon may not have another opportunity to see the trainer because he's serving to stay in the match. This crowd have certainly had a good time tonight. They want to see more tennis.
That was more hope from the crowd rather than anything else.
Or maybe 2 hours ago, he would have made that with complete ease.
Really, credit to Ferrer. His level's picked up. He's playing solid tennis, which is what he needs to do. All he needs to do right now.
Down and out, but he can still entertain.
15 all.
Well, almost in a very carefree way, he's been able to just throw these lobs up as if it was an exhibition. They were pretty good lobs.
You consider he's on the run for both of those to throw them up high.
30-15.
Suddenly there's a hell of a lot more French supporters in here than there were an hour ago.
$40-15. Yeah, Simon.
So Ferrer will come out and serve for the match. 5 games to 2 in the fourth set.
Ferrer leads 5 games to 2.